Welcome to the War Room, the OCC pre-game show. We have an absolutely jam-packed episode for you today. Not only do we have the expert panel returning with Bubbles and Darkness, who will break down all of the action that you're going to see later on today, but we also have a very special, very exclusive conversation with Ollie, who is going to talk about the World Championships as well as what to expect in the future around cards, both the game itself, as well as the future of esports. You do not want to miss that. That being said, we also have the October OCC going on in just under an hour. We are going to show all the action alongside Flake, Admirable, and the aforementioned Ollie. So let's get you up to speed. Let's take a look at the bracket and see exactly who the 8 competitors are for the $1,000 prize pool. As per usual, we had 6 players qualify, and then we had 2 players go through 16 others in a double elimination bracket to make it to the top 8. So if we look at the bracket here on top, we have XY taking on one of those supplementary qualifiers, A15. The second half of that top bracket, we've got J King going 1-on-1 with Artemisia. In the bottom half, we have Berto Burrito taking on Dunkirk, who is the second of our qualifiers. Finally, we have Zilda against Kabalsnik, and that will wrap up the top 8. Now, before we go over to the expert panel and check in with Bubbles and Darkness for them to break down this action, I'm going to dive into the one-on-one interview I did with Ollie just a couple days ago. Ollie, welcome back to the War Room. It's been a little while, I feel like, since you've been here. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much. You guys, caught me in a casual dress day, so I'm, wearing my fishing cap and hoodie. I'm just chilling at the office, but no, it's good to be back. Has been a very kind of busy period. I'm sure, like most people noticed, we just kind of finished a big fundraising round targeted to getting the game to mobile. That's been a huge shakeup, internally in the company. A lot of kind of new projects, new areas to look into. And also just kind of we have to reassess a lot of our current plans and look at how does that impact our timeline towards mobile. I know mobile is a huge thing that the community is kind of calling for, so we're really looking into how we can deliver on that as fast as possible as well.
That's awesome to hear that you're taking the feedback into account from the community, because I'm sure getting, an additional round of funding also requires you to, like you were saying, kind of reallocate some of those priorities and figure out, hey, what's most important for the game, for the experience, for the current community, what's most important to attract new players. I'm sure there's a lot going on kind of behind the scenes right now that we don't actually see.
Oh yeah, I mean this is an exciting time for cards. It's a not just from a tournament perspective, but we'll get into that a little bit later. But like just from the game perspective, this is forcing us to take a good hard look at like a lot of different systems in the game as well. You got to think about like is is opening packs, building decks, doing this, is it all good enough to go out on mobile? And in a lot of cases the answer is going to be no, it's not ready to go out on mobile yet, because the mobile version often has to be way more polished. You have less screen real estate to play around with, so it kind of features a lot of work that we have to do to get there. But it's a very exciting time because as most people kind of probably know, the card game market is now just primarily mobile, and we haven't been there. So it's a kind of a new birth for the game as well. So we're extremely excited, working towards that goal.
Right, and you said it before that the current community wants mobile. They want to be able to, pick up and play a game of cards, whether they're on the bus or
Yeah,
just, yeah, putting their
on the
feet up in the
toilet.
living room, on the toilet. I mean,
That's
I
my
think
personal
that's
one.
I think that's naturally where most people go. But actually, not even just the current community, but new players as well. They're sitting on the can and they pull up their phone and they go, "What am I going to do?" And they flip through and they go, "This is new. I like World War II. Let me check this out." Do you think that not only because the current community is excited about it, but that the new player experience has to be really refined because you're going to have more people picking up the game, trying it? And we know that on mobile, you don't have a lot of time to really impact somebody. They might pick it up, play it for 5 minutes, never open the app again. So, does that kind of impact your way of thinking?
I mean, definitely. We are working on a big, massive overhaul of the new player experience right now. I mean, you guys just caught me at the end of user testing that. We had volunteers coming into the office playing through the new player experience for the first time, never played cards before. We're sitting there looking at, their facial expressions, what they're thinking, what buttons they're clicking, how they're doing in the different scenarios, and we're all trying to do that to make sure that we hit that quality bar for the new player experience. And it's not just for mobile. I mean, we want everybody to get a good start in cards, and it's been a while since we've had time to really go dig into the new player experience, so that's kind of remained a little bit static as we've released new expansions. But alongside this, they're going to be completely kind of updated starter decks and different ways of acquiring them. And we're hoping that, like, through that system, players will get both kind of a faster start in cards, but also just be able to learn the game a little bit quicker and in a little bit more of an organized manner. So you kind of hit the nail on the head there. All of this stuff has to be perfect, and we're staring down the barrel of a pretty intense period of work of making it there. But the entire team is motivated and passionate about where we're going. We're not fully funded for that journey, so it's just a matter of executing on it, and that's what we're going to be doing. But we're not going to be slipping on the other stuff. We're still going to try and find a way to introduce some new cards, and some maybe different ways of acquiring them. Um, so a lot of kind of interesting stuff, and I think from a player perspective, this period should be exciting, even though it signals change, and not everybody loves change. Um, but like it should feel exciting for the players because the way we always think about things when we are redesigning them is player value first. So
Yeah, and that's a huge aspect too. Like you were talking about again, the current community and how they've been, patient. You've been talking about mobile for a long time, but more goes
yeah.
into it than just taking the game and dropping it on your phone. There's UI, experience to think about. There's the new player experience, and then you want that, to your point, to have value and to be exciting for the current generation of players as well. You want them to move to mobile and not just be happy that they can play on the toilet, but they can also have a fantastic experience and be really excited about something new. So I think you guys have your head in the right place, and I'm really excited to see how that work behind the scenes continues. But we are in a very exciting time, and not just behind the scenes, but in front of, I mean, the camera, the game,
Yeah.
Twitch.
Yeah.
You're all over the place talking about the World Championships. They're coming up. You just recently had the qualifiers, the in-game qualifiers wrap up. How did that go, and what's kind of coming up next? What's that next step?
The in-game qualifiers actually went really well. We had around 2,000 players that participated in the qualifiers, and that's a huge success for us. This was also kind of the first time since 2019 that we did these open in-game kind of ladder-based qualification. And if we were looking back then, of course, the game was still in early access, but like back then the number was maybe 300 something. Now we're looking at 2,000 people that were willing to go in there and compete, and that just makes me super excited. And we're seeing a lot of familiar names. We're seeing pretty much all of our tournament veterans and kind of staples of the competitive scene having made it through. And of course, those tend to be the ones you watch and tend to be kind of the favorites coming into the knockout stage. But as we've seen in just both OCCs and Opens recently, you can never underestimate the little guy, right? We're seeing players come in maybe with 3 or 4 thousand games under their belt, having played the game for maybe 6 months, scoring high in the OCC, bringing kind of a slightly different flavor to the way they play their decks, the way they push tempo, and cards kind of still being such a young game means that there are still avenues of innovation to be had. So I'm super excited to see what we get here. I'm also super excited to just see the kind of the spirit of the international competition that always comes out in the world championship. There is this kind of sense of national pride when there's a world championship on the line. So I'm kind of, yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited to see what happens.
Awesome. So, you kind of mentioned it. We had talked about it during the experts panel. I think it was a couple weeks ago at this point, but how it's exactly like what you were saying. This kind of a tournament meta that is established by the players that play regularly in the OCCs, regularly in the opens, and that's a pool of, let's say, a couple hundred players. But all of a sudden, you add a couple thousand players who maybe have a ton of games under their belt, but just never really got into that tournament scene outside of the game because they spend most of their time in the client, and they bring a whole new kind of twist to things. So, in part by making this event, this qualifier, so frictionless, you've got a great opportunity to get more players involved in the World Championships. Do you think some of that will trickle over to some of the events like the Open, where maybe a player who hadn't really participated in tournaments before goes, "Oh, wait a second, I can actually do more of this and play for some good cash as well."
I think definitely. I mean, I think I think we always see new players kind of get engaged with the competitive scene when you lower the barrier of entry and you make it
Mhm.
so easy to get into that experience. Playing cards when there's something on the line is just it's just the next level. So yeah, I mean, I would say definitely we should see some trickle over. I'm also just happy because the way we've kind of done these things before is we've relied a lot on like qualifications through the Officer Club Championship. So
Right.
kind of the ladder grind monthly has been a big barrier of entry for competition in the World Championship last year, and being able to remove that now and make this something that is accessible by more players, um, that is just also the spirit of the world championship, right? Like, you know, if you are a 2 week old player and you make it through to the top 128, that's just really cool, right? Like that's an experience that we want you to be able to have. We don't want you to have to maybe jump through all the hoops of
Yeah.
being in the top 20 or something to qualify. So I'm kind of happy with how we've both managed to introduce tournaments and competitive cards to new players through this, but just also with the competitive integrity of this, because kind of through the 6 sessions, playing those 3 sessions, the way this allows you to kind of tackle variance. It really allows you to push the best players to the top,
Oh.
even with kind of certain randomness in the matchmaking. So yeah, overall we're super happy about it, and we definitely hope that the players enjoyed it. And then we're going to be delivering the card back soon for everybody that successfully completed a qualifier, and that should be fun seeing everybody flex their world championship card backs out there. So yeah, overall really happy.
And I love the direction that you're taking with this because I mean, I could definitely imagine there being players who look at the OCC and look at some of those player profiles and look at somebody like Darkness who's been playing the game forever, playing a ton of ladder games and saying to themselves, well, I'm never going to get to that point. I don't have time to play that many games or I'm not interested in playing that many games, but they're still a good player. So to your point, you get them in game, you get them into a smaller environment where they can still perform. You take some of that variance out because you give them a couple chances, and all of a sudden you get a new kind of batch of top level players. And when you're talking about the world championships, you want the best of the best, whether that's somebody who can play hundreds of games on ladder or somebody who is just a casual player and decides, hey, this is a big deal now. This is the world championships. I'm going to turn it on.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm also just I'm super excited, and I hope we kind of get all of the top four from last year's World Championship returning,
Mhm.
because that's been kind of a big thing as well. Is because kind of between World Championships, sometimes you see players maybe stop playing,
Mhm.
right? Like, and Fendrid is a great example of that, right? Between the 2019 and the 2020 World Championship, he kind of stopped playing for a little bit, but then he came back, a few months before the championship. He really went hard on the grind, and he made it really far in the top four there, and made it into a cash placement through the knockout stage. So it also shows that you can kind of bring back those legends of the game, all the way from back in early access, and they haven't missed a beat. They still know how to play around the front line. They still know how to put pressure on their opponent. They know how the core archetypes of decks work, and what they're lacking, they're able to make that up pretty quickly by just engaging with the community. So um, I'm super pumped, and I think this is also what esports or competitive should be about, right? It should be about the journey. It should be about the participation, and not just for the ones that win. It should be fun to participate. You should kind of have a reason that, like, oh, this Saturday I'm gonna go play a cards tournament, right? And you don't have to put that on like a pedestal for yourself. It's like, I'm gonna go win a cards tournament, and if I don't win, it's gonna suck, right? Like, just sit down, play some cards. You're gonna get some challenging matches. You're going to learn from it. You're going to be able to reflect on kind of your performance, your deck building stuff through it, and that to me is the fun, and that's really kind of the part of the process that I want to emphasize, and that's why we do so many opens, right? And that's why we do two qualifiers in the opens as well, to give you a double the chance. It's just to give you more tournament games to play, not more tournaments to win, because there's only one winner each time, right? So we can make 100 tournaments, but we'll only make 100 people happy if we're just making it for the winner. But if it's fun to play, we're making everybody happy. So
And that gets people engaged in that esports scene. So, they have their experience of playing through it, but then they also get their experience of watching it. You said it yourself, having somebody from beta or early access come back, you've got that fan favorite all of a sudden that people want to watch and they want to see, succeed. So not only do they get involved on the hands-on playing aspect, but you also then create a nice viewing experience for that player who
yeah.
says, "Oh, I remember this person. I remember that player, or this player is my favorite, or this player beat me in the qualifier. I want to see them go far because I want to say I lost to the number one player in the world."
Exactly, and I think that's a really fun one, right? Um, when playing on ladder, like the ranks will always separate you to some extent, but like playing in the qualifiers, you could basically play anyone, right? So you could be playing some of the top players there, and sure, you might get crushed, but it's still an experience. If I'm facing Lionel Messi in football, it'd be a lot of fun. He would absolutely crush me, right? But I would probably enjoy the experience. Um, so yeah, I mean, I think you're correct there, and this is what it's all about, and it should be friendly competition. I'm super happy to see, like, players are now pouring into our Discord server, confirming their participation for the group, for the knockout stage, and for the groups there. And the conversation is really friendly. People are sharing deck lists. They're talking about the different strategies. They're talking about what people are likely to bring, and that to me is like why this is fun, right? Just it gives you an added layer of engagement with the game. And I always feel really honored when players choose to spend their time within the cards ecosystem, and that can be like sitting in the world championship discord discussing decks. To me, that's like super valuable, that you're giving our community and our environment your time like that, right? Like, I really appreciate that. So super happy to see all these players start pouring in, and I can't wait for the action.
And that's something I've actually noticed in cards and the cards community that I haven't seen very often in other games is really that aspect of being very forthcoming. I mean, I think it was for an open that some of the players who qualify were in the Discord saying, "Hey, anybody want to do some scrimmaging? I want to practice a
Yeah.
deck. I want to do this. I want to do that." And like, you're going head to head with this person in a week, but you want to, go out of your way, help them out, make yourself better. It's just a really cool community. And like you said, if they're coming in there and they're spending their time, all the better.
Yep.
So, all right, we've got the qualifiers happened in game. Now we have 128 players going on to this knockout stage. What walk me through it? What's this all going to be about?
So the knockout stage is in two parts. First is a round robin stage, where we're going to be drawing into 16 different groups. Now, we expect that some players will either have conflicts with the weekends or something like that. So we might not get all 128 players competing, but we'll draw in as even groups as we can, given the players that are able to participate. Um, Out of those groups, they will play single round robin. Each series will be a best out of three. There will be no bans during this period, so they're going to have one free deck to basically flex around with. So that should be pretty interesting. And once you've finished your round robin, the top two players from each group will advance into a 32 person double elimination bracket. We'll then play that double elimination bracket until there are 4 players remaining, and those 4 will be your grand finalists that are coming to Iceland as long as COVID allows. We're like 99% sure, but you never know if there's like all of a sudden a spike in cases. Or if there's like a huge issue with bringing players from a particular country or getting them back home, we might have to make some changes. But as the plan stands, those are the 4 players that are going to be making it into Iceland. And we're going to be broadcasting from the knockout stage all 4 series that decide whether or not that player advances over into the grand finals. And I think those are the series that nobody would want to miss because those are some of the highest stakes card series you're ever going to see because the player that gets through those guarantees themselves at least fourth, which is $1,000, plus the trip to Iceland. Plus, of course, the chance to win the $5,000 grand prize. So there's a lot on the line during those matches, and I'm out of the entirety of the tournament, those are the matches that I'm kind of most excited about because this is truly like the make or break thing. There's a once in a lifetime experience behind this best out of 5. One of us is going to get it, the other one won't, and I think that's kind of cool to watch.
I mean, I think to your point, it's very rare that there is that much on the line in any type of event. And so that's the stream we're talking about on the 31st of
31st, yeah.
October, correct? And so that's going to be for all the marbles. That's going to get your final 4. They're going theoretically, fingers crossed, live in Iceland for the top 4. We haven't seen really much live and definitely not live cards in a long time.
Yeah.
What's that event going to look like, feel like? Do you have any expectations set, anything specific you maybe want to tease or highlight of what that's going to look like when we finally are able to get some live cards, in-person live cards action going on?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna be using our bunker um, to play it. So it's a very thematic play environment. You're sitting on a literal table from 1940, surrounded by concrete walls and a blinking alarm light and just props. We're also going to be adding a smoke machine, so the players are going to get that vibe, Um, so that should be a really fun experience, and it should be a fun thing for us to see the players in that setting. I also think like the more we see the players in their setting, the more we understand like how much thought and intricacy actually goes into the tournament play. When you're just looking at a static picture of someone, it's really easy to just picture him just kind of laying back in their chair just doing something, right? But like that person is probably just like, okay, what am I doing, I have my notebook, I'm taking notes. And we get to see all that when it's live, so it's a lot of fun. Then we are also kind of working to get the casting team over to Iceland so we can have that kind of in-person anchor for the show. And that's the first time that we would ever be doing that. So I am super excited for the potential of that and how that will kind of elevate the entire show and experience. Then the last thing that we're doing, which is also something we've never done before, is we really want, again, if COVID allows, to offer kind of on-site um, viewers, right? So we want to allow people to be in the room when the World Championship happens. It's very likely that it's going to be a very limited number of people, but the people that are going to be here in Iceland either are Icelandic players or people from all over the world that are interested in coming in Iceland around the first weekend of December will be able to reserve a free ticket to attend in person. So I'm thinking this is a pretty cool thing, right? I mean, grab a trip to Iceland, attend the Cards World Championship, meet the 1939 game team, hike a mountain, dip in a hot spring. Pretty cool.
There's no shortage of things to do in Iceland, even in December. So I think that'd be a pretty nifty trip. But like thinking again about the viewing experience, you were saying before, Ollie, you don't just have that static picture, or even sometimes you get like a webcam and they're just kind of a bobbling head. But
Mhm.
if you're a viewer and like you said, you see them focus, you see them taking notes, you start to again develop those favorites, those players you want to see pull through. And I think that when you're watching esports, you can really attach yourself to somebody and want to see them win it all. Like that's when you start getting excited about it, and that's what drives people to the game and to that experience. Plus, it's not esports if you don't have a smoke machine. I'm fairly certain it is an absolute
Smoke
requirement.
machine. Um, We don't have lasers though.
Ah,
But maybe we can get some like fire cannons or something.
I
We
mean,
have also been talking about like, and this is something that we've never actually done, right? But like we have theorized that we could kind of layer the bunker with, material at the top, and then sprinkle like cement dust and stuff, and then shake it randomly like the bunker's actually being bombed, and it kind of falls down. But then we have so many like technical components that are in the area that it's been kind of difficult. But we'll definitely be playing around with stuff like that. And I think another huge thing that you get when you get the players here in person is that we get to know them a whole lot better. And that's something that I really missed, even though we did it kind of a little bit remotely around the 2020 World Championship. I really missed that from the 2019 Championship. Is that after every game we had an interview with a winner, an interview with a loser. um, you know we had a player profile, like a video recorded interview with each player, where everybody got to know them, and not just know
yeah,
them from the cards perspective, but know them as individuals, because that's what's so cool, right? Like these aren't just a bunch of robots playing cards. These are people that come from different situations, that have different lives, that have come from different cultures, but we're all kind of united by this game cards. And that's what was so beautiful in the 2019 World Championship. Is just as soon as everybody walked into that room, we were all friends because
yeah.
of cards, right? So yeah, super exciting.
It's a great experience when you can take somebody from halfway across the world and then you do an interview with them and you realize, hey, they're not that different from me. You all have that common bond and you all come together for it. So having everybody in the same spot when that comes to casters and players and the developers and everybody coming together, it makes for an amazing experience. Going to make for an amazing show as well. I am excited to see how it all plays out. And I don't want to jump too far ahead because, there's still a lot of cards to be played this year. But cards just got a nice feature in Esports Insider. You're already looking forward to 2022. What's any kind of teasers for what that's going to look like?
Yeah, I mean 2022, we're looking to kind of have that as our first full competitive season, right? Like where we lock everything down ahead of time. And what we plan to go into 2022 with is, we're looking at three primary tracks. One is the Officer Club Championship. Those will remain. We might make some slight format changes. We either might look at, making them bigger, or we might look at changing up the prize pool, changing up the prize distribution, possibly making other changes. Then we're going to have the cards opens. The OCs are going to be monthly. Cards opens are going to be bi-monthly, so every 2 months. But the prize pool there will be buffed up a little bit. So we're kind of trying to keep the prize pool similarly distributed throughout the year. Um, and then lastly, our kind of our big events, and that is the World Championship, of course. But we're also looking at potentially adding in a kind of mid-season championship event over the summer months. And because we were talking so much about mobile, this is also one of the reasons why I'm so excited about mobile, because with mobile, you can make really, really fun in-person events where people don't have to bring their computers, right?
Mhm.
So we could actually, fly to mainland Europe and meet thousands of our players, and everybody that has a smartphone can enter the tournament. So, the possibilities that open up there are extremely exciting to me. And whether or not we are able to do something like the mid-season championship through a mobile client or not will yet to be seen. But something that at least gives us that kind of peak in the middle of the year before we go on summer vacation, so we just get that cards fix that we need for those dry summer months ahead.
But obviously, COVID has really put a kind of a dash to the plans of doing live or in-person events, and cards kind of got released right at the cusp of COVID becoming a thing. But there are so many opportunities to do LAN events, do in-person events, and just get the community more engaged and more involved. And I think that would be absolutely awesome from an esports perspective. I still nothing beats watching two players face to face, everybody in the same room. It just creates such an amazing event.
I mean, that's so true. And like from our perspective, what we really miss is meeting our players face to face.
Yeah.
If you're a game developer, that is the most fun thing that you'll ever do is meeting your players face to face, and that's something that's very much been lacking through COVID. And but we've had Darkness and his
Mhm.
fiance come visit us here in Iceland. Silly Wiz, which is another player, he was in Iceland. He came by the office and visited us last week, I believe. And it's been so much fun just when these players are in Iceland, stop by, message me, tell me that you want to meet us, and come say hello, because that's not a burden on us. Like that is a present for us, because we love meeting people that are actually getting value out of our game. That's why we show up for work every day. So if you are in Iceland, let us know, come visit. Unless we start getting like hundreds of visit requests that we can't accommodate, but like we'll accommodate as much as we can, because we want to see you, we want to know you, we want to know who you are. We want to know what you love, what you don't love, and talking about that in person is always the kind of best medium. So, and that's also why we want to kind of offer players the chance to come to the World Championship, is so we can meet them in person.
Well, there you go. Open invite to visit Ollie in Iceland. So, Ollie, anything you want to kind of wrap up with? Anything else you want to add before we put a bow on it?
Not really. I mean, I would just say like I'm really excited for kind of the next steps in the cards journey. I think I think a lot of people can kind of agree that a lot of the parts in the game perform extremely well and are extremely entertaining. Now we're getting a chance to kind of bring that experience to a wider range of people than we have been able up until this point. So I'm just we'll definitely need the community's help in that, in terms of let's be positive towards newer players. Let's help them out. Let's share resources. Let's teach them how to be members of our community. And this is something that's always been the case, and I just really hope and expect it to stay that way. So yeah, to be honest, I'm just super excited. I can't even put it into words. What's going to happen next for cards is just it's just such a huge question mark going into the kind of mobile release, and supporting different platforms, and changing our marketing approach, and all that stuff. It's just like it's exciting. I show up to work being excited every day, and that's something that I feel really privileged for.
And I love sitting here talking to you about this because the CCG market, there's a ton of players in it, some big, some small. But the things you're talking about, it's not just, hey, we're going to take what's worked for other games and we're just going to do it. We're going to change things. We're going to try things. We're going to get the community involved. We're going to do different things, and we're going to see what works for us and make this game unique. And I think that's a huge, huge aspect to where you've seen some success, and you're going to continue to see that as time goes on.
You hit the nail on the head, and I mean, this is something that we are even more adamant about now than we were before. When you're a small team, and you're kind of uh, doing everything you can, it's very, very tempting to look at the big names and say that worked there. Why don't we do something similar? Um, but it misses a lot of the nuance. And even though those systems might be functional, they might not be the best for your players.
Mhm.
So we're absolutely committed to not just copying everyone else, but continuously working towards what is best for our players. So yeah, thank you.
Well, I love it. I appreciate you taking the time. I know you're a busy man talking about behind the scenes, all the world championship stuff going on. So I really appreciate you taking the time to chat and give the players a bit of an insight into what the rest of the year is going to look like, as well as next year. So thank you once again, Ollie. I appreciate having you on the War Room.
My pleasure.
Thank you again, Ollie, for taking the time to join me here in the War Room. There's obviously a lot going on, a lot of excitement around the World Championships. You're going to be able to catch all of the action right here on the 31st of October, where we determine exactly which 4 players will be going to Iceland to fight for the title of Cards World Champion 2021. Now, before we get there, we do have some business to take care of with this month's OCC. We are joined once again by the expert panel, Bubbles and Darkness, and they will walk you through exactly what we expect to see. Bubbles, Darkness, welcome back to the expert panel. You both participated in the qualifiers this month for the OCC. The bad news is neither of you made it through. The great news is you both get to spend more time with me. I kid. The good news is you have a real hands-on knowledge of what went down in the qualifier, and I'd like to think that gives you really that expert view on what is going to happen at the main event for the October OCC. Bubbles, Darkness, how are you both doing this fine day?
I had some problems today, and well, next to my gaming life and streaming life, there's something called real life. It's crazy. It's with relationship, with family, with a job and healthcare stuff like that. So I had to schedule. Yes, it's crazy. I had to schedule my time to play video games and to do this with you after my real life. But besides that, I'm good. I'm a little tired, but I'm happy to be here.
That sounds awful. I try and avoid real life as much as humanly possible. I just don't ever leave this room. Bubbles, I saw your face when Darkness was talking about quote unquote real life. You seem like you're not a fan of it either.
Yeah, well, luckily for me, I have a lack of one. I don't have to schedule playing video games because I'm usually sitting there doing it at the time. I'm not working at the moment. I don't have any relationships, and I've spent roughly 6 hours playing Civ 5 today. So I'd say things are going pretty solid for me, and maybe I need to start giving Darkness lessons on how to properly live life and get the most value out of your.
You lucky bastard.
Sounds it
Okay.
sounds lovely. Hey, you have a camera this time though, so that is a plus. That is one thing you do have. It is a camera, so we all get to see your lovely face. So let's get into it, friends. We've got a lot to cover. First up, I want to talk about Uprising. We mentioned before the last OCC, it was dropped just a couple days before. We figured players may not necessarily have time to really test every single aspect of the new set before they got into the event. But now that they've had some time, they've gotten to test some things out. How do you think Uprising has affected the tournament scene? Darkness, let's jump in and start with you.
Uprising, although it were quite little amount of cards, had a great impact because of some very few strong cards, and of course, Uprising came with huge balance changes like the Confusion plus Dual Factory or banner combo got nerfed, and this previous pretty dominant deck list nearly vanished. Later more when we are looking at the deck lists. But yes, a completely new archetype appeared back from the graveyard, Alpine. Alpine wasn't played for probably 1.5 years, and it was dead like the whole time. And with Uprising, it came back. And this was because of the Gebirgs Pioneer 95, what is an incredible, powerful 1k drop. Special, 1/1 stats, not that great, but if this stays on the field, you get an additional credit to use. And that means you can spend 3 credits turn 2, 4 credits turn 3, meaning you're getting additional Alpine units with additional buffs on the field. Last expansion with the Gebirgsjäger 136, when they added a powerful standard Alpine, I thought Alpine will be much stronger, but it wasn't strong enough yet. But with this new additional 1k drop, this archetype is really strong, and we saw this a lot in the OCC qualifier, a lot on the ladder. This deck is pretty dominant right now.
Sometimes that's all it takes, right? A one credit unit that kind of gives you that tempo and gives you that momentum. So, Bubbles, would you agree with that? It in part it's Uprising adding a few cards, but also the fact that there was some nerfs, there was some tweaks to the current card pool as well that kind of helped the impact of Uprising.
Yeah, I'd agree. And in fact, the deck I'm most interested in talking about doesn't really care about the Uprising expansion. The sole thing it cared about was that balance change, so those tweaks, which is Kyusha OTK. It has a bit of a sour reputation for being annoying and frustrating to play against, while also winning a lot of the time. I think it's a really effective deck. And this was largely in part to this great patriotic war change where it used to be half the HP from both HQs went away. Now it sets both to 12. So you can use this, you set the HP to 12, and then you put down a little artillery, give it some bonus attack, give it fury, and you just sort of take away their house. And it doesn't matter. They could have 1,000 HP, it would be meaningless. And this is part of why this deck is pretty insane at the moment. And I think it's going to slowly have a bigger and bigger splash on the tournament scene. I think it's going to start with some people starting to play it and see its potential, and more people pick it up, and then we're going to see people start to counter it. We're going to see careless talks. We're going to see things like this, countermeasures to sort of deal with these units that come into play, and then we may see the decks evolve. They may put in Chikers or something like this to be able to deal with these countermeasures. I think we're going to see a whole meta game over the next few months. And then 1939 will most likely step on the bug, and it will all be ruined and over, and it would have all been for nothing. So that's my expectation for that deck, and I think it's something to keep an eye out for. Maybe not the most dominant ladder deck, because ladder is very random and unreliable, but in tournaments where you have a rough idea what people are bringing, I think this deck is going to devastate some people and really have quite an impact on the meta.
That is the circle of life for a deck, right? It's created. People don't see it coming. It wins a bunch of games. All of a sudden, you have a counter, and now you see that deck played less. Then a nerf or something happens, and that's how you keep the meta fresh. That's how you keep it rolling. But I have to say, I feel like this could not be better defined by Darkness talking about the Alpine deck and talking about the analytics and how the benefit it gives you, and then Bubbles go straight to the OTK deck. That's how it's gotta be. So I can appreciate both of those angles from the two of you. Looking into the qualifier deck list, though, we did see a good amount of variety. So you're both talking about, maybe there being a list or two that's kind of up there on the top of the meta. But would you say otherwise now that there's been some time since the most recent patch, since the most recent addition of cards? Would you say that the meta is pretty healthy, pretty balanced in the game right now?
Do you want to start with this one, Douglas?
Yeah. Overall, I agree. I think it is healthy because usually you don't have all decks being equal. You do have stronger decks, you do have less stronger decks. As long as one single deck is not very outstanding and a lot of decks are possible and winning in different scenarios, the meta should be considered as healthy, and I think that is the case here. But like in all matters of all CCGs, we do see some strong ladder decks currently. I'm not 100% sure if I would count the Katusha OTK deck here as well. I do agree it has potential, yes, but Alpine and Brit Air were very dominant and very winning at those qualifier tournaments. For example, in the first bracket from rank 7 till, I don't know, 20 something, 24, 28, nearly everyone brought Alpine and a lot of people brought Brit Air. All zero for the Emperor got nerfed. People just used other cards, and in this aggro heavy meta, Brit Air is really strong. Not only giving a lot of potential to kill slow decks with a lot of air, a lot of early damage and a lot of speed. But this deck list is also very strong against popular aggro decks like J-Aggro or Alpine, with an early AoE, very powerful for the Empire Strikes, or just a lot of bombers killing all of the infantries from Alpine. So it's not a miracle that those deck lists were being played often and were very successful. In my bracket, in the first bracket, I think the winner, the second, myself, and the third, Blue Blast, we all brought Brit Air and Alpine. But there were a few deck lists very surprising for me. For example, was this A15 or the other one? The one winner brought also Brit US Ramp. And this deck list is usually not strong at all. Well, it is my favorite deck list, and it's strong against other control matchups, but not against those aggro lists. And well, he didn't play it. He won with the other lists, but this deck list contains the new Mark III, the Churchill Mark III Avra, another card from Uprising, what is giving a lot of potential to this deck. It feels like a mini Leopold, not sending everything to hand, but retreating ground units, all ground units, and if they are in the support line, of course, sending them back to hand against other control decks who's bringing a lot of guards, dumping them in the support line. This unit is incredibly powerful. You can play this already turn 7 and with ramp even earlier, and this will add a lot of tempo to your control ramp deck. So I didn't expect it that I didn't brought this list, but I after the winner of this bracket won with this deck list, I really thought I should have brought it.
So going through that, and thank you, Darkness, 'cause I think that was a really great kind of snapshot of what the meta looked like in the qualifier. Bubbles, you talked before about how, when decks start coming to the forefront, we start seeing specific ones like Brit Air, like that Alpine list more and more often. People all of a sudden start to counter it. So do you think in the main event, you're going to have a similar type of feel to what we saw in the qualifiers? Or do you think some of the players are going to be trying to kind of get ahead of the game, figure out what might be coming, and start building in some counters to their list?
I can't speak for everyone, but I know myself and all the players I've ever practiced with for these tournaments, people I've spoken to and helped them practice, or they've helped me practice. Every single one of us has mentioned who our opponent is in round 1 and who our potential opponents could be in round 2. And then the next step has always been, well, what do they like to play? And then how do we beat that? So I think 100% on the mind games side of things. I think there's serious mind games in sort of, what do your opponents play? I've messaged people before saying, hey, I know that you know this guy, not so aggressive. I know you know him. Tell me things, but sort of, would you be able to share at all what sort of decks he likes to play? Does he like these sorts of aggro decks? And I think there's a real strong influence over the deck building and playtesting people do. I've even seen people try to replicate other people's decks and then hand them out to their friends to play against them. And learn how to play again. So I think there's going to be a lot of mind games. I think there always are, and I think, yeah.
That's such a big part of an event like this as well. Like you were saying, Bubbles, if you look at the bracket and you go, okay, I know who I'm playing against in the first round, and once I make it through there's only 2 players in that second round that I could be playing against, and all of a sudden you're in the finals. So that buys you, in an event like this where you're only really talking about 8 players, that buys you a really, really good path to the finals, to the money, and can potentially get you coming out on top. So I think that's a great strategy, and I love seeing the mind games. I don't think we talk about that enough. Obviously, it's a virtual game; you're not sitting necessarily across from each other, but just that aspect of a little bit of playing poker in the way of how you're preparing and how you're playing that game can be an absolute huge impact on the result. Now, Darkness, we saw you, have a great showing in the first qualifier. You did drop to the lower bracket fairly early on, but you worked your way through it. You barely were beaten by Dunkirk in a very hard fought 2-1 loss. What was your tournament experience like? Is there anything like specific you go back and change? You did mention that after seeing kind of that ramp deck, you thought to yourself, "Hey, maybe I should have brought that." But otherwise, what did you think of your tournament experience?
Overall, the tournament experience was, well, I had a good run overall. I really hate that I dropped out of this qualifier and didn't reach the OCC. I finished the ladder rank 7, and rank 6 would have been invited to the OCC. I got second, but I should have been first to qualify for the OCC, and that really hurt. And well, cards like that can be very frustrating if you're grinding really hard, if you're a competitive player, and you're barely missing the goal you want to achieve. This can be very frustrating, especially for me, who had some success previously, but in the last 5 months, I finished between rank 7 and rank 12 all the time on the ladder, but I wasn't able to get through the qualifier to participate in the OCC. Yeah, that sucks. But it's a lot of experience, and the big goal is definitely the World Championship. So just getting experience, making mistakes, testing new decks, experimenting with decks can be successful in the long run. I hope so. Yeah, looking at my decks, I wouldn't have bring J aggro. I only played one single match with it. Well, I caught my opponent by surprise and won this one deck list, but most of my opponents had deck lists who are strong against J aggro, and I should have brought a deck list what is strong against Alpine and Brit Air. For example, with Germany or with Soviet control, this would have been better in the long run, I believe. Maybe would have secured me the win, but I don't know that.
And I think, Darkness, you bring up a great point where, you're somebody who has been playing on the tournament seeding cards for a very long time. And still after that, there are opportunities to learn. There are opportunities to, continue to develop your skills, especially as the game changes, new cards, new players, and all of that. You did bring up a very interesting point, though, and I want to get both Bubbles and Darkness, both your takes on this. Throughout this year, the OCC kind of qualifiers and the criteria have changed quite a bit. And we've gone through a few different, sort of renditions of it. Originally, it was a larger pool, just qualified directly to the OCC. We've added qualifiers. So there's a lot that's been going on. Bubbles, let's start with you and we'll come back to Darkness. What do you like this? I call it new, but this most recent OCC format? Was there one in the past you preferred? Kind of what's your mindset on that?
I sort of have two mindsets on it. Because when it was the previous system of top 4 auto qualify and then 5 to 8, 5 of those last 4 spots, I found it a lot easier to get into OCCs. I had very little trouble getting into top 12. And at which point you only need to beat one opponent, which is, at worst, that's like 50-50. So I certainly found it a lot easier. So my natural reaction is to prefer that system because I had more success in it. But unfortunately, the world doesn't revolve around me. And I think community-wise, having top 36 at least qualify for the qualifiers, it gives more people hope and reach of something to play for and fight for. It's sort of, at the end of the day, only one person is going to win the OCC. But now 36 of us can at least have a competitive experience. And if you sort of put winnings aside and glory aside and all that, and just look at it from a competitive standpoint of now 36 people have the opportunity to play competitively, whereas before only 12 did. So I think from a competitive community point of view, it's a better system now. I think it needs improvements. I don't think it's perfect. I think it's a little bit too rough right now. 2 players out of what is it? How many is the top 36?
2 times battle of 16 players only for one
Yeah,
a wild card. So 32 people fighting for 2 spots.
yeah, it's not good odds. I think I'd like to see it fighting for 4 spots in the future myself. Just because, as someone who's hit the qualifiers multiple times and as someone who's qualified for the qualifiers, it's really, really difficult. I found qualifying for the qualifiers more difficult than I found the main event. And I'd like to see it be a little bit less difficult, but that's just adjustments. I think as a baseline, I think the system's better.
So Darkness, I know you alluded to finishing 7th, a few times where in the past that might have gotten you in. Do you share that kind of bittersweet mentality of, I wish I was in, but this is probably better for the game?
I definitely share the bitter part. I wish I were in. Like top 8, I would have instantly been in the qualifier, or top 12, I would have only played against one single person, not against 15, to get the spot. Yeah, I'm one of the losers with this new system, definitely. And I agree with Bubbles. The system is not great and needs improvement. One people needs to fight against 15 other people to get one spot. That's not fair at all compared to the OCC. Looking at the ladder, like you're taking the top 6 people, put them in the OCC, and everyone else below that who fought really, really hard. The 16 people, you put them together in an arena, and they need to fight for one remaining spot. And what is incredible hard, I was there every time. And you pick the next 16 people, and the natural selection looks like they are not that strong as the 16 player ahead of them, because the first 16 player are nearly reached the top 6, like the top of the ladder. But the second 16 player have it maybe a little bit easier to they only have one spot too. And just looking at the odds, 1 out of 16 is very, very hard, while 3 out of 8 in the OCC are getting prize money. Yes, I agree. The OCC is much easier than the OCC qualifier. And I would prefer some improvement here, maybe with more places being divided by the qualifier, or higher places are giving you an advantage, like rank 4 till 8 only have to play 1 time to get into the OCC, and rank 28 till 36 having to play 3 times, like winning 3 times to get into the OCC. This would be more fair compared to the achievement and the success or the effort and work you put into grinding. Right now, rank 7 is equal to rank 38. What doesn't feel that good to me.
I think that's a fair statement. I don't think that there is a be all and end all or a perfect system. One thing I will say, and I finished an interview with Ollie a little bit earlier today, and they are open to that community feedback. So hopefully he's paying attention. And did mention that there will be changes going forward, and there is not a finalized format. So I appreciate you both being honest and sharing the good and the less good. But let's get back to this OCC, because nothing is going to change before these top 8 go head to head. You know what time of the show it is. You've been here often enough. Bubbles, let's start with you. Who is winning this one?
A man can dream, and recently Zilda has been on fire. He's been killing it in tournaments, and he's been killing it in ladder, and half the decks I play on ladder these days, I steal from him. I think he's been killing it. There's a lot of strong contenders, but my heart wants Zilda to win, because I think he deserves to get a reward for his insane growth lately in the game, and I'd like to see it sort of pan out. But I think there's a lot of people that could take it, but I'm going Zilda.
Awesome. Darkness, what are you thinking?
Berto Burrito.
So Berto and Zilda will have to go head to head in that lower semifinal. Just to mix things up, throw a wrench in it, I want to go Kabalsnik. I want to see Kabalsnik take Zilda out, just specifically because you picked them, Bubbles. And then we can go from there. Maybe they'll go head to head with Berto. Who knows?
Christo, is this the first time you've not picked J-King?
No, I've definitely mixed it up. I have not always picked
J-King. Are you guys okay? Did he kick you out the apartment?
J-King's my go-to because I have to pick the good old Canadian boy. But like I said, I'm mixing it up because J-King didn't really come through for me last time. So put my money on a different horse. But don't tell him I said that. In any case, thank you both for being a part of the expert panel once again. I do appreciate both of you spending your time and sharing your wonderful insight. Until next time. Always a pleasure catching up with Darkness and Bubbles, even when they're razzing me about my Canadian brethren. Nonetheless, we still have some cards action for you coming up. The year is not over yet, despite the fact that the World Championship is just mere weeks away at this point. As I mentioned previously, as Ollie talked about, on October 31st, right here, you will be able to see exactly who those top 4 players are that will be going to Iceland to compete for the World Championships, so do not miss that. However, there is still one more opportunity for you to jump in and actually play in a tournament. The final Cards Open of the year will be happening. Keep your eyes out. Keep your eyes open. There will be more information about signing up to play in the Open in the coming weeks on all of 983 and Cards social media. There is still $1,500 on the line in this event, so you definitely don't want to miss that opportunity. But before we get to that, before we get to the World Championships, we have the October OCC that we need to take care of. I'm sending it over to you, Ollie, Admirable, and Flake.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to yet another Officer Club Championship, the tournament where we find out which of the previous month's ladder grinders is the best of the best. My name is Oliver Steinarsson, and with me here today are Admirable and Flake. Before we get into the players, I want to touch base with you guys. Flake, how are you doing today?
I'm doing well. I have coffee. I slept fairly well. I have a muffin in reserve. Other than that, again, like always, it's just a great time when there's the top players playing a great card game, and I get to cast it and cast it with you guys, which is just awesome.
Yeah, it's always fun when the boys get together here. Over to you, Admirable. How are you doing? It's early in the morning for you, but are you awake?
You know, I am awake. You know, I'm lacking the muffin or the sleep that Flake had in this instance, but I do have coffee. And as he also mentioned, I'm here with y'all as well. So this is just fantastic. You know, this is another week of OCC where it just feels like this week the decks seem to have been very, very refined. As we get down to the end of the year here and move closer to the worlds section of this, it feels like everything's starting to get a lot more defined, and the players are starting to get a lot more serious about making it to this point as well. You know, we're seeing like that competition continue to pour through, and we've seen some consistency throughout. And the matches that we have this weekend, it really, I think, is going to boil down to a lot of to see just whose decks have that sort of powerhouse opening kind of effect that comes to it, because it just feels like that's the meta we've come here this week.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you hit the nail on the head right there. As we draw closer to the World Championship, we can feel the tournament meta start to kind of solidify a little bit, but we're still kind of far enough out from the Grand Finals that I think, you know, November, because there's a month break before the Grand Finals, I think all these players are going to be theory crafting and practicing like crazy to beat those established meta decks. So extremely excited about that. And with that, let's take a look at the bracket so we see what we have in store for us here today. Starting at the top of the bracket, we have XY versus A15. Let me find here our little cheat sheet of names. Artemisia there is then on the next level, playing up against where is this? J King 7. Then we have Berto Burrito versus Dunkirk, and then finally teammates Silda versus Kolbasnik. This is probably the most diverse nationality that we've had in the Officer Club Championship in quite a while, but the least diversity we've had in decks in quite a while. So looking at this bracket, what do you guys expect, and what match stands out to you guys, starting with you, Admirable?
So what I'm looking for is always the J King matchup at this point. You know, J King, this feels like the player who has been here probably the most often out of just anyone on the planet at this point. And, you know, on top of that, it's also looking to try to return that very, very narrow loss that happened last month with this as well. You know, trying to come back and strike back, but, you know, there's no Hoi Hoi here this week. So I do feel like that maybe the path is a bit more clear, but as I said, it does feel like that the competition has gotten a little bit more severe, I would say, in terms of its competitive integrity, and it's thirst for this win here this week. Everyone's decks feel like that they've come to pretty much the same conclusion across the board. And I personally kind of love when this happens to a meta, for a little bit anyway, because what it shows you is just these little tiny things and what the players are actually focusing on and what they actually are looking aside towards and what they're trying to refine for. And so I'm always looking forward to the J King matchup just because I like seeing J King play. But when it comes across the board for this one, I feel like all of these matchups are holding a similar regard in terms of what you can come to expect from the matches themselves.
Yeah, and to your point there, I think, you know, with no Hoi Hoi in this tournament, J King can even up the score and go 4-4 with championships if he wins this one, right? And there's no one challenging him, so a lot on the line here in terms of pride. What about you, Flake? Anything in particular that stands out?
Well, what stands out to me also is the fact that Admirable mentioned that there's no Hoi Hoi here to you know, dethrone J King, who has so many of these championships under his belt already. At the same time, when we're thinking about it, it's just the fact that, okay, so the 68% win rate player was beaten by the 70% win rate player. So who's the next, you know, who's the next absurd statistician here that's going to just completely steamroll the competition? Yeah, exactly. We're just waiting for that. You know, like the bar has been set exceptionally high here. And like you guys mentioned, I mean, I got a soft spot for Kid Canada, you know, one of my homeboys here from the Great White North. I mean, I try not to be biased at all when I'm casting these matches, but I definitely have my favorites. And I mean, I got to echo what Admirable is saying, is that why do you show up to watch these matches? You show up because you want to see the best of the best play. And who is the best of the best? Frankly, arguably, it's J-King. And that is a match that I want featured. That's a match I want to see happen. And also that what Admirable touched upon, I gotta touch on that again, is the fact that it's kind of been another month since the previous tournament, and we have seen, you know, some extra sifting of these decks, and some of that, you know, some of the loose ends have been tightened. Some of those nuts and bolts have kind of just been screwed in a little tighter here. So all that extra refinement has basically funneled all the decks down to a little bit more of a finer point. And is that going to be enough for these players? I mean, at the same time, everybody's going to be playing similar stuff. They know no spoilers, but for those of who kind of want get that extra edge, it's whoever can maybe think ahead and say that, all right, if I'm on this path, will everyone else be on this path? And do I have to change that route a little bit to get an edge? So that's going to be fascinating as well.
Absolutely. And another storyline I want to highlight here is the return of Berto Burrito. Berto Burrito, that was before your time, guys, but he is basically J-King's disciple, you know, got into the game, a good friend of J-King's. They trained a lot together, and he came like a storm, you know, into the scene and started sweeping up tournaments and winning OCCs. And now he's back here in the OCC again after a few months break, and I'm extremely excited to see what he does today. But let's jump on and get to know our players a little bit better. Admirable, why don't you talk us through your favorite player there, J-King 7?
Well, I mean, you know, always looking at J-King, and I'm always impressed by these number of total matches that are taking place here. It's pretty much across the board. You see this with so many players. It's just this high number of matches, and then to boot with that, every single time I see a number like this, I'm expecting that win rate matchup to be a little bit lower, because 67.84% is a little bit over the top. Like, typically in variance-based games, you are not seeing this high of a win rate. And when you see this high of a win rate, what that means is that you're just a mile ahead of everybody. You're not a step ahead, you're a mile ahead of everybody else, and that continues to be the case. However, in this week, this is where I feel like the most interest comes into play for me, is that it doesn't feel like you can be a mile ahead necessarily in terms of meta, because everybody else is kind of drawing the similar conclusion now. So where is that edge coming from is going to be my next question on that one. And so hopefully J-King can show some of that this week, because it certainly seems to be on the resume right now that you have it. So do they have it? We're going to find out.
All right, moving on over to the next player, coming all the way from Greece. It is Silda, and I just got to say, what a handsome man, what an awesome picture. Flake, why don't you talk us a little bit through Silda's profile here?
Well, clearly he does not skip arm day. That is why, I mean, sleeves, forget it. That ain't gonna contain this amount of power. Not happening. But frankly, here's Zilda, you know, a newcomer to the tournament scene over here. And I mean, talk about your trials by fire, getting thrown right into it, going up against J-King here. 65% win rate is nothing to laugh at. Like we keep touching on these ridiculous win rates. It seems that is just the benchmark. 65%, frankly, is kind of low in relation to everyone else who's here. But, you know, he did finish third. 5,000 matches played is a cool nearly 9,000 less than his opponent today. So, you know, you want to talk about elder statesman. That is, this is a spring chicken when it comes to this kind of situation. But, you know, looking at his favorite card, you know that this guy's got a little bit of class. Leopold, baby. That is, why would you choose something like Mare Nostrum when you've got this gigantic, humongous smokestack of pain that you could just jam down? So Zilda's looking pretty good here. The problem is that he is up against arguably the best player in the game.
Well, it's not going to be Silda versus J-King. It's going to be Silda versus Kobosnik. Now we're just going through all the profiles.
Well,
but
then I change everything I said. This is my new absolute favorite player, purely from the fact that he's looking like you know, between the smile on his face and the Leopold as his favorite card. Great times ahead.
All right, let's jump on over to the next player. He is hailing from China, and it is XY. What do you see when you look at his profile here, Admirable?
Well, when I'm looking at XY here, Flake had said that a spring chicken of a match total, we're at around that 6,000, 5,000 mark. If that spring chicken is about 39,000 years old is kind of what it feels like. Yeah, sure, that makes a lot of sense to me. 5,000 matches is a lot of matches, all right? You've been playing a lot of cards, and you've been beating a lot of people up. 69.49% win rate here. I do agree with Flake's analogy here, though, is that, kind of in comparison to everything else, that 65% is a little bit low. I mean, we're looking at 67, 69% constantly across the board with these players. And so you always got to kind of wonder, like, how far ahead of everyone else are you? And again, what is giving you that edge here? Because when you have 6,000 matches played compared to everyone else, is it going to be like logical decision? Is it going to be meta choice? Or is it just going to be that sometimes, you're just hitting the hot streak and you're drawing the right cards? All of these things kind of come into effect when it comes to tournament play. You do need to get a little bit lucky, but you have to be playing well and you have to be choosing the right decks too. It's not just like, you got lucky, it settled everything. You need every single factor because they all come into effect when it comes to these tournaments. So when I'm looking at XY here and I'm seeing this tempo as one of the favorite cards, I mean, this is a very plain card that's on the favorite card menu here. It's just a pretty big unit for a pretty low cost, and it gives you a lot of tempo back. It lets me know exactly where their thought is at. Get the board and start attacking.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to highlight the fact that he finished this season first, and we've seen now for a couple months players challenging J King for that season top spot at the end of the season. So XY clearly is here to play. And as we jump on over to Artemisia, another player coming all the way from China, rocking Fast Heinz as their favorite card. Flake, tell us about Artemisia here.
Well, I mean, probably one of the best dressed, that's for sure. You got the tie that's not fully done up because he's ready for business. You can see that there's a little bit of that little stank eye going on, like he's just staring down his opponent. Now, again, when we're talking about win rates, it's so absurd to say that 61% is low. It is incredibly high, but we have this little micro meta that we have to look at, and this smaller player pool of 8 players that we're really dissecting. And frankly, 61% is kind of pedestrian when you're put up against 68, 69, 70 plus. That isn't to say that this is not somebody who should be feared. And what I want to note, and I want everybody who's watching this to just kind of look at the theme here of most played faction. That is Germany. You're probably going to see that reappear several times. We've already seen several players prior have that as their most played faction. And the best card, well, their favorite card right now is Fast Heinz. So, China is a very strong nation when it comes to this game. Canada obviously has won some tournaments, but man, we have seen the Chinese player base just come through incredibly. But this is probably going to be your dark horse in the tournament. Again, 61% win rate on ladder. That's a phenomenal win rate. That gets you here. But that is just probably going to be a little bit, lackluster when put up against the other titans of this battle.
All right, let's jump on over to our third competitor here from China. That is Dunkirk, and he finished the season in 20th, so he had to play through the pre-qualifiers to get to this spot. Admirable, another person rocking the Leopold as their favorite card. What are you looking at here?
I'm looking at the fact that they had to play through in order to get to this point. That's a much different journey to go through when you can't quite finish top 6 on the ladder. That means you had to play effectively in another tournament in order to get to this spot. And so when you make it into this spot, you're starting to see they're having a little bit of rest stop on the journey here in terms of this image. We're at the OCC now, and they're looking down perhaps at the rest of the competitors here and thinking, who am I going to have to beat in order to keep this journey going? So let's find out this week.
Well, he's going to have to beat the next person we have up here, which is Berto Burrito, hailing from Canada, our second competitor from Canada in this month's Officer Club Championship. I'll do a quick rundown of Berto because he is making his comeback here, and oh, how I have missed him in the top level here. As you can see, he has just around 5,000 matches, but he is rocking that 68.71% win rate. And that is because from pretty much day one, he's had J King in his corner, and he's been very serious about the way he's played this game. Extremely potent player. Going to be facing off against Dunkirk from China. Going to be interesting to see how that matchup goes. And then we go on over to our Ukrainian representative. It is Kolbasnik. He just wants a piece on all worlds. Admirable, talk us through the profile here for Kolbasnik.
Kowalczyk, I'm recalling some tournaments in prior that Kowalczyk was involved in as well. And kind of seeing this this win rate here, the 58.71, this is like a more realistic win rate of top players because they're having to compete against each other very often at the time. When I see a favorite card Stars and Stripes here, and just kind of looking at Cabalsnik and remembering what they'd played, it did feel like that Cabalsnik was willing to be experimental when it came to decks and competing. And so I'm kind of curious how much that win rate has been trimmed by the idea of just attempting new things, trying new ideas, and just doing things you enjoy. You know, that's always one of the things I feel like whenever I see players that are involved in these tournaments, when they have that win rate trimmed, it's always because they're trying to do something else. So I'm kind of curious to see what they're trying to do this week.
All right, and our final competitor here is going to be A1515, hailing from China, our fourth competitor from China here, and has a very, very new card and a very, very relevant card here today as his favorite card. Flake, talk to us about A1515.
I'm just surprised that this dude's name was actually the random generated password that I got for my when I filed my taxes. No, this is another awesome player over here. Again, most played faction is going to be Germany. We can see that is definitely a faction, a nation that you want to be leaning on. Very powerful as well. Again, 62%. We have been sort of hounding on these win rates like crazy, but they do come into play. The difference here is the fact that this is, you know, the win rates are based on their ladder performance. So they're going to be playing against, I don't want to say bad players, but players that are not necessarily up to their level. But that all kind of goes out the window now because the 70% win rate is, you know, you're playing against players who probably have lost a bunch of games too. But now it's the best of the best. And again, it can be anyone's game. Season finished at 36. You do have a little bit of an underdog scenario over here, especially when you're playing against people whose, you know, their season finished were in the single digits, right? They were in the top of the heap. So, you know, you still have 13,000 games under your belt. You've got a lot of experience to lean on. So you can't count these players out. Anything can happen in the top 8. And, you know, if there's anything that we can rely on, usually it's Death, Taxes, and J King in the final. But we'll see how this one kind of, you know, hammers out.
All right, now we've gotten to know our players a little bit better. It's time that we head on into our first match. The first match of today is going to be between Dunkirk and Berto Burrito, so China versus Canada. We have also made a slight format change to how we are doing the broadcast. We won't be showing all the quarterfinals this time around. That is so that we have time for the third place match, and so our Chinese players aren't playing until 3 or 4 in the evening or in the night. So we've already had 2 quarterfinals been played out and completed, and they were 2 fast 2-0s. A1515 2-0'd his opponent Artemisia, and then J King 2-0'd his opponent as well. So J King and A1515 have progressed into the semifinals, and we are now heading into Dunkirk versus Berto for the third spot in that semifinals. And let's take a look at the decks these guys are bringing. Starting with Berto's decks, Admirable, talk us through these 3 decks Berto is bringing.
Yeah, well, you know, I always feel like I'm bouncing off of Flake's ideas with stuff, but it feels like I'm just emphasizing his analogies here. In terms of Death, Taxes, and J King in the final, it's also Brit Air in the lineup this week. It feels like Brit Air has just clearly solidified itself as a deck that just does not have a strong enough counterplay that you could ignore its existence. And it feels like this has been the case for as long as I've been playing cards. And frankly, the lists now feel like they're getting so refined, and I love seeing this. The more you work on these lists for tempo, the more they kind of make sense. And every single week, there's been a slight change, and a slight change, and a slight change. Now I'm seeing this one, Too Calm Before the Storm. Like, we're starting to realize how powerful this effect can be whenever you have it there. It's not just like, oh, it makes me do something weird, so I only play 1 copy. It's like, I do want to draw this, but, you know, how many of them do I want to draw? The answer is 1. But, you know, can you afford to draw 2? The answer is sometimes. So is there a third one that's going to show up at some point this week? You know, it's little tiny changes like this. These always really interest me because these have these very deep senses in the meta. I'm talking about this deck a lot because we're going to be seeing a lot of it, and I don't want to be talking about it every single matchup when we get to this point. I'm going to address it a little bit, but here this week, Brit Air, watch out.
Yep. And the next deck? I think you just keep going, Admirable.
Oh, okay.
You're on a roll, buddy.
I totally was not waiting for this one because, you know, we're pretty much always in that same sense when it comes to decks like this. Once they get good, they get good. And that's kind of like where this whole meta is shifted. You know, typically speaking, I would say in metagame fashions, there's about 3 different phases that it goes in, which is step number 1, the early meta. Aggression is the key factor, and it's always the thing you're going to have there. And the reason why is because nobody knows what the aggression's going to be, and nobody knows how to control it yet, because no one knows what it's going to be. Imagine trying to control something. You have to have the right tools for it. If you don't know what it's going to be, it's very difficult to build the right tools. Imagine someone said, you're going to build something this week. And you're like, all right, I'll show up with a hammer and some nails. And they're like, you're going to be building this weird treehouse thing, but you have to cut all these boards. We've provided you all these hammers and nails. You're like, dang it, now I have 2 hammers and a bunch of nails. It just doesn't work that way. So then the second phase that hits is going to be this control era where everyone brings the right tools to battle these aggro decks. And then after that, at the very end, I'm glancing over a lot of the steps that get to this point. But then at the very end, mid-range ends up taking a big stand in these spots. And the reason why it starts to do that is because you don't know whether or not you're going to need to be an aggressive deck or you're going to need to be the control deck. And depending on your matchups, really going to dictate that pace. The mid-range decks now know all the tools they need to bring in order to make that happen, and everything has been defined. You know what you're going to battle with, and it's really difficult to build a new deck and bring it with you because we're at the end of the meta. Everyone's kind of figured out how to refine these tools and bring them and have the right stuff. We're seeing a lot of mid-range stuff. The idea is to pick a key spot and attack the tempo there. For this deck in particular, the tempo starts early and it does not stop.
Absolutely. And the final deck here from Berto, Admirable, talk us through that one.
Well, every single time I see this deck, I'm always very worried because if my opponent has one of those very clean early draws and I can't answer everything, that means I am under the threat of a buff the board and kill me spot at every single step of the way. And Artillery has certainly been a deck that has undergone a lot of different kinds of nerfs, and a lot of things have worked to affect the way that this deck continues to put resources into play. This deck used to continue to draw cards no matter what, in addition to what it's doing. That does not be the case right now, but it is very much the aggressive deck that's in this spot. However, the one asterisk I feel like this deck has next to it is that it also is a bit of a combo deck. It has a way to buff its entire board and kill you. It's really tough to beat stuff like that sometimes, and you have to respect that it's actually there. So the combo decks are really the one things I feel like that can give these mid-range decks a big problem, is if they're not checked, they win very easily.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side, we have Dunkirk, and he is bringing 3 decks of his own. Some very, very similar decks. Let's be real. But Flake, why don't you talk us through Dunkirk's decks here?
Well, if you heeded Admirable's warning, well, then you know that Brit Air has been there. It's here today. It'll likely be here tomorrow. And as you can see there, until it gets a reliable enough and viable enough counterplay and option to really just snuff it out, it's gonna continue to buzz around, especially when you have options like Swordfish, Gladiator, the Gladfish combo coming right out of the box. And like Admirable said, hey, Calm Before the Storm, it is an interesting card. It has a unique effect. Just play this and that's the last thing you're going to do, but why not play 2 of them? I mean, it has had an effect and we can do it twice. Cards like Sendai Regiment over there as well to kind of just get rid of pesky, pesky guards perhaps, pesky threats as well. Kitty Hawk, Mosquito, there's a lot of great cards in here. Wrath Lightning, and why not? Let's just get Churchill in there as well. That is just one of those, all right, everybody just take a step back just for a second here. That thing could really clean up a mess and create incredible problems for your opponent. But this is a deck that, it's one of those decks that it requires answers on every single turn. If you give your opponent any latitude to breathe, they will just continue to roll. The punishment for not checking your opponent's seemingly, little threats can be disastrous. And that's what you're gonna have to watch here, is if the answers come just as fast as the tempo and development does for this list.
All right, and the next deck here for Dunkirk, very similar and familiar sight from the earlier deck review here.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, we've seen this before as well. It is a Germany list. We do have Italy as your backup plan. Again, if we're taking just a look at the credit costs here, the distribution goes very heavy in the early game. So you're going to get run over fast if you cannot fight back. If you cannot push back against your opponent's really aggressive opener, well, then you're going to have trouble, because frankly, everything that they're drawing off the top is likely going to have an effect in those first few turns. Now, if things get crazy, well, there it is. Cards to note: Leopold, big boy. Why not? The big smokestack is just going to sit there and kind of just wait for his opportunity to pounce. Now, that card is not as scary, once it's on the board. It's just the deploy effect that you got to worry about. That is where a lot of the devastation occurs, is the fact that everything on the board gets reset. You have to just start from scratch, and you not only do you have to start from scratch, but you're staring down this massive behemoth of a threat at the same time. So it's a deck that, it's going to come at you hot and heavy, but eventually you might get punished.
Yeah, absolutely. And now the final deck here for Dunkirk. It is a Soviet deck as well, as the final deck was for his opponent, but it's not Artie.
It is not artillery, and we've looked at this list. How many of you here, just show of hands, love Confusion, love the Ural factories, Partisans, things like that? How many of you just absolutely adore putting your units on the board and having them immediately defect to the opponent's side, and maybe smacking you upside the head a little bit? I mean, these are the kinds of decks that really drive me crazy. I think that a lot of different card games have similar styles, similar archetypes to this, and the fact that Soviets have something like this makes me happy and sad at the same time. I love it when these cards pop off in my favor, and I absolutely hate it when my opponent gets a really, really aggressive and valuable trade off of my own dudes. Like, it's one of those situations where everybody's just sitting in a room, and one of you is going to betray each other, and you're just all staring at each other. It's like, which one of you is going to do it? So it creates a deck like this just existing and queuing into creates a really uncomfortable situation that forces your opponent to kind of think differently, and that's a different edge, I guess, when you're playing this game.
Absolutely. And now let's jump on over to the bans, because we are just about ready to jump into the first game here of today. It is going to be Canada versus China, and Berto Burrito getting his Soviet artillery deck banned out there, while he bans out the Brit Air here for Dunkirk. What do you guys think about these bans? Admirable, do you agree with them?
It's tough for me to agree with him or disagree with him at this point. I mean, these players, they all have their sort of meta decisions that are taking place, and I must say that, given a couple of the way these lineups here are working, this is not necessarily what I would expect it. I do feel like artillery was kind of like an X factor when you walk into this particular event. It doesn't necessarily feel like something you were expecting, and if it wasn't something you're expecting, and you had any sort of semblance of practice, when you think through the matchups in your head and see how they work, there is a very big chance that is a deck that I'm afraid of. I did mention it's kind of like a combo deck, and in this middle range format, notice I fully pronounced middle range there. The combination deck in that regard, it does feel like it can be very dangerous. So it's perhaps it's the strongest ban just because of the way it's working out, not necessarily because it's the strongest deck your opponent has, but perhaps just the strongest in the matchup. Tough to disagree with any of this stuff. I do think that Brit Air is a deck I'm always willing to ban, because it's probably a deck that I have noticed that I have some of the least agency against, as it is incredibly powerful at times. So I can't blame Berto for that one either. I'm just ready to get some games rolling, because boy, oh boy, do I love the Soviet Italy decks, and them just taking stuff and just shoving it in your face, and then gaining a ton of health back at some point when they blow up all of your stuff that touches the back line. That's one of my favorite decks you could possibly build, Flake.
That deck is kind of like that meme where it's, that meme where it's like, here, I made this, and then it just like the next panel is just the dude looking at the object saying, I made this. That's what that deck is in reality. And you're like, God damn it, no, you didn't. I made this. Yeah, when it comes to bans, frankly, it's hard to say, do I agree with them? I mean, these players are infinitely better than I am, and that is just the fact. The other thing is that when I make bans, I make real emotional bans. I make bans based on things that I'm like, you know what? There's one card in this one deck that I just don't want to see. I do not care about the other, 29 or 39 cards in the list or whatnot. I have no care in the world. It's this one card that I don't want to see. I will ban this because one time, 3 weeks ago, it ruined my night. So I'm not gonna ban it. I don't care about matchups, but that's just me. I mean, I don't really go into the nuts and bolts of it, but when it comes down to it, I mean, these players have played against these lists countless times, so They know what their weaknesses are. They know what their decks are best stacked up against, And in the testing portion of this entire, this entire thing, they are going to sit there and say, this is it. I mean, they have this tier list of saying, I'm going into this matchup, and if I see this list, this is what I'm banning. If that's not there, this is what I'm banning. There's not a lot of thought going into it on the night. Like right now, they know what they're banning when they see it.
Yeah, now it's time for the action, guys. We are into game number 1 here of this Officer Club Championship. Berto Burrito versus Dunkirk. Let's take it away.
Well, not a bad start, I suppose. I mean, one of the key parts here, Admirable, is you want to find those cheap planes, and having a 1-3 bomber that comes in, with a healthy, a 3 health, 3 defense on that bomber is a pretty healthy number early game. Now he is going first. Berto Burrito is going to be able to drop first, and finding a supplemental plane as well is pretty good. So in this case, Admirable, you'll be able to develop and fire off one of those bombs.
Flake, I feel like you've given me an idea for a business here. Find those cheap planes.
It's like, yeah, it's exactly. We buy homes. We find planes. Exactly.
Berto, starting first here, I think one of the big deals in terms of this Brit Air matchup, I feel like it takes advantage of the fact that you're going first very hard, and you'll notice that Berto wanted to play this Kitty Hawk right away, but suddenly you drew Calm Before the Storm. And this is what I mean by you want to draw this card, you don't necessarily want 2 copies of it, is right now this card is looking pretty darn massive. The question is, do you want to use it right now? And this is a difficult question because are you going to, have such a clean turn to ever use it again? The answer is probably not. I think that if Berto does not play Calm Before the Storm here, I was about to offer a large level of criticism and fundamental understanding of tempo. I'm glad that they stood back and evaluated it to look to see if there was a stronger turn. But now, suddenly you look at this spot, you're going to have to handle this kind of board for the rest of the game. How on earth is Dunkirk going to do that?
It's chipping away, as you see right there. That seemed just like that's an investment play. It's like, all right, well, I got nothing else I can do. I need to start answering these planes. I'm just going to go ahead and steal a little bit of life off of that bomber. It's a 4-4 now, but I just want to make a quick note here, and this is for all the players who just maybe casually play. You saw Berto Burrito had the idea in his head immediately of what Berto wanted to play, and then suddenly off the top, everything changed. So it's important to evaluate your turns after you draw your cards. It's great to have take the time and really plan things out, but you could see just in the blink of an eye how your plans change off of one card draw. So just firing off, snapshotting your play like that wouldn't have been, wouldn't have worked necessarily. But as we see now, it's time to go face, and we're going to go ahead and get rid of that the Fiat there. And the Fiat was incredibly important because when it's trading into those bombers, it's not taking any damage back, but it's also getting a lot of help by earning a little bit more defense. But in this case, it's not straight away, but that is a pretty nasty board that Berto's got.
Yeah. To be fair, you do have to take out the fighter because it's a fighter versus bombers. You're going to have to the fighter's effectively the guard against bombers. So Berto having to make that trade in that one. That's part of the reason why I think the Calm Before the Storm was going to be relevant too, is just, looking at the deck list side by side and kind of seeing like, oh, I am going to eventually need to kill this card if it shows up this way. But now I'm looking at Dunkirk's hand and I'm looking at this board and thinking like, I think you've just been out tempoed. And I don't really know a strong way to get back here. Like confusion and stuff like this helps. Like, you get some trades and stuff going. But my gosh, you're just going to be under this pressure the rest of the game. And that to me just always feels like one of the most difficult spots you can possibly be in, is just having to handle this over and over and over and over. Eventually you just take too much damage.
And in this case, the bomb, like just a pure bomber fleet that Berto has, made that confusion a little less potent because you wanted that situation to be an actual trade. You wanted it to be, just two freight trains crashing into each other and just no longer being a problem. Convoy here is going to replenish the hand here, looking for options, but Berto's firmly in the driver's seat here as a card like Confusion, which can really change the landscape of the board, didn't necessarily do what it needed to do. Frankly, Admirable, it was a 3 cost that really just killed a 1 drop, and in the grand economy of this game, that is not necessarily a great trade.
They're trimming out the board. They're trimming out your health. Take your pick.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not
I'm
wrong.
setting a heavy advantage to the trimming out the health, typically speaking. And look at Birdo here saying that, you know what? Go ahead and have your unit back. I am pushing this to the forward. I want 2 extra damage possibility. And I think that part of this was probably based on the idea that you saw confusion in a spot like this. You're like, you know what? It's a lot harder to kill this guard, so let me go ahead and get this up to the front line and start attacking. First rifle's going to hit play here. And this does change up a little bit of this dynamic now, where I feel like Birdo pushing for this tempo. Strategically, I think this is the right kind of call, but you can be open up to situations like this whenever you make these kinds of plays. And so how do you take advantage of it? And I do feel like that the Empire Strikes being in Birdo's hand is probably the reason why this push ends up taking place. But when I look at a spot like this, I do see potential to recover from Dunkirk's side. I feel like the potential is extremely low, but it does exist.
But take a look at this. I mean, in just a quick swoop here, that Albacore is going to go ahead and pin that guard in the back row, and Bombers don't care about them guards. So, I mean, as long as there's no fighter there that's protecting the HQ, these Bombers have lethal represented on the board right now, being able to circumvent the guard status there. Now, that Sendai regiment in the front row, that is holding on to some goodies. So if that gets taken away, the fighter is back online. So risky play by Birdo by putting that out in the open, out of smoke screen, because upon destruction, it is going to go ahead and, pull out a little bit of protection. So we'll see how this goes. Partisans is going to come through, and yeah, that's part of it. As we see over here, he's just going to go ahead and steal that bomber. Bomber's going to come in and look at that, and suddenly the landscape is changed. The Albacore does go back to hand, but the damage is done, as it does put another fighter on the board, and suddenly it's not just easy street here for those Bombers to go ahead and go face.
Yeah, I do think that this is still lethal potential. It's not lethal potential because of that unit right there. That one is gaining health every single time a friendly unit's destroyed. You're going to gain 2 health to your defense, or I'm sorry, to your headquarters. So when that happens, what I was looking at here was the fact that Birdo just had this extremely strong combo with the HMS Illustrious plus the Empire Strikes. That little tiny 0-4 over there is really preventing this from happening. So you mentioned, I told you that I thought it was a very low possibility that Dunkirk could survive through this. That was one of the ways that I think that they made it. Now, the fact that that 0-4 is gone now and there's still a board here on Birdo's side, it's making it a lot more difficult. I do feel like that without a Mare Nostrum draw here, that Dunkirk probably has a 0 possibility. I am having a difficult time looking at this deck, seeing another way to do it. La Decima, I don't think is the way to do it.
La Decima is going to get rid of one of the units in the back row, but that's it. That's all your credits. It's all spent on a 2-4 with guard and ambush. Now, the deploy effect is basically what you're paying for there. What do you get rid of? There's a 3-3 with Fury. That's most likely the right answer, but then you're just leaving yourself wide open for some other nasty, nasty bits here. And Birdo's just kind of doing the calculations over here. Now, you don't have the robust hand, but you do have a pretty favorable board if necessary. Those Bombers are being they're being held back here. That one fighter is going full Gandalf. You shall not pass at this point. So that is something that needs to get dealt with. Call in the Balrog if you're Birdo in this case. But confusion is one way to do it. It's going to come through. That bad boy's got Fury, Admirable. It's going to make some plays here, but it is going to go back.
Yeah, I will say that you said that Birdo's hand wasn't... what was the word you said exactly?
Did I say abundant? I say a lot of things.
It was something. I thought the hand was busted as heck. Like, this is about as strong as a hand from Britair as you can get when you get to turn 8. And Birdo going to demonstrate exactly why. Empire Strikes is not a joke. That card is extremely powerful, and you don't want to see it. If you see it from your opponent, there's one of 2 things that are happening. Number 1, they don't have anything, and they're kind of showing you this was my garbage hand at the time. Or number 2, they're showing you this is what I have. My hand is not garbage. You are dead instead.
Well, sometimes you just got to go ahead and fuel the fires of suspense, right, Admirable? I mean, I'm not gonna... I gotta kind of slow play it a little bit here to a degree, but you're absolutely right. As we saw over there, it was just scorched earth. Empire Strikes coming through, and the work that those little bastards do, those 1-3s, those 1-2s, and all that, and all the confusion in the world, and all the partisans on your side is not going to help you out there, as basically a lot of those confusions, Admirable, didn't get all the work done that they may have wanted because they didn't trade as cleanly as originally they may have wanted to.
Yeah, they also just didn't have the right timing on them as well. Like didn't have red banner with it, for instance, to get rid of those units and cash in on them after you take them in the same way. There's a lot of little tiny things in that one. I do feel like that the Soviet mid-range deck definitely struggles versus Brit Air because of the way that the units line up versus what your removal intends to be. So we're going into the next match, and this one is looking a lot different here. Berto playing a much different deck. And this is a matchup that I feel like can really dramatically go one way or the other, Flake.
I mean, if we can relegate everything into 50-50s, then yes, it could certainly do that. But as we see over here, through the breach ×2 has gotten rid of some of these peskier units that have gone through there, and we've seen what these can do. That little 1/1 is getting you a little bit of extra help on the credit side. Plus, not to mention, card draw, credit ramp, all this kind of these little elements here. It has been, just one after another, trying to develop units. As we can see here, the Panzer 30, the Panzer comes through and just gets rid of the artillery. Nothing has really survived past the turn that they're deployed here, Admirable. It's just been fireworks.
Yeah, and this is kind of one of the things I've seen develop about this Alpine deck is that, the addition of removal and the respect of the idea that the mirror match exists. Having to do things to fight back is a very big deal. And this was something that I didn't necessarily expect to see over the course of development of it. But I feel like this was the Gabir's Pioneer 95 really changed that aspect a lot. It's the one credit 1/1 Alpine that says the start of your turn, gain 1 additional credit. You have to respect that card, because if your opponent plays that on turn 1 and you don't have anything to check it, including, your own Pioneer 95 can be part of that. If you have neither of those, your opponent's going to steamroll you. Like, you're playing a matchup where getting units out and then getting more than your opponent is the key to the matchup. So eliminating your opponent's Alpine cards and then being able to capitalize on the idea that, perhaps they miss a beat somewhere, that's the way that this matchup is won. And so when I look at Berto's side and I look at Dunkirk's side here, they're very, very similar decks in terms of their strategy, but they're very, very different decks in terms of how they're built. So I'm kind of like waiting to see who is going to end up being favored here, because on one side we have Flampanzers, on the other side we don't. On one side we have a Leopold, on the other side we don't. On one side we have Admirable Hipper, and on the other side we don't. I'm trying to figure out like which of these two actually has a favor in the matchup. I don't feel like this particular game is demonstrating that. I feel like this game is demonstrating the importance of tempo and what it actually means here. Because Berto, I feel like finally, losing this frontline spot, this delivers a lot of pressure against you when it comes to this situation.
I was just about to say is the fact that Berto is playing with the Flampanzers and being able to find good targets for that, especially when you're, like you said, like those Pioneer 95s, those come in at 1 credit, then they have a significant impact, and even they have significant impact even in the mid game as well. Frankly, if they can just stick on the board and give you a little bit of a head start against your opponent, these are cards that need to be answered. And how cleanly can you answer them? Well, a Flampanzer will do that. The problem is that, Flampanzer really only has one great target. Otherwise, it's a 3/3. And, a 3/3 tank is still a 3/3 tank. It operates for 2, so it's kind of expensive. A lot of the bread and butter comes in the way that it's deployed.
Big draw here on Berto's side. Encirclement being able to cash in. And then suddenly you have a card draw engine in the back row. And I'm looking at Dunkirk's hand here, and it does not look good.
No, not even that Enigma is looking too decent right now either, given the fact that Berto's not really holding on to many cards as well. And if you want to cash in on that Enigma, you're going to be able to only drop really 1 card and then play it. So you're drawing 2 off of 4. And it's a worse convoy at this point, right? So there's better opportunities. Typically, these Germany lists like to really front load their units and their deployment and their development in order to basically cash in on Enigma, or decks that run more curve heavy. Dropping 1 unit per turn, moving 1 unit per turn necessarily, and keeping a healthy hand. Enigma punishes that kind of strategy by saying, all right, I put everything on the board, and now I have as many cards as you. So that's what the Enigma machine's all about. But in this case, Germany Mirror, both of them are just going to be kind of vomiting cards on the board. Not to mention, Berto's got his own Enigma. Like, the Enigmas right now are looking kind of... it's just this funny stare down.
A lot easier to crack that code when you have the machine.
Exactly, especially when you're both using the same code. All right. Well, there's some research. That's a good way to sort of sink a little bit of that credit value where necessary. You're not playing against Britain, so there's no doubting system. There's no ultra to worry about. That's just going to be a free and clear usage of that card. But yeah, Eastern Front, look at that. It's starting to happen.
It's starting to happen. All right. This is not good news for Dunkirk. They have lost the tempo, and I feel like that might just lose them the game. Yep, out of units, out of board. You're not out of health though. You're just running out of time.
It is a fleeting resource, Admirable, and that's a beautiful animation as we saw right there. But there's the Enigma.
That's the one spot that I was really looking forward to, was to see exactly where this Hipper is used. And the Hipper plus Enigma is a nice little synergy that you get from that spot. But is it a little too cute? Berto just now gets to, again, launch everything onto the board. And I'm looking at Dunkirk's side, and without a Leopold draw here, this is going to look really tough.
Well, I mean, it's coming on curve. Leopold's known for his dramatic entrances, frankly. I mean, whether he's coming in to clear the board or, whether he's showing up in Springfield Elementary to scare the children. Leopold does usually make quite the entrance. Not the case right now, but those 10 credits are probably not going to be better used any other way. We're just waiting for it at this point. Dunkirk has got to start looking for it. The Enigma's already expended. You've already started digging through that deck looking for answers. Right now, it's just a situation of let's just try to keep this game going. One more turn until we find that answer. Like you mentioned, Leopold is in Dunkirk's deck. I believe Leopold is not in Berto's deck. So that is an advantage to Dunkirk at this time.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It looks like Alpini Regiment can end this. I'm sorry, not Alpini Regiment. Why did I say that word? Eastern Front bound. I feel like that ends this, correct? Yes,
that does indeed end it. Yeah, with again the benefit of that Panzer 35T operating for 0 cost is pretty humongous here.
Bice as well, just offering the other Alpine units can move and attack in the same turn. A very critical use of that in that spot too, because it did look like that Dunkirk perhaps had a way to come back in that spot. But that little bit of extra attack that you're able to enable there end up being a big difference. And that kind of, I think, shows a nice strong demonstration of why this Alpine deck became such a strong force. Was the utilization of this particular artillery unit meant that you got to push that little bit of extra damage even from your back line. Almost your entire deck is infantry. And when your entire deck is infantry, it means the amount of damage that you push out of nowhere, it's a little bit low. But with that one particular card, you now suddenly have a backline threat of just infantry units. It's a huge difference. And that kind of also encapsulates it with all of those other decks that are a big problem. It's like a bootleg artillery, except the artillery's just been nerfed so much that this is like the new artillery situation. So I do feel like that Alpine did get to demonstrate at least the core of its strength in that one, which is that it can also strike you from the back line.
Yeah, and I think like you highlight, the obese, what it does for the Alpine deck is that it allows it to be effective later on into the game, right? When you have the credits to spare, so that you're able to drop that obese, you're able to operate those units, move them into the front line and attack with them. Before, Alpine kind of had this problem where it would stall out a little bit. As soon as you got into those high credit rounds and your opponent could pack some removal and kind of just slow your march across the field down, you would just fizzle out and not be able to convert that victory. So very interesting to see how potent Alpine is here. A few unlucky draws there for Dunkirk in terms of just the order he got the cards, but exceptionally well played by Berto. So with that, maybe we take a look at the bracket if we have that. Oh, we don't have that ready at the moment. But the next game that we're going to be having come up here is going to be J-King 7 versus XY, I believe that is. No, that's Artemisia. J-King 7 versus Artemisia. No, they already played. We're having Silda versus Kopasnik.
Yep. It's going to be Zilda and Kolbasnik. Again, Zilda of Greece, Kolbasnik of Ukraine. Talking a little bit more about just the fact that a nice variety of different, all around the world, players are coming in here. And, we've seen so much of Canadian players winning tournaments, Chinese players performing exceptionally. And now it seems like the game is growing. That's an amazing thing. And yeah, it might be more difficult to make these tournaments, but damn it, the competition is great. We see it right now. The deck lists are getting so refined, and more big brain plays are happening here at the OCC, and I love to see it.
Yeah, all right. I apologize for the mix-up there. We will be back right after this with Kolbasnik versus Silda. These are two Eastern Front team members fighting off against each other. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. It is time that we jump into our second feature quarterfinal matchup here today, this time between Kolbosnik and Silda, the two teammates from the Eastern Front team. Going into this match, it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup, to say the least. We're going to start by taking a look at the bracket, just so we see how that looks before we get that match underway. Let's take a look here. As we noted earlier, 2 games in the quarterfinals were played off stream. That was a 15-15 versus XY. That went 2-0. And then J King 7 versus Artemisia. That went 2-0 as well. So a 15-15 will take on J King 7 here in one of the semifinals. Berto Burrito having advanced as well. And now it's a question, will Silda or Kolbosnik advance to face Berto Burrito? Before we jump on into the match, let's take a look at the decks that these guys are bringing. Starting with the decks here for Silda. Admirable, why don't you talk us through the 3 decks that Silda is bringing, and feel free to not deep dive into the decks that we've seen multiple times before and we'll see multiple times again for the rest of the day.
Sure. I mean, Alpine is going to be a deck that you should expect to see quite a bit here as we come into this little bit here, and I think we got a strong demonstration of exactly why. It's because it keeps pressuring and it hurts. If you're able to keep pressuring the entire time. We are seeing some differences in terms of the builds and how to remove and how to tempo in the early matchups. It does feel like it's largely in regard to the mirror match. We saw an Enigma trimmed down to 1 copy in this one, and a copy of Pursuit also added into this. So I'm a little bit curious to see how that one ends up working out. It feels like this is much more focused in the tempo side of things, much less value in the value side of things. So kind of curious about that one. Feels like to me that's probably the right call.
Yeah, Pursuit is interesting, man. With the obese out, getting the free operating costs on all your Alpine units, that's a pretty juicy one. Jumping over to the next deck, another familiar sight that we see here, and that is Brit Air.
Yeah, with Brit Air, just not really much of a surprise that you're going to be seeing this deck. It does feel like 2 Calm Before the Storm was a pretty critical call. We saw from Berto Burrito in the first matchup that a turn 3 Calm Before the Storm was relevant. It did provide a lot of damage and a lot of tempo throughout the entirety of the way, and I'm glad that we're seeing Finest Hour included in a lot of these decks at this point as well. I do feel like this card is extremely powerful, just given the notion of your deck, which is get a 1-cost unit in play, buff it up, and then start attacking.
All right, and the final deck from Silda. This is a very, very specific deck aimed to do one thing and one thing only. Yeah. Admirable.
Yeah, this is a deck that I have had a terrible record against, where the whole idea is to get to that Katyusha. It's to give it a double attack, buff it up, and then just attack a lot. Like I don't really know how to beat this deck. I feel like I have lost to it every single time I have played against it, and just frankly, I'm really, really curious why it hasn't been in more tournament situations, and I feel like probably it just took a long time to refine, because this looks like the most refined version of it I have seen. And with these kinds of combo decks, it is important, I think, to be really getting down to like eliminating the cards that you don't need in your deck, because it feels like you need a lot of stuff when it starts. But the whole idea is get to the end of the game. It's get a Katyusha in play. It's give it a bunch of attack and then kill the headquarters. That's it.
Yeah, that's going to be the 3 decks that Silda is bringing to the table. Let's keep an eye out if Kolbosnik is going to ban that hard-to-deal-with Katyusha 1-turn kill deck. But swapping over to Kolbosnik's deck, Flake, why don't you talk us through these 3 deck lists here for Kolbosnik?
Now, as a proud Canadian, I do know that if you are not prepared for the frigid winters and the alpine outdoorsness, you will get run over. This is a deck that we've seen before. Again, you can criticize the creativeness all you want of the fact that a good deck is being played, but frankly, a good deck is being played, and it's an important tournament, and that's why it's being played. It's a good deck, and that, as we've seen in the past, that if it is just left to its own devices, it can be problematic. Alpine is a thing. Germany, Italy as your ally gets the job done. One thing to note is that if that Pioneer 95 does hit the board early and goes unchecked, that could just be that extra push that really just gets the wheels turning that much faster and gets the game ended that much sooner.
And the next deck here for Kolbosnik, another familiar sight, Brit Air.
The Gladfish deck, Gladiator Swordfish, all together in one perfect, harmonious a back row bombardment style thing. We've seen what this can do. Again, with Japan as your ally, only one calm before the storm. If that can get drawn at an opportune time, you can see this deck just go, really, just get out of reach of your opponent in a hurry. The fact is that there's a lot of these cards that come out there as 1-drops that are really difficult to deal with right out of the gate. They kind of hit you from afar. They've got a nice, robust 3-point booty that is not easy to spank on the first turn, so it can get problematic. These are cards that are really cheap to deploy, easy to develop, difficult to remove. So the British Air list is here to stay, friends.
Yeah, 1 calm before the storm is just one thing that I can see here. And then the final deck list from Kolbasnik. Well, you know what this one does.
Katyusha OTK, friends. Basically, it's going to look weird. It's like, how are you ever going to win a game until suddenly, oh, that's how you win it. It's a very odd scenario when you're playing with OTK, because a lot of the deck, a lot of the time the player is merely looking to cycle through the deck to remove threats, to find the pieces necessary to convert on this OTK to go ahead and secure that victory. So decision making honestly is really geared mostly towards survival for these types of lists until they get the pieces necessary to actually convert on a win. So wonderful list. Again, I, much like Admirable, I just hate playing against OTKs because it just feels like you're constantly playing against the clock versus anything else, and it just could get really frustrating at times.
Admirable's looking like he has something to say.
Oh yeah. First of all, I do not hate playing against OTK decks. I quite love playing against them because it introduces me to decks that typically I would not have thought of on my own, and then I go, I'm gonna do that. I will say that all of these great analogies and alternate deck names that Flake has come up with has given me the idea of, rather than calling this a Katyusha OTK for 1 turn kill, we should just call it a Katyusha TK for a turn kill, because it takes a lot more than 1 turn. It's just, we don't know which turn it is. So it's just a turn it kills you on.
You know what? I'm down.
That's
I'm
all
down
the work is done on a turn.
Like, I'm down for it. And I'm down for Gladfish as well. The Gladfish deck, that sounds amazing. I love this Gladfish deck. It's Gladfish so much better than British Air. But let's jump. Let's keep it going. Let's jump on into the bands, and then you guys can keep making as many jokes as you want throughout the cast.
These are not jokes. Oh, look at that guy.
Oh, are
gone.
But the Gladfish survive, Admirable. That's the key part over here. Again, no falsestatements.com on this one. It's all truth, and unfortunately, nobody wants to deal with this Katyush. What is it? What do you call it?
Katyusha TK.
Katyushtika.
Sure.
Yeah, that's. I'll let you pronounce that one. But apparently, nobody wants to deal with that nonsense.
Well, it's not nonsense. I mean, it's not nonsense at all. That deck is extremely powerful. And I do remember the first time I played against it, where I was like, what is happening? And I had no idea, and then suddenly I got blasted, and I went, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, that's what's happening.
The next time I played against it, I almost beat it literally by just attacking constantly, because they actually have a pretty tough time removing things if they hit the front line. It's just you spend your entire turn attacking for 4. But I just started doing that, and it came very close to victory. My opponent actually drew very strongly afterwards to win. It does feel like the way to counter that deck is just to very much have a lot of experience against it and just understand the position that you're in. Continue to chip. They have a tough time actually removing the cards. So that's just something to think about. It's very difficult to handle, and that's why the players are banning it. Your lineups are not ready to handle it.
I will say this: anything that I don't understand is nonsense. So this Katyusha OTK, nonsense. String theory, nonsense. Driving in the UK, nonsense.
It's Flake's law.
Yes,
if something can't be understood, it won't.
Yeah, exactly. It's just not a thing at all. Astrophysics, nonsense. It's complete garbage.
British Air mirror match is what we have going on here, and I will say that going first is a very big deal in this one. A lot of things can change, but we'll notice these little tempo things like air superiority come into major effect in this matchup. The fact that you're able to wipe out these 1-3s that are so critical to the early game does feel like an extremely important measure. And I'm looking at Kolbasnik's hand here, and it does feel like that perhaps they have the lead in terms of hand quality at the moment.
The tough part here is that Kitty Hawk only can target ground units, because that would have been a nice cleanup of the opposing bomber there that had some work put into it. But take a look at this. Close air support right away. Goes ahead and gets rid of that Kitty Hawk. And like you said, going first does have an advantage. But again, those tempo plays of just removing your opponent's threats can be enormous. Because at this rate, if you cannot keep up, those planes are just going to continuously start just hammering down and making the trades that are necessary. Close air support comes in over here. Yeah.
You'll notice it that Zilda has to make this kind of call. You have to respect this. And Kobalsnik, again, with hand quality, this is why I was referring to it, is the Sendai regiments here able to completely wipe this out. It does eliminate your ability to attack this turn, but it also kind of eliminates your opponent's ability to recover this turn. So I do fear quite a bit for Zilda here. It's going to be dig for options and hope that you can recover. I feel like the only way to recover at this point is going to be to find a strong turn with Empire Strikes. I don't feel like you have many other ways to get there right now because the opposing board is just too large.
Yeah, it's an imposing board, and I don't think Kolbasnik is going to ever make a play to go ahead and move that Sendai regiment forward, as we saw Berto Burrito did in a previous match. This is a situation where he feels like you cannot give your opponent a fighter with Fury like that on a board that really is it wants those fighters off the out of the way. Zilda does have a fleet just waiting to launch, but he's got to make that call. They have to show up, and here's one of the first ones coming through. Again, a 1-drop, a 1-3 fighter that is going to at least pump the brakes on those bombers being able to access the row, access the HQ, but they are making sure there are easy pickings for that 4-4 in the back row that can just go ahead and come through. But yeah, man, that is a huge one as well.
This is just savage.
Well, it's shelling into a follow-up potential Monty, Admirable, and that just kind of opens the door for you to just start going face.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, that's what the fighters on Kobalsnik's side should be doing, I think, at this point. He's going to go ahead and chip away at the bombers. I think that chipping away at the initial bomber is not a poor idea. I do feel like this is kind of hedging your bets, where if Zilda has Empire Strikes and is able to keep enough bombers on board, that can really change things. But you'll see Zilda here going for that last call. And again, this is correct. This is the desperation call you're making. You are threatening to defeat your opponent if they cannot eliminate this, which means that Kobalsnik having this second Sendai regiment, or having a Sexton or having a Monty, it's all necessary in order to get to spots like this. And so when Zilda sees that second Sendai regiment, that does pretty much, I think, eliminate the dream of coming back from a spot like this. Yep, there's the cheerio. And I do not disrespect that at all. Mosquito perhaps gives you a little bit more time, but
Mosquito
it does
opens,
feel like Kobalsnik's hand is just so strong in this spot.
It's huge. It's absolutely huge, because even though this Mosquito is going to go ahead and actually buy you some time, you could actually, if you want to as well, perhaps kill one of the Sendais to bring out another fighter. But again, with the fact that Kolbasnik has all these bodies on the board, a very robust hand, maybe you just get rid of the threat that you know is going to potentially beat you rather than do this. But Zilda's move there to go ahead and beef up that one fighter was not bad, because if there was a situation where Kolbasnik could not answer that, he would have to go ahead and start, pounding that plane down, because that 11-11 with Fury was going to defeat you. So that was a risk that was, it seemed like desperation, but in reality, it was probably the best move. It's a situation where, all right, well, this is my one chance to win this game. If you do not have an answer, I win this. If you cannot just devote your entire board into this one unit, I got you. But, we saw it. Kolbasnik had a myriad of answers, a plethora of options, and just selected one of the cleanest ones.
It does feel like that Zilda has had some pretty impressive draws, and that Kobalsnik has continued to hedge the bets rather than just chip away at the headquarters here, and that maybe has given Zilda a bit of time. The fear that I have is that so much of Zilda's inventory has been lost in terms of, from the theory power draw perspective. I don't really know how to answer this. Deck density, 2 convoys are gone. You've used a bunch of close air support at this point. You are losing on the board. You were losing in card advantage. You were probably losing in deck quality. I will Sexton drawn though. And Kobalsnik, again, did not use Monty, did not decide to cycle the Monty in that perspective, instead just favored the overall perspective. And here's kind of what I was referring to. Deck density, that was the term I was going for there. with now more convoys over on Kobalsnik's side, I just feel like their average draw is going to be a little bit more powerful here, despite the fact that Zilda has just been on fire with these draws, and it's been necessary. If that had not happened, the game would have been lost because Kobalsnik's early start was so strong. But we're kind of in an even perspective here.
Well, you got to make the bounces. That Sexton's going to come back. I mean, the problem is now the Sexton will come back to make to answer one of these threats. The difference is that now you got two. You got a 5-1 with Fury, and you've got a 3-5 Wrath Lightning that bounced your Sexton back. So what are you pinning down here? I feel like you pin down the 5-1 and start working away. I mean, each of those Sendai regiments has a nice little Easter egg inside of it that you can go ahead and crack open. So that's probably the route you want to take here. The difference is that there's still a Monty. There's still a Monty that can just go ahead and absolutely freeze your board if necessary. 2 more Swordfish come through. That's a nice trade. Get rid of the 5-1. We're going to go ahead and just chip some damage there as well. This actually does open up, if necessary, Admirable. If you want to go ahead and Sendai into the other Sendai, at least yours will be alive and well. But again, you're talking about Zilda just kind of using up both his Christmas and birthday wishes all together here off the top to sort of give him some life. And eventually you're just going to run out of options.
Monty here trying to find something else. Another Wrath Lightning gets picked up. But how do you want to handle this Sexton? That feels like the difficult one to handle at the moment.
Wow,
wow,
looks to me,
interesting.
yeah.
Buffing up the Sendai to attack. This feels like a really nice play here from Kobalsnik's side. However, the full board means that this Wrath Lightning is sticking that Sendai back in the hand.
And it's such a great play as well. Again, Zilda just counting his blessings here. Every single card off the top has been helpful here. That Wrath Lightning with the crowded support line.
Both players are just on fire with their draws. And part of this is the matchup. You know, when your decks are lined up this way and they kind of operate like this, your draws are going to typically look pretty impressive, especially if you've been kind of going neck and neck. But my gosh, it just feels like these timings are just like, are these wizard planes? They're just like everything is showing up exactly when they mean to.
Yes, it's Air Harry Potter is what this is.
Harry Potter, yeah.
Harry Potter. But that's going to really just kind of, stamp out a little bit there. It's not the best Empire Strikes that we've ever seen, but it does get the job done. But man, oh man, Zilda just buying himself time here. Monty Burns.
Love to see it.
Oh,
plus
boy.
And +1 when it survives combat. Well, there's not much combat on the board it's going to be able to survive at this point, and I do feel like that is probably going to be the end now. Kobalsnik gets to play another unit. Let's stick that back in hand. Let's buff the entire board.
It's just the calm before the storm. I mean, how many more bags of tricks can Zilda dig into to make this happen? The air superiority does not look like that's the case, and we're just going to go ahead and this one, Zilda pulls the plug on his own situation here, but you gotta say, he went down kicking and screaming. It looked like that one was over well before it actually ended, as Kobalsnik does take game number 1. Zilda, though, fighting like a banshee in that one.
That's one of those tough matchups, and I think that what you saw in that matchup where Zilda is favoring even the desperation calls when they take place, it gives you an idea of what you need in order to be winning as many of these games as you possibly can. You know, the idea there isn't this game that I win. It's that sometimes that's the highest win rate that you have. It could be a minuscule percentage that you will never, ever, ever see again in a situation like that. But the ability to capitalize on situations like that and understand that that's the circumstance you're in, that's a very difficult thing to do. It requires a lot of experience and a lot of strategy thought. It's a very nuanced situation when it comes to games like this, is the understanding that, you know what, I'm just not in a winnable spot here. I have to take the desperate call. They took the desperate call and look at how far they got in the game because of it. That does not happen if you don't do that.
Now, this is a matchup that I'm very intrigued by, Admirable. Again, Zilda is back against the wall here, down 1-0 to Kobalsnik. But look at the cards that Kobalsnik has. You have the Pioneer 95s. You have the 22nd Infantry. There's a lot of great things that you can just deploy on the board. The problem is that all this air power. We discussed this earlier, Admirable. You made the point. The fact that Alpine has a lot of infantry units. They're not mobile. They're very slow. they're not really gonna start becoming threats until they're in the front line, but that takes time. That takes credits to develop. In the meantime, Zilda's just dropping planes and taking names, baby, and that's what's happening here. As every single unit that comes down has to stare down this gauntlet of units, and look at this. There's calm before the storm, Admirable, and again, the fact that these units do not have the mobility necessary to go ahead and address this Air Force is what might just become incredibly overwhelming, because even this Panzer 35T is gonna just bounce off this board.
You know, here's the thing: is that these little tanks here, they're helping a lot, because now Zilda does have to pay attention to recovery from a situation like this. You know, this was looking like a smooth sailing game from Zilda's side of things, and Monty might still make that the case, but this pair of tanks here being able to wipe out this bomber and sit and play made a big difference here. You'll notice Zilda just going straight for the dome, though. You'll love to see it. This is Empire Strikes making this difference here. Zilda next turn with this board pinned is able to wipe out the board and then deliver a bunch of damage. Kobalsnik says now it's personal. They're going to be dropping a lot of Alpine this turn, but I feel like this Alpine is not going to be quick enough.
Damn right, and that's what I like to see, man. Like, you and I have discussed this before. There's a lot of horniness for value trading, but in this case, man, if you see that the board is so slow, so immobile, get that damage in ASAP, because you are going to go ahead and put them in a tough spot. If they cannot get to the front line, and look at that, close air support off the top, Admirable, this is insane.
What do you actually do here, though, from Zilda's side? Like, are you favoring damage to the dome, or are you favoring chipping off units? Oh, excuse me. I keep forgetting that Empire Strikes is just every single plane. I don't know why I always assume this is bombers. It's that other ridiculous removal card that's the bombers part.
It's bombers. It is bombers, because it did 3 to everything, so it's 1 plus all the bombers that you got. So you got.
Why do I always confuse this card with something else? I don't understand. Like, I feel like I need to read this card 163,000 times before I fundamentally understand exactly what it's doing. The point is, Zilda won the game. And Zilda won the game with a card that's called Calm Before the Storm. But really what that was is back-to-back storms hitting you in the face.
Yeah.
Like, my gosh, Brit Air is just so refined from what it used to be. I mean, this card used to have like 7-cost cards and 8-cost cards, all sorts of weird nonsense that I didn't really understand. And ever since it's been trimmed down to this thing that's like 4 convoys, business, this deck has felt like it is just massive and scary the entirety of the time. And I think that this is a pretty firm back-to-back demonstration of why. Brit Air's loss right now is to Brit Air. Not surprising. But we've been seeing some of the most ridiculous openers I think that you can get from that deck. Having the 1/3s in the early game is a big difference. But we're past that point now, and we're on to the Alpine decks, which are it's kind of like the bootleg Brit Air. It's like it's Germany ground. There we go.
It's like they haven't necessarily mastered flight yet, but they got the spirit of the idea, right? It's all there.
The Wright brothers are on their way. Don't worry. It's that very slow plane they had. It got a little bit off the ground. They're not, quite willing to go across the Atlantic yet.
Yeah, it's like that. Like, yeah, exactly. That is it that like Da Vinci contraption? Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what they got going on there. Nonetheless, I mean, we're tied up here. It is the quarterfinals of the OCC. Zilda of Greece, Kobalsnik of the Ukraine. They are fighting for a ticket into the semifinals here, and it is an Alpine mirror, and we saw in the previous both Brit Air decks have just been devastating. And again, when you have a deck that can just establish quickly, grow out of control where necessary against infantry that just seems so immobile, frankly, for this Alpine list, those Panzer 35Ts were probably some of the most valuable units that they had, given the fact that they can deploy, operate for free, and attack on the same deployment, all for 2 credits. Those were incredibly necessary to go ahead and address those planes. This is a different story, though. This is a completely different story. Both players are going to be playing with the same archetype, the same type of deck here, where they are going to be playing with infantry. There's going to be a lot of tug of war here for that front line.
Yeah, and I do feel like right now that Kobalsnik's opening hand was not impressive, and that so far Zilda's has been quite impressive. 2 Alpine units already in play, and this is why Sudden Strike started to really make an appearance in this list was because it's like, hey, wait a second, almost all these Alpine units cost 2 or less. When your opponent gets way ahead, let's blow a couple of them up and maybe get back into the game. Zilda right now, though, still a second Alpine unit in game and taking the front line again, and having this 2-2 now threaten to chip away at life for the rest of the game. And so for Kowalczyk, this is really going to boil down to, can they get a hold of this situation again in this matchup? I do feel a little bit worried for Kowalczyk's side because it feels like their list is a little bit more focused on value from my perspective than what Zilda's list is focused around. Zilda's list feels much more focused around tempo, much less focused around value, and it very much could be a favor of Zilda at this point, despite the fact that Zilda was going second. The opening hand quality plus the fact of the focus of tempo versus value. Even though it's a slight focus, it is coming into effect here. Kowalczyk 2 copies of Enigma in the deck, I believe, and that is making it a little bit tougher.
So as it stands
sure I have
now,
the right ones here.
Yeah, Zilda's going to take that free trade on the Bomber and establish another Panzer 35T. Those bad boys are pretty good, if you ask me, frankly. Blitz, free operation, deploy for 2. Why not? And look at that. The population of the front line has just significantly grown, Admirable, and that is a tough one to deal with, especially when you have an infantry-based list that just has trouble accessing damage to your opponent's HQ without having the front line. So Zilda being able to just continuously maintain that front line, again, continue to develop the Alpine units, getting extra juice on each one of those units that are playing, and another Panzer 35T. That probably completes the trio, frankly. What a great board here. Again, pushing damage. Zilda, who was, just blown out of the water early in game 1, has just stormed back majestically. And Zilda really fought hard in that first game, kept it close, and suddenly all that momentum is shifted to Zilda. And it seems a little too late here as Kowalczyk is finally, mounting a board that's not terrible, but like the life totals are just too different now. Whereas you could see Zilda's just saying, all right, you spend your credits to remove my stuff. I'm just going to keep going face.
Yeah, encirclement with Blitz, that's going to close things out here. Kowalczyk says that your name has been noted, and rightfully so. Zilda taking the win here in the series, 2-1 after losing that first game in the Brit Air mirror match. And perhaps that's what the calm before the storm was referring to, was game 3 as we headed into this one, because Zilda's hand was pretty fantastic in that particular match. But I do want to say that just more into that focus was, I do feel like Kowalczyk's hand was just quite poor in that matchup. It's very rare that you actually see these tech choices coming into effect here. And again, 2 copies of Enigma, that's combined with Admiral Hipper. We saw what that was supposed to be in our first match that we broadcast, the idea of bouncing something to your opponent's hand and then drawing more cards with the Enigma. One of the 2 copies of Enigma got drawn in Kowalczyk's early hand, and that was a punishing effect. That was effectively a card that just did not exist in that game. That could have been the difference in a matchup like that. I would say that would probably be a piece of removal in that matchup otherwise, and it just was not the case. And it's very rare you see that come into fruition, but it did this time, and you're paying the tax.
Yeah, and Zilda also drew a whole host of early removal as well. He ended the game sitting on 2 sudden strikes, and those sudden strikes will pretty much kill all of the, Alpine units that you're spamming out if you are Kowalczyk. So plenty of answers at the ready there for Zilda. But with that match in the books, let's take a look at the bracket and see where everything stands. We have now completed the quarterfinals. As previously noted, we showed 2 featured quarterfinals. From now on, we will show every single match of the tournament, and we're going to start by watching a 15-15 versus J King 7 at the top of the semifinals there, followed by Berto Burrito versus Zilda, then followed by the 3rd place match, and of course the grand finals at the end. Now, before we move on over to the semifinals, let's take a quick little break. And when we come back, we'll be bringing you all the action from the remainder of the bracket, starting with a 15-15 versus J King. Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. My name is Ollie. With me are Flake and Admirable, and we are about to bring you the semifinals, starting with the match between J-King7 and A1515. Now, A1515 has made it all the way into the semifinals here after finishing the season 36th on the ladder, right? So he's fought himself from one of the last qualification spots to get into even the pre-tournament, all the way into the semifinals, and now he faces a big task in J-King. Admirable, what are you looking at for this match? What do you feel like A1515 has to bring to the table here to stand a chance?
Well, I feel like that what A1515 needed to bring to the table here, what was certainly brought to the table, which is number one, a really cool, unique name. And then number two is bringing decks that are going to be able to fight. And that feels like exactly what's been brought to the table here. We're looking at, pretty much the two major decks that are influence of the tournament, British Air and the Alpine decks, but also a US tempo deck, which is like a deck that can be kind of a mid-range deck, but for the most part, it's just a pretty aggressive deck. It wants to keep going the entirety of the time. That's almost the identical thing that J-King has brought to the table here. I will say that there are some pretty distinct differences in the builds themselves. So when y'all look at the deck lists, make sure that you're looking at them and trying to identify these little tiny things. There's some things in here that are very much J-King when I look at J-King's lists, and when I'm looking at A15's lists, there's some stuff I'm interested in and some stuff that I feel pretty impressed by. And so I feel like when we're looking at J-King's lists here first, that this is the stuff that I kind of want to take a look at, because this feels like probably the most refined and the most aggressive that I have seen a list of J-King when it comes to the OCC. And that to me says that there has been some pretty distinct differences in the meta just from a month ago, and I cannot wait to see how he's going to be battling through this.
Yeah, I mean, let's just take a look at the deck list and you talk us through these minute changes that you are seeing in J-King's deck list here.
When I look at J-King's deck again, the focus on tempo and less focus on value is something that I am typically pretty excited in. I will say with this list, though, it does feel like the J-King had that little tiny bit of tilt towards the value side of things. 2 copies of Enigma, 1 copy of Flampanzer. I do feel like the 1 copy of Flampanzer is something that is a little bit stand out to me in this particular list. We're noticing there's no sudden strikes in here either as well. I'm curious if this, in my head, means that he intends to ban Alpine when it comes to a situation like this. You don't have quite as much to fight back against the board, and that is a little bit of a concern to me. It is still an Alpine list, which is extremely powerful, but a little bit more focused on the value side than the others one. So as we move on here to the British Air list from J-King, this is one where it does feel like, again, it has been heavily focused into one spot more than the others, which is going to be the tempo side of things. 2 Calm Before the Storm, 3 Air Superiority. The one thing that's very J-King about this to me is 3 copies of Convoy and 1 copy of Lend-Lease. It feels like he is just never going to let go of the copy of Lend-Lease when it comes to a British deck. He is going to find a way to draw 4 cards, even if it means that he could have killed you this turn. He's going to want to draw cards more anyway, because J-King is probably going to kill you anyway. That just seems to be the way that J-King has been working. And then as the third list we come to, it is the US deck with 3 copies of We Can Do It. And this is a list I love. We Can Do It has easily been one of my favorite cards when it comes to any of these US lists, because it's so threatening to establish your board. You develop your board and it looks fine, looking interesting, looking a little bit threatening, but then it becomes distinguished. It becomes sophisticated. We can do it. These units get buffed and they're very difficult to deal with afterwards. And I want to note here the copy of Island Hopping in this deck. This is a very unusual copy of a card, I think, to include in any list. But with a list like this US Frontline, what's happening is all of your units can become a real threat now because of this single copy of a card. Normally, you're not really worried about your opponent hitting you with a tank sometimes, especially if it's just by itself. The fact that it's now getting larger if it hits you, that's a big problem.
I also just noticed the combination between the 109th Combat Engineers being an infantry unit and the Panzer 35T, meaning that you'll push the Panzer 35T up to 3 attack, meaning you can proc Island Hopping within a same turn for basically 3 credits. That means deploying from your hand, operating it into the front line, and attacking the HQ. So a lot of chances to proc that, actually.
Yeah. The one final note I wanted to make here was the 3 copies of Flampanzer in this list from J-King. The fact that there's 3 copies of it in this one and only 1 copy in the Alpine list, that to me is the one thing that has that mark to it that if I was capable of, like if I was a journalist for Cards OCC tournament, which would be a very fringe journalist, this would be the one thing I would investigate, because 3 copies of Flampanzer in this list versus 1 copy of Flampanzer in the Alpine list, that makes very little sense to me.
Yeah, no, I get that, and maybe J King will give us some additional context around that in the future. This might make sense if he intends to ban out Alpine, right? And like,
Sure.
wants the US deck to be his answer to Alpine, and doesn't want to play Alpine Mirror. But looking over at A15-15's decks, Flake, why don't you talk us through these some familiar faces there, but also kind of a slightly unique US frontline deck.
All right, so imagine our surprise, ladies and gentlemen, when the winner of the Pulitzer Prize is awarded to Nathan Admirable Zamora for his wonderful journalism in OCC Quarterly. That will be the day, but I will be there to pop champagne with you, Admirable, when that occurs. But
Me
yeah,
too.
here it happens.
Thanks.
Well, there it is. There's a British list again, friends. We've seen this one before. Again, Gladfish combo. Gotta get there. Gotta make it happen. Double combo before the storm. The double Sendai regimen again to just go ahead and just sweep away some problematic units. There's also a Type 93 in here, which is quite fascinating, and it gives everything a little bit of extra juice, and the double copies of air superiority as well. So Type 93 is a little bit of extra flavor, but the P40 Kitty Hawk's in there, Mosquito, Churchill to clean up a mess, Empire Strikes. I mean, nothing really to dig into too deep on this one. All right, well, Germany is still on the warpath here in this tournament again. Germany seems to have found a nice ally with Italy, as the Alpine list is something to worry about. Now, we have seen how this deck can possibly get stopped. If this just runs into a British air list that can go first, establish quickly, and just get overrun, frankly, if that British air list can just develop real quick, it can become very problematic for these infantry units to not just establish themselves and survive, but it's going to take a couple turns for them to move from the support line into that front line. Now, the British list that is not really going to seek to control that front line. It doesn't need to, but what it wants to do is just go ahead and take the value trades where necessary and clean up this Alpine list. This Alpine list is going to have to come through and really connect real fast on a board that is going to be troublesome for other lists to go ahead and clean it up, because once this list does get to the front line, it can spell trouble for the opponent.
Absolutely. And the final deck list here.
Well, the USA is still rolling here, baby. And again, we're going to have a bunch of, you got the 507th PIR, which is going to be supporting a lot of those infantry units, 109th Combat Engineers. Now, pair it up with Germany here, the Panzer 35T, the Verbelvin, and a single copy of Flampanzer. Now, Admiral discussed earlier about how these Flampanzers are effective. And frankly, you're thinking about it, well, what's the value in getting rid of a one-cost unit? Maybe I just shove one Flampanzer in there, because frankly, if I'm drawing this late, it could be problematic. Well, we've seen the damage that these one-cost units can do. Alpine has a lot of one-cost units that can grow out of control, not to mention the Gladiator or the Swordfish are all one-drops that really get out of control. If you're able to go ahead, establish a Flampanzer to just kill one of those threats, and then have the mobility of the tank to move forward and continue to threaten and attack on the next turn, that is huge. A single Flampanzer is going to be exceptionally valuable based on the matchup here, but we do like these USA lists, and again, we can do it. We've seen a perfect description of what this card can do to your board. It's not just about this development, it's about establishment, right? Stamping them in there as saying, we are here, we're not going anywhere, we don't want any winners, right? So that's what they're here for. So that's basically what that card is there to do. It's just to basically go in there and just make sure that the threats that you've established continue to be threats that give your opponent a little bit of a headache.
You know what? I really, really hope that this is the mirror matchup that we get to see these two USA decks go against each other, because I think the things both you and Admirable have highlighted here, with the introduction and how many copies of Flampanzers are in there, that might be the difference maker in that mirror matchup. So really, really exciting to see that potentially. Let's take a look at the bans here before we head on into the match. As we can see here, J King has banned out A15-15's Brit Air deck, and A15-15 has returned the favor, so no one will be taken to the skies in this matchup. This will be very much a ground warfare series. Admirable, what are you looking forward to seeing that both Brit Air decks are out?
Well, what I'm looking forward to seeing that both Brit Air decks get knocked out is that we're going to see the third deck that players have brought to the table actually make it into play in this matchup. In the previous matchup, we saw both Soviet Katyusha TKs get banned, and it was Brit Air and Alpine, and that was the entirety of the match. And it does feel like that Brit Air Alpine has pretty much been the standard line coming into this one, but now it's a little bit different. The US has showed up, and now it's Alpine and US is going to be our fight that's taking place here. And I cannot wait to see this one, because US is you know, it is quite a coincidence that I live in the US and that the US is my favorite matchup for pretty much the entire game of cards. However, it's just because I like taking the front line and drawing lots of cards. That's the part I really like in this one, Flake. And J King going first here, that does feel like it's a big part of what this deck is about. And the idea here for J King, looking at that Panzer 35T, getting rid of the 507th PIR here, I have to say that I agree with this, because you need to find some 1-drops. We're in turn 1 land right now, and that's exactly what J King finds.
That's it. You're absolutely right. Again, you want to go into turn 1 land. You need price of admission, and they don't take itchy and scratchy dollars. You got to have a 1-drop to actually throw in there, and what a great one to have. Again, that you want to go through here. Again, following up with the 35T is great. Typically, you're thinking, okay, maybe move that unit up, play the other 32nd, maybe start thinning out the deck. No. That 35T has one mission. It is to get to the front line on turn 2 and start either cleaning out problematic units, and those Alpines do snowball out of, no pun intended, but they do snowball out of control when left to their own devices. And you still have a chance to go ahead and continue to establish. Not to mention, hey, there's another Flampanzer. If they want to drop a 1-drop, I got you on that one too. If not, I'll move forward, drop some more stuff on the board. My Flampanzer's already coming in at a discount. It's all gravy right now. But what J King needs to start thinking about here is that you do want to have that US unit on the front line, so that on your next turn, that M4 Sherman will draw for you. So that is the play here. Move again, having option for next turn. If that 2-1 survives in the front row, Sherman could be the next follow-up play.
Look at these beautiful gold cards that are sitting in play. There's a polished brass that J King has. And suddenly, the decision-making has begun. Do you move to the front line, or do you take the card draw right away? For J King here, this is not an easy choice. You do want to manipulate the front line, and when you move all these 2-1s to the front line, it kind of muddies those waters real quick.
Well, the thought process here could be, I have the Shermans ready to go. I could just clog up the front row and establish some more units, give my opponent a little bit of something to think about, because if I just flood it, he's not going to get rid of them. So I'll just have more of them there. I'll Sherman next turn and see what happens. But instead, opting to just go ahead, let's establish a Sherman. Next turn, you can move it forward. You can attack with it, but that is an expensive maneuver. That's going to cost you 4 credits to get that done. Now, that's a great card to pick up, because that's going to go ahead and increase everything into a beautiful range. Not to mention the 35T is also looking pretty spicy here.
Yeah, I do feel like that this actually was the tiebreaker thought for J King, was the idea of drawing 109th Combat Engineer here, and that meaning that these 2-1s become 3-1s instead. That's a major threat to this principle, because the entire idea here from J King's perspective is to keep this front line muddied as much as possible until you draw the big momentum swings, until you draw We Can Do It, until you get strategic bombing. Or you just run your opponent out of cards. Like, you can win the attrition war here pretty easily as well, because now A15, they're backed up pretty hard. They're going to be playing some big units, but there is a threat of damage on your headquarters as well. You can't just ignore the fact that this front line is getting built out, especially when there's a 109th Combat Engineers in play, because there's just more damage that's going to be available here. So every single turn, J King's looking for an opportunity to capitalize on this momentum in some way or another, either with the 101st Airborne, with the right draw off the top, or with Flampanzers being able to wipe out some of these big Alpine units that will be costing 1 credit.
And keep in mind over here now, those Alpine units coming in with a 4-drop booty is that's a lot. Even Cisco is singing about that kind of booty, and here it comes. I mean, it's not an easy cleanup here, because that 3 attack, even though they're getting a little bit of extra help from the 109th in the back row, 4 drops, 4 defense on these units those will trade into these little dudes, and they're getting work done here. A 5-3, that 101st that's in the front row with that ambush is enormous, because that's
not a joke.
That is not a joke at all, Admirable. I mean, it dropped down, got the job done, and now it's holding court up there. That's a 2-unit solution that you need for A15-15 here. That's a tough cookie, baby. That's going to stand tall there for a while.
Is a pretty big turn from A15-15 here, though. You'll notice that one of the choices that's been included in this particular matchup is going to be the 6th Alpine Regiment. A guard unit's pretty unusual for a spot like this, and strategic bombing getting drawn here for J-King as well. Again, continue to muddy this front line. For J-King here, seeing that Alpine Regiment, it is not guarding the headquarters in this spot. So J-King could decide to take the 5 damage there, instead decides to take the development of a unit. I think probably wise given the situation that they're in right now, because the ambush is being checked. A15 has played a card that does contest the ambush spot, which is just a big unit that guards the rest of your board and threatens to wipe out the ambush spot. That does not matter to J-King, however, because of that strategic bombing. I feel like if that had not been drawn, this would have been a much different turn. It would have taken a lot longer to think about this. But as it stands, I think J-King is in a spot to perhaps make a massive outcome happen in these next couple turns.
Yeah, the problem here is that strategic bombing costs 6, and it's not even cleaning up. It's only cleaning up half the units in the back row. You still have to deal with an 8-7. You still have to deal with the 4-5 that's back there. There's still an enormous amount of threat that's there. Patrol's going to go ahead and clean up a little bit of the mess, but now you're staring down a situation where I got a 6-5 body that I've got to punch through. That's going to take 2 units. My 109th now is just taking up real estate. I can't even develop. So I have to feed this unit in the front line if I want anything to happen, because there's no room for maneuvering here. And as you can see here, it's just threat after threat after threat. Another 6-5 coming through, and everything on top of that is just going to get greasier and greasier. And it's a situation now where A15 is even considering, all right, well, do I drop the Panzer? Do I Enigma here for an additional, 2 cards? I mean, is it worth it at that point? What's the situation? It could be a plan here where you're just dropping your Panzers and maybe Enigmaing next turn.
I'm kind of curious about this situation because in A15's spot here, what I would be looking at is just how do I get the most out of my stuff? And the way you get the most out of your stuff right now is exactly that. Hit the headquarters. The whole defense perspective right now is on J-King's side. If they cannot defend against what you're doing, that means you win the game. The way for them to defend is to take the front line. If they don't have the front line, it means cash in. Let those units attack the headquarter and then figure the rest out after the fact. For J-King here, they are capable of checking this front line, but are they capable of taking the front line? Not when they have to spend this many credits in order to kill stuff. So I think that for A15 here, they have at least decided on the proper spot here, which is next turn, it's going to be a couple Panzers and an Enigma, because J-King is spending the entire turn attacking units. That means you're not developing that many credits. Big deal.
Part of it involves is the fact that if there's a body in the front row like that, if the front line is being occupied by this just gigantic, sack of bones, you got to be able to punch through it. But that's a bill that you're going to have to pay. J-King had to go ahead and front the cash for that one. The credits had to come out of his pocket to make those trades. But he did earn the front line again. The Sherman is standing in the front line, and the 507th is back in the hand. You got another 109th combat engineers going on. Double Flam Panzer. They haven't really found what they wanted to find here. At this point, they're just 3/3s with mobility. But the first Marines is a card that I know that you like very much, Admirable. But at this rate, it just seems like it's incredibly problematic.
Very much, I think A15 has a minor lead at this point. It's still tough to say who is in the lead in this matchup. The one reason I would say it's A15 is because of the recognition to connect with headquarters rather than try to trade and manipulate value in some way. The Flam Panzer here on J-King's side, it can make a difference. However, can you do something stronger? And that is a pretty good question. Do you want your opponent to waste their Alpine on doing something else? Like they play a bigger Alpine unit and make a different play because of it, and then you're capitalizing because of the Flam Panzer. Do you just want to get frontline going? I think frontline going and the potential to buff this backline as well, big deal.
Yeah, and this is a situation that J-King kind of rolled it back a little bit over there. The immediate play seems to be obviously, well, I'm just going to Flam Panzer the Pioneer 95 in the back row. Why would I not? But at this rate, with a deck that just operates with such low credit costs on a lot of their units, is that 1 extra credit really important right now versus myself taking the front line and establishing the 507th to continue to beef up the board? Is that what's more important right now? So J-King opting in this case to just own that front line versus an Alpine unit that needs to take it. So that's a decision, that's a branch of the decision tree that he went down rather than just playing the Flampanzer. But now, I mean, options are limited. Your hand is kind of looking so-so. You have your own Pioneer 95. You got 109th as well. But 1 Flampanzer, 2 Flampanzer, and this is where that strategy's paying off, Admirable. We've seen it before, man. That is what's happening. Those Flampanzers are now just coming through, and they've cleaned up. The problem is there's still a 6-8 guard in the back row, and that's no joke.
Yeah, and the real problem behind that is, I did not expect this. So from A15 side, I thought that the play was going to be to use the Flampanzers to cash in and then move this 6-8 guard to the front line and then draw your card from the 2-1 and keep that 2-1 protected. Instead, A15 has favored the connection of headquarters, a value trade, and using the 6-3 and cashing in on the health total here. And I feel like this could be a big difference in how this matchup is going to be played now, because J-King has 2 value trades, a move to the front line of 3-1s, and that 6-8 is no longer a 6-8. It's now a 6-3, which is challenged by the Flampanzers. Like, this is insane how much of a difference this is.
Is there a situation perhaps where you use the 109th to kill one of those Panzers and then 1 Flampanzer, and then you move the other Flampanzer up and just immediately trade with the 6-3, own that front line, stop the 2-1 from getting there?
I don't want to lose my 3-2. That's what I don't want to do. I feel like this has turned into an attrition battle, and I think it's important to make the most of this. Plus, you still have the Befelswagen here to be able to take this front line as well. And so I think that the difference here is how to use this Befelswagen. I think that J-King has done it correctly here, which is you put it into play so that way it doesn't move into play to be value traded by this 6-3. When A15 takes that value trade on with their 6-8 in the back line, it's time to start really focusing on the attrition aspect of it. And so for J-King here, it's do you move this 3-2 to the front? Because now you're offering a 3-2 to be traded and keep a 4-1 instead. And for J-King, he says, yes, I do want to be able to deliver attacks on the headquarters. And for A15 here, I feel like this Obice is going to be a major difference. That is a huge artillery unit that's hitting play, and this could be the determining factor.
Yeah, he's got that obese Obice is offering some fat damage, I gotta say. It is pretty nasty when it's sitting there behind a guard, Alpine online. That is a nasty thing to do, especially against a deck that needs the mobility factor of a tank, let's say. Something that can get in there and really get into the nitty-gritty. Because at this point, no cards left. J-King can go ahead, trade with the 6-3, and then 4-1 into the Obice. The pronunciation will come to me, my friends, I promise you. But Hellcat, that's a great pickup right there. That is an answer. One of the few super mobile units that J-King could have picked up here.
I think it's an important draw because what happens is it gives you 2 3-2s in play, which lets you destroy your opponent's last Alpine unit and connect for 3. So look who's won the attrition war right now. Can A15 capitalize on it, though? Draws a research, but I don't really know if that research is exactly what you're looking for right now. Like, this is not able to be cashed in for a huge perspective at the moment, but it can build to something perhaps happening that is very dangerous for J-King. The one thing I will say is that with A15's trade, where they traded into the 4-1 instead of the 3-2s, they left a US unit at the front line, so Sherman became active. We Can Do It comes into play, which is going to help this 3-5 stay alive. And suddenly, A15 is under a clock, but they are researching big. Enigma, dead card.
No. That's a terrible card to pick up over here. I think you just got to go down the whole route here. You're looking probably to just go ahead and scorch the board. Absolutely, full time. And at this point, J-King's just not going to give him anything else. If the card that A15 drew didn't hit the board, J-King's got to suspect that it's not going to happen.
These are not good draws for A15. And so J-King fighting this attrition battle is showing you exactly why value matters, but exactly why tempo matters as well. And so here we go. 2-3 is going to get turned into a 2-6. You draw a card, your headquarters is getting restored. We Can Do It, my favorite card. It is so powerful, even despite the fact that when you read this, you go, I don't understand. This seems like a very weak card. And in pretty much every card game I have ever played, this feels like a weak effect. Catalina gets drawn as well. J-King with a thumbs up in a huge lead right now.
Yeah, that's going to get you some damage from the back row if necessary, because earlier it was going to be problematic. Moving that 99 to the front was, victory was still a few turns away for J-King, but picking up a 3-point, that Catalina with the damage from the back row, just in general, I mean, what a nice draw. We can do it, Admirable, and in this case, it looks like J-King can do it again, as he's up 1-0 in the semifinals here of the OCC.
My gosh, this is just strong planning on both sides, honestly. Like, both players demonstrating, I think, a very core understanding of what their builds are trying to do, and J-King taking a step back, and it really all, to me, boils down to that Flampanzer turn that was very early on, where the instinct was Flampanzer this unit, and then it was, wait a second, is the one credit that this Pioneer 95 is offering right now a big deal, or is landing a more timely momentum swing from these Flampanzers a bigger deal? And the more timely tempo momentum shift thing that J-King did, that was really the important factor on that one. And that is a huge step when you're talking about these matchups. Your opponent's expecting you to do certain things. And when you don't do certain things, a lot of times they wipe that card out of your hand range. I guarantee you A15 was not thinking 2 Flampanzers in my opponent's hand. They didn't have much of a choice because they were in attrition battle and they're being isolated. But when you don't expect your opponent to have 2 Flampanzers, then 2 show up, it's a lot different of a game that's taking place there. And so now it's an Alpine mirror match. J-King going to be going first in this one, as it has a Pioneer 95 in the opening, has a Through the Breach as well. Noticed pitched away the 3-cost Alpine unit, and I think that is in thought of, if this Pioneer 95 gets checked, that means that 3-cost is not coming down for a while. And if it doesn't get checked, what that means is my opponent probably, can have their own 1-drop that I want to take care of.
Oh, it feels bad when the Panzer 35T comes down with an actual operation cost. Disgusting. What is this? What are we playing? Exactly. I would have just at that rate, you just pass. What's the point? But yeah, in general here, frankly, that previous match came down to the fact that it wasn't just a matter of having the Flampanzers, but holding on to them, because there was a situation where J-King opted not to use it when the 1-drop came down. So A15 is thinking he doesn't have a Flampanzer. And then it's not just 1, it's 2. We just doubled the offer, Billy Mays style. And frankly, it ultimately, it was a deal that J-King could not resist. And it took that game 1-0. But this is a whole different ballgame here. Alpine versus Alpine. It's a tough matchup, frankly.
Yeah. For those of you under the age of 46 and don't know what the Billy Mays offer is, it's just a strong offer that you can't refuse.
Yeah.
So for J-King here, this was a pretty strong offer he couldn't refuse, and I think the plan was wipe out a 2-cost Alpine unit, get your own Alpine unit in play. And A15 firing back with the exact same notion of this. And J-King, we saw like the cringing on his face where he wasn't quite sure what to do with the spot that they were in, because it just frankly is not super powerful. And so now you're looking at this Through the Breach. It's supposed to be taking out really key critical cards for momentum shifts. I feel like this is a Through the Breach for value, which is not really what this card's designed to do.
Well, players are already got the snowmen are getting built up here. Those Arctic Commandos are getting themselves bundled up for the inevitable fireworks that will occur. Again, the front line is incredibly important in this matchup, as both players not necessarily having much that can really do damage from the support line. So it's going to be important. You don't just want to move up there and give your opponent some free trades. As important as owning that front line is, also maintaining a board and creating tempo swings that are favorable for you is also important. You don't want to just go ahead, spend credits to own that front line just to be fed into the maw of A15's backline that he is establishing himself. So J-King here, some tough draws early. It's the way that it goes though in these games. He is up 1-0 in this series, but as it stands, it seems like he's a little bit under the gun as we see A15 just start to dump these dudes on the board, and they are getting a pat on the back from the Alpine. The archetype is just giving them that boost that's necessary. A 6-5 in this case is that is a mountain of a man that J-King's going to have to answer.
And not really a good way to answer it. And I think the facial expression is pretty much expressing everything that I could possibly say about J-King's spot right now. Winnable, but low key. I guess it's like low key. This is winnable. High key. This is really tough.
Yeah, J-King was making a face there like, ah.
Yeah,
okay.
You'll notice the previous turn, J-King was thinking about playing the Nashub, but it was going to change the complete way that they were operating the previous turn. And I agree with not playing the Noshub on the turn previous to the one J King just had. But if the Noshub had been in play on this turn, it could have changed things. However, the entire board shift would be different. You know, this would be a 6-7. I'm sorry, a 7-6 that's coming down right now instead. For J King here, I just feel like every comeback potential is going to have to be based around tempo and value. And that's exactly what the Jag Bomber's here for. It's to get you some tempo and then get you some value. It's going to take a bit, but it's definitely possible. J King not out of this yet, despite the fact that they're incredibly behind.
What's amazing here is that A15 is going to have 2 22nd infantries to just drop into the back row. You move forward with some of those big boys, start threatening that HQ, and on the back end, what are you doing? Well, you're dropping in more card draw. ×2. That's a pretty decent hand, even though they're only 2 costs. They're not really doing a whole lot, but they are getting you through your deck, and that's part of what you want to do here. J King, though, is fighting back. The board is growing. That you do have some potential trades that can be made if necessary. That 6-5 is going to be staring down a bomber and a 4-3.
That's a big draw. Removal is so good in the matchup, especially when you're ahead. And look at this front line now. This is real. A15, more deploy. J King, big trouble.
It's not looking good. I mean, it's not looking good. I mean, even with the Jagdbomber, J King kind of phoning a friend in this case, just kind of looking around saying, okay, just looking for a little bit of hope. Now, there are options here. Keep in mind that no one's even tickled the HQ at this point. Both are at 20s, but when you're staring down these 2-6, these 6 strength Goliaths in the front row, you're going to have to make some trades that you might not be happy about. And this Jagdbomber is going to go ahead and drop something back to the hand. Now it's looking a little bit different. The complexion of this game, Admirable, has changed as now J King has some options to go ahead and push damage to face, make some value trades if necessary. A bomber, a fighter, things are looking okay. But at the same time, A15's got an arsenal of units that are going to be coming out here that are just going to continue to push forward. And J King is feeling the pressure here. He is under the gun.
Yeah, and I feel like that Heinkel here needs to be taken care of. And so for A15, that's why this Obice, I think, is such a strong draw, is it allows you to take a trade onto this Heinkel. And as much as you don't want to make the sacrifice there, you definitely want to protect your artillery unit. And so now J King, despite the tempo swing that's been happening, really what that's been doing is locking out the ability to just, I'd say, like, frankly, just lose the game. And so having to figure out where this turn is going to go from this spot really is on J King's side. 8 credits to work with.
Thoughts are coming in here.
6, 7. You don't have enough to do the encirclement this turn with all of this stuff. I'm trying to figure out, is there a way to get the encirclement done in the same turn that you're using all of the rest of this? Excuse me, 6 credits to work with because they just played spoils. And I feel like this is just suddenly become a very difficult turn for J King. Where are you floating 6 credits here? Is that ever a viable option? And I don't think it is.
Tough to stare down.
Opponent here is going to kill your artillery. And just so much stuff to drop. I think A15 is going to be winning simply because they have more stuff to play. J King has drawn pretty much all of the value and kind of early game stuff that's taken place here, and it's just gotten swarmed.
Yeah, dropping a 1-drop is not going to help you out here. You're going to have to go ahead and do your best.
The front line in desperation. I think that, weirdly enough, I think the way that J King gets back in this game is to draw Enigma. It's very unusual that that's the case in this mirror match.
Well, you've got the credits to float where you can actually play Enigma and draw into some things that you can then go ahead and convert into something. It's not like you're drawing you're playing an Enigma with 5 or 6 credits where you're basically frozen out afterwards. So you do have an option here, but I do like what you're saying.
That was a misclick, I think. That was a huge misclick. On A15's side.
That was the wrong unit. J King might have...
I did not draw the Enigma, though, so completely overwhelmed. J King, I feel like, is staring at an Enigma of a play that just happened, but needed the Enigma of a play to happen.
Wrong Enigma.
Metaphorically, Enigma. Realistically, Enigma.
That's the name of my rap album, actually.
Yeah,
But,
8-15 here, massive lead. We're going to game 3 on this one. I just, at this point, it's getting completely out of control. There's no Leopold on either side. And just let me look at the board.
But even a Leopold, I mean, it would have to be Leopold into Enigma in order for this to even be within the sphere of reality. Well, there you have
Turn
it,
late.
Admirable. You
Turn
wanted
late.
it. You got it.
You also need a bunch of British cards now as well. You need like Shelling, Monty. You need to be the Katyusha deck from this point in order to get the win on this one. Game 3 is coming up. J King, I think that pretty reasonable early game. However, just kind of getting snowballed with an inability to answer the opponent's options in this spot as well. You know, having that turn 1 Gabirsh answered meant that you lost a lot of your potential tempo. You know, we're talking this was a Panzer 35T being played on 2 with no infantry in play, and then doing like a card-for-card trade on your opponent's side. Nothing really tempo shifting at all. It's just kind of, we were just answering things. And this isn't a control deck. This is very much a snowball deck. You have to find a momentum shift somewhere, or you have to be overwhelming your opponent. J King did not have the options that time.
It just seemed like everything was just not fitting right. And again, it all started with that 35T that she just had to drop down there and worry about it. Maybe there was a situation where you held on to it, right? You held on to it and you pair it up with one of the 1-drops that you had, one of the 1-drop infantries, and then you can move it for free rather than have to essentially pay a tax on it in the future turns. It could have been a situation. Of course, you're just passing on that turn in that case just to protect a future, you know, discount on a 2-drop, and it's a tough choice. But it didn't seem like J King ever got his groove in that one. There was a few draws that didn't quite work out. You know, you work your way out of some problems, but at a certain degree, you do need help from the deck. The deck needs to feed you some answers sometimes, and in certain cases, you're just left hungry. You can go ahead and you know, do your best. You know, fish the M&Ms between the couch cushions, but eventually, if there's no meal coming, you're never going to eat. In that case, J King unfortunately just has to go and wait for a table in Game 3 here, as that's what we're at. It is the deciding game here of the semifinals. Winner going to the finals of the OCC A15-15 on the US. Whereas J King is going again, once again, leaning on that Alpine list, and this time it looks a little bit better. You do have a 1-drop, but turn 2 land, as Admirable likes to say, is a little bit more murky.
Yeah, I mean, this is also kind of like the David versus Goliath matchup here, where J King's hunting for another OCC championship, and for A15 here, it's just been like kind of a journey to get to this spot. Now, Nashub in play is making a huge difference on how this is going to work, because J King is able to deploy multiple units at the same time here, and this is what I mean by the momentum shifts. You know, it's not necessarily just the removal itself; it's when the removal arrives. And so for A15 here, you notice that removal is an answer. It's not a momentum shift. And so for J King here, that means you have time now, again, to develop your board. And that's exactly what's going to happen. 2 Alpine units hit play versus these 2 2-1s that are sitting on the table right now. And so for A15, feels like Panzer 35T a very clear option.
Oh, but that pickup of the Sherman sets up the next turn beautifully. You do have to
Definitely
move.
does.
You got to move in those US units to the front row, though. And that's, if J King's paying attention here, if he's putting, well, he's at the 4 credits, so it'll be 5, so you can always move up the 2-1. I mean, you have to clean up the front row and block it to a degree, and I don't think that's going to be as easy as it looks here. But that Sherman coming basically at the right time. It's a guaranteed 2-card draw here, as you're basically going to, J King's going to spend some credits here to clean up the front row where necessary. But he's going to have to, you know, deal with the other 2 US units in the back row, which he can't do. And another Sherman off the top of that as well. And take a look at this. This is very simple. The 109th also just giving a little bit of extra throttle to these units, as they're now 3-1s. And that makes a big difference on that board.
Yeah, pretty big difference for J King here, though, on that Through the Breach. That Through the Breach is a pretty big draw with a Nashub in play, with a 3-1 facing down 2 3-3s as well. So now J King has a real option on what to do here. And this, to me, is feeling like Alpine could be a big deal. Yep, this is it showing you exactly where J King's mindset is at, which is get some stuff to the front, deal some damage, and now suddenly, how is this Sherman ever going to be a value again?
Well, that's it. Getting the front line right now is going to be difficult. There is a Hellcat in there that can go ahead and trade up if necessary, but that's still leaving some juice on the table. J-King still has 2 units owning that front line. A15's got the card advantage here. He's got plenty of cards in hand. There comes the Hellcat. It's going to clean up one of the Alpine units and just dropping bodies now and seeing if J-King bites on these. As you can see, J-King kind of thinking about it, but yeah, more Alpine units. Just more Alpine units.
The timing on these is quite fantastic, I would say, for J-King, and kind of showing why the Noshub is in the deck. It's allowing you to just continue to have these powerful turns when you're attacking in that front line, because it is important to be sweeping out some of these units at times. But I'm noticing an encirclement in hand with a 4-6 guard that's sitting in that back line right now. That 4-6 guard is not going anywhere. And so for J-King, how do you take the most advantage of this?
That card, Admirable, the one you love so much, we can do it right now, is saying that, you know what, I did it last time. Right now, I'm just cool to chill in the hand, unfortunately.
Yeah, now it's more like a motivational poster.
Exactly. You're just looking at it like, where were you when Gondor fell, right? Like, that's kind of what it's looking at right now. Unfortunately, you want bodies on the board for that card to be effective. And with all of those 30 seconds, you know, just flooding the board, followed up by a Sherman, it could have been a whole different ballgame, because that would have been the card that basically perhaps closes this one out. We can do it. Could have just ended the game by establishing those units and really, like you said, just making them a little stamp of authority. But they're all gone now, and we can do it. Yeah, it's not happening.
Though, does have a good recognition here, though, which was get something into the front line, because he knew that this card that's been sitting in J-King's hand has been sitting here for quite a while. And so notice how J-King now is cashing into it a lot differently than it would have been if that guard had been able to move to the front line instead. Instead of making a 5 million guard, instead you make a 3-4. A very big difference from A15 there, and I think it gives them a chance to actually move back into this game. That was great recognition from A15's side.
M16 half track, there's a card, a little blast from the past. It's a great little card that kind of loses its luster every now and then. But yeah, those Shermans are just coming in with not quite the same shine that they typically want.
My gosh, what a big draw on J-King's side too. The 1-cost Alpines can be a major factor in spots like this. Another card draw coming up for J-King here. This is getting absolutely out of hand.
But Alpine does. I mean, if you do not nip that in the bud, they will just grow out of control. And as you see here, you're just getting these dividends paid off of the fact that you're really digging deep into the Alpine unit synergy and everything you play. The more that you dig into it, the better it gets. That it's going to become tougher and tougher. Again, A15 not owning the front line is really stopping what a lot of this deck wants to do. Those Shermans are just 4/4 tanks that operate for quite a lot, and you could see him just really fighting for that front row, doing his best to get it done. There's a Flampanzer that's going to kill a 4/5, and there it is. One of those nice little cards. And Enigma here is huge too, especially with the credits to float.
J-King looked a little bit confused by the retreat of the 4/5 instead of returning it to hand. I agree with A15 on this one, because the credits are not a difficult thing for J-King to come across here. I like the shift backwards instead of the shift to hand, because the shift to hand meant that this Alpine unit could effectively get larger. The one bad thing it had about this was if J-King had Enigma. And so you're seeing the punish that can take place when you favor value versus tempo. The tempo here was shifting the 4/5 back. Was shifting the 4/5 to hand. The value here was keeping it in play, but just moving it to the back line. J-King able to find Enigma, cash in on the aspect of the tempo being disregarded for the value here, and A15 playing the we can do it, but I'm going to have a tough time believing that A15 comes back from this spot. Valuing the favor here was punished from J-King's side, and it was punished pretty hard. I think A15 should have been focused more on the tempo in hindsight, but at the time, I very much agreed with the idea of shifting it and just leaving it as a 4/5 instead of letting it get bigger. J-King here, though, going to punish that massively.
There it is, the Eastern Front. Everyone getting a little bit of juice. Yeah, we're going to move forward.
Out of hand. This is out of hand, Flake. This is not what you envisioned happening.
No, when I looked at that we can do it, I believed in it. However, right now it feels like that poster is a proponent of falsestatements.com. And at this moment right now, you can see that the Ag Bomber is going to go ahead and drop things through. And as you can see, J King fighting back. That front line is now massively populated by big units. 5/5s, a 3 of a kind there is going to be owning that. Now, again, the difference here is the fact that if those were tanks, this game would be done because they can move and attack. So it is giving A15 a little bit of breathing room, a little bit of an extra turn to respond here. But at the
Is
moment,
this giving breathing room? Because I'm very claustrophobic when I look at this front line.
well, you got to do something. You can survive between the we can do it and some trades that you'll make on some of those front rows. You will survive.
Sure. I mean, I think if a meteor and an earthquake strikes J King's home at the exact same time, that A15 might be able to win this game via disconnect or something. But like, my gosh, this is getting ridiculous. This is 15 in the front line, 5 in the back, and there's like 20 more in hand.
But you're
having way too much hope for him right now. Let's give him the truth. Stop being such a president of falsestatements.com. A15 is in massive trouble.
Hey, if there's anything you can say about this broadcast, it's that the suspense has been thick and viscous.
A15 is dead. Encirclement is going to end the game. J King absolutely overwhelms A15, and that Noshub is a huge contributing factor to that regard. Massive amounts of extra credits being given, I can't even form words at this point.
You can't even do it. There he is. J King comes through, arms in the air, victorious. It got a little dicey at times, but the big smile comes through as the victory is secured. J King is going to the final. Surprise, surprise. The king is still the king.
Man, what a match. That was crazy back and forth, and all A15-15 taking J King all the way to the third game. That's an achievement in and of itself.
Ollie speaking a much more elaborate truth than Flake was in that previous game. My gosh, there was zero hope on that spot. I appreciate your intensity building in a spot like that, but my gosh, when you have 20 sitting in play and your opponent can't answer it or develop enough to even check it if J King skipped a turn, like this, that was options just executed beautifully by J King in that spot. Understood every single step of the way how to make the most of the turns while also keeping something for the next turn. It wasn't just what can I do this turn that does the most. It's what can I do this turn that gives my opponent trouble and then also gives me the most the next turn. And every single turn you're seeing a draw potentially change those options. You're seeing the tight deck building change those options as well. Every single little thing I felt like that could have mattered in that matchup from J King's perspective. And they took advantage of it at every step of the way.
Yeah, you being the official Cards OCC journalist, may I suggest the headline for the next Cards Quarterly? Just apparently we can't do it should be up there perhaps, and for A15-15 did his best. Unfortunately, I mean, let's be fair. J King is J King. Until he goes 2 tournaments without winning one, maybe we'll think about it. But at the moment right now, I mean, there's no shame to go 3 games against J King. In this case, the Alpine deck did get it done, and that's you made it to the semifinals and you lost to the king. It's gonna happen, but there's still plenty more to come.
I think A15-15 can be extremely proud. I mean, he still has the 3rd place match to go, and if he wins that one, he can even cash, in a tournament in a season where he came in 36th. He was just on the edge of not even qualifying for the play-ins. So I think A15-15 can be extremely proud with his play so far. As we take a look at the bracket and how they are currently standing, we can see it there that J King 7 has secured himself a spot in the finals. Go ahead, Admirable.
I do want to say here that it is important to note that if you are at the top 8 of a spot like this, that's something to be proud of. These are variant strategy games at the end of the day. If you're making it to a top 8 of this, that means you put in a lot of work to even get to this point. The top 8 is the distinguishing mark of where consistency of getting to top 8, that's what makes you a strong player. It's being able to create these opportunities again and again and again, because eventually you can get one, but only if you're creating these opportunities. Creating the opportunities is truly the hardest part about this. Winning this event is not as hard as creating the opportunity. Winning this event a lot is harder than creating the opportunity, though, and that's why J King is majorly the focus and the highlight of these scenarios. Is not only is he creating the opportunity a lot, he's he's closing the opportunity a lot as well. And again, it's another opportunity here. One more match for J King, and this is just, again, the mark of why we're calling him perhaps the strongest in the world. I think maybe there's one or two players that you could argue can contest this spot right now. But for A15-15, be proud of the top 8. Everyone here be proud of that top 8. But a third place match still to go, and Berto Burrito versus Zilda coming up next.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the series that I am extremely excited about. I think this is the first time in a fair few OCCs that we don't have a majority Chinese semifinal finals. So, you know, we have Berto Burrito and J King coming from Canada, and then we have Zilda there representing Greece, and A15-15 representing China. But it's going to be really, really interesting to see if this is going to be an all Canadian finals, or if Zilda is able to take out J King's disciple. You know, it's gonna be like some Star Wars battle. You know, if it's Berto versus J King in the finals there. So let's
the
take
dark
a look.
side.
That's a good
They're
question.
both the dark side. Let's just be fair. This is clearly a master and apprentice scenario, frankly. I mean, if I can actually maybe equate this, I mean, I'm not an expert at Star Wars. I am an expert at Star Wars. This is clearly an Obi-Wan and Anakin situation, and we're not there yet, but it's happening. We're in the Attack of the Clones era right now, moving into Revenge of the Sith, but we'll have to see. That movie is still yet to happen, but
I'm an expert on basic Star Wars, so I understood that reference.
Okay, I'm glad. I mean, I'd like to get there, but I mean, it's just nice to see. I mean, if it is Berto and J King, I mean, just Canada, known for, you know, being excellent at hockey, maple syrup production, and cards apparently, and then I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean,
the fries, the gravy. You're not going to mention that part. I feel like
Poutine?
Canada's pretty expert. Yeah, poutine. There we go.
Yeah,
that's the reason I go to Canada.
Not me.
Poutine is good.
Admirable?
It's good.
You're the reason I don't go to Canada, Flake. Let's be real.
Well, I mean, I definitely think, I mean, if you were reading chat, Twitch chat earlier, J King did come into chat saying that, you know, Berto is back to claim his checks, you know, so who knows, maybe J King is a little bit scared now that Berto, the first OCC that he made it into, he did beat J King in the finals, if I'm remembering correctly. So, you know, we've seen this before, and the apprentice has won. So, you know, we'll have to see. But let's take a look at the decks that we are going to be seeing here in the next semifinal matchup here between Berto Burrito and Zilda. Of course, we cannot discount Zilda at all from the conversation. He is still very much a high-level player that can take Berto Burrito all the way and take him out of the tournament if he gets the right draws and right decks. But quickly taking us through these decks, Admirable. We've seen most of them before. You know, what are we looking at here for Berto?
Yeah, for British Air, you know, really, I'd say the main focus to be looking at here is going to be calm before the storm. It's about landing that in a particular spot and having it really pay off. The one thing that is to note is that Lend-Lease is also in this build, and I would say that is kind of the mark of being the apprentice of J King, perhaps, is that you got 3 convoys, you have 1 Lend-Lease. And again, the 2 Calm Before the Storm being a big deal. 1 Sendai Regiment also included in this list. So I'll be kind of curious to see like if we can you know, find spots for these to be different. But British Air, it's a deck that we've been seeing constantly. So let's go ahead and move on to the next one here, which is going to be the Alpine deck. Again, a deck that we have been seeing a ton of as we get through this spot. 2 copies of Flampanzer, 2 copies of Enigma, 1 copy of Sudden Strike. And when I see 2 copies of Enigma, what that tells me is you're leaning a little bit towards the value option of things. I do think Enigma is one of these cards that certainly makes the matchup just like it's a card that can absolutely win you a game, but it's a card that if you draw it at the wrong time can absolutely lose you a game too. And I would say that versus J King here, maybe not the strongest card to be having, but it is still a strong card in general, and perhaps it's just one of those cards you end up including because of the general matchups you can be facing. However, Berto Burrito's third deck is where things start to get different. This is the artillery deck that is being brought to the table here from Berto Burrito. If we take a look at that artillery deck, that's really where my head is got the eyebrow raised, is that artillery has taken a lot of hits over a few balance patches and has really been tamed quite a bit. The one thing I will say, though, is that against an infantry deck, that's where the artillery really stands out to me. You're able to pick off units before they can become relevant. And so that looks like a scary little position to me. I'm curious if J-King's got their eye on this list as well. 3 copies of ZIS to make sure that you can continue to fight for board, as well as threaten pressure from hand. And you'll notice that the board buffs have gone down quite a few. 2 copies of Ura, 1 copy of Patriotic Firestorm. It's largely based around the idea of establishing your board by picking off your opponent's units, or by having that Cuban Cossacks come out turn 1 because of Zhukov. Either way, artillery is a pretty scary deck still, and it's something you still have to respect.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited. I hope that we get to see this deck here in action. Not just so that we don't just see more Brit Air and Alpine mirror matchups, but I mean, I'd like to see how Artie can perform in the current meta as we swap over to Zilda and the 3 decks that he is bringing to the table. Flake, quickly walk us through these 3 decks.
Well, is this the end for the legend of Zilda? I'm not sure, but he is bringing a Triforce of decks here to see if he can't make it to the finals here, because he's done pretty well all the way through to where we're at right now, starting with this Germany Alpine list. Listen, we've talked about this all day long. We've seen it in action. Let's just skip over to the next one because we know all about this list. The next list, well, Admirable, what do you call a happy trout? You call it a gladfish, and that's basically what this deck is all about. A bunch of very cheap air units that are going to get buffed up out of control and are going to become difficult to deal with. On to the next one, even. Let's go. This one is the, if I can coin a term, or use the term coined by my good friend Admirable, who refuses to come visit me in Canada because apparently he hates me. It's all good. It's the, it's the Katiotike deck. I probably completely butchered that one, my friend. Yeah. But we want to see this one in action. We absolutely would love to see this deck happen. We've seen all of the others, but we want to see the flavor, the spice. We want to see that secret menu that they have at that you just can't get anywhere else. And frankly, we're hoping that Zilda can have access to this, but we shall see.
Yeah, if we are ready with the bans, we are ready to look at them, and there we see it. Zilda versus Berto Burrito, Greece versus Canada, and both Soviet decks are banned out, so we won't be seeing the Katyusha Utike, and we won't be seeing the Artie deck either. So it's gonna be more of these skill-intensive matchups, mirror matchups, where every single play matters along the entire way. But looking at these bans, Admirable, what do you think we have ahead of us?
Well, we have the same thing we've been seeing the entire time, was just it's really largely meta call at this point.
And
whose deck is stronger and whose is actually coming to fruition at that point. You know, a lot of this matchup is going to depend on just, you know, did your deck cash in when you got to this point? And so that's what we're going to see. Or we're going to find out whether or not these happen. We got a mirror match that's coming up first with Brit Air versus Brit Air. So, Flake, if you can take it from here, I'm going to load up these decks and see what the deliberate difference is between the two of these, and if I can find anything that stands out as something that could potentially buy you the edge.
Well, frankly, a lot of times in these mirror matches, when the decks are so similar, the most important discrepancy between the two is who goes first and who goes second. That is just fact. That is fait accompli as it is right now, as Zilda does get that benefit of being able to drop their units first, as we do have a nice little vision of what Alexandria looks like. What a wonderful HQ there. But there is the behind the HQ, as we could just move the cursor off of the HQ so we can see the units there that Zilda is having. There it is. That unit is gone. Adios, goodbye. It's just establishing these units first and foremost is important. Having those on the ground and being able to go first to establish that board is crucial, especially when those units stick, because this is a deck that likes to just establish these small buzzing threats that eventually transform into these behemoths, these flying leviathans that are just disgusting. And as Zilda continues to just drop more and more threats, that air superiority is also getting Berto back to square one here.
Yeah, Wrath Buffalo on both sides is really the one thing that I was going to talk about in a spot like this. However, close air support is on both sides as well, and I think that's what Burrito's looking at right now, is should they close air support now or should they drop this Gladiator? And with the Wrath Buffalo, it gets +1/+1 when it survives combat. So a very distinct card that's meant to be fighting in these matchups. Birdo chooses to float here in this spot, and I feel like this is where Zilda can take over the game. And Birdo here, I think, may have given a little bit too much credit on the other side. However, perhaps they have a different game plan in mind here. Going to drop a 3/3 Fury, and this pretty much demands some attention from Zilda's side. Sendai Regiment could be it.
It does take the pass there too, floating the 1 credit. You think maybe, okay, we drop the Gladiator as well, but the Gladiator just gets fed. It just gets fed to that 4/3, that Buffalo, so it's not really the right way to go. But there it is. You called it. The Sendai is just going to get rid of it. Again, a 3/3 with Fury does, I mean, that puts you, that's a threat that you want to get rid of. That's something you don't want to see. And picking up cards like Calm Before the Storm and things like this, without a board, it is just, it's kind of lackluster. It's pretty pedestrian to see that card in your hand when you have nothing going on here. You don't have units on the board. You're down in health. You're staring down your opponent's backline. Like it's a tough situation to be in. But as the credits start to pile up, all of those cards can eventually kind of just come together and create one burst of development that perhaps Zilda may have trouble answering.
Now, the one thing here that I will say is that with a copy of Sendai being played, this could be an indicator towards Berto's side onto what to do in this spot. So what I'm looking at here is that with a Sendai Regiment being used, on Berto's side, there's 1 copy, and you look at Zilda's side, and there are 2 copies. So a Sendai Regiment does still exist here. The thing that I'm looking at is, are you supposed to play this RAF and Calm Before the Storm at the same time? And for Birdo here, it's just going to be the RAF. And I feel like you're going to have to keep feeding these units piece by piece because you're looking for a way to have this Empire strike. If this Empire cannot strike soon, it's not going to end up working out. That is, of course, a theory. If your opponent is playing all these units and you just don't have anything to do, second Calm being drawn, not the draw you want here. But the idea here is to find the momentum swing, and that's exactly what Birdo has done. Killing the RAF. That's why the RAF has been fed. And the rest of these units get wiped down to 1. It's really tough for them to fight back. However, Zilda does have their own Empire strikes in this spot. Can they draw a bomber and make a difference?
There's a Gladiator that comes through. We're going to go ahead and dig for more. Convoy is going to be played, drawing you 2 cards into another Convoy. Well, Convoy. We're going to have to clean up these units the old-fashioned way. The value trading, or the trading has been done. And the ball's now back in Birdo's court, and I think Birdo can be pretty happy about this. He can start dropping units.
Fantastic.
And let's go Calm Before the Storm. Let's put these out of reach. So hanging on to those cards, again, it's just when you have the credits to do it, boom, there it goes. I mean, you drop the units, you play your Calm Before the Storm. It's not like those units could fire off anyways on that turn. They do not have Blitz, so let's just drop some big boys. And a second Convoy is trying to look and pick up some other things. Now, a RAF Lightning is huge here. Again, you're bouncing a unit that is, frankly, it's going to get stripped of all the buffs that it picked up, and you're establishing a 3/5 in the air, which it's going to actually, at the very least, pump the brakes on any bombers that might be coming in.
I feel like Birdo's turns here are just absolutely fantastic as well. Getting to play Kitty Hawk again, and you notice this is delivering chip damage to the headquarters. That's not irrelevant. Close air support here means you get to tempo trade on this unit. And then a second Calm Before the Storm. This was one of the worst draws in the deck at the time Birdo drew it, but the timing of it ends up, coming into a pretty fashionable play. An illustrious draw here from Zilda's side, very close to being able to completely dominate this position. I do feel like that from this spot, though, you're going to have to use it and just take the trade, or otherwise things are going to get real ugly, because those are some huge units that Birdo has out. And so for Birdo here, the board's getting traded away. There's a Convoy in hand on a 9-credit turn, though, and you draw close air support. So just any draws here are going to end up being relevant. Convoy is going to be the difference in this matchup. Second Convoy gets drawn, and with neither player truly having, I would say, the momentum at the moment, it feels like this is any player's game right now. Zilda drawing a Sexton as well. Lots of reactive cards from Zilda's side, and I feel like their Calm Before the Storm now is going to start kicking things into action.
Yeah, well, Monty is a bust. Sexton is frankly not doing what it's designed to do. A Calm Before the Storm is really the way you want to go here, and why not? Let's drop the Sexton and hit the Calm Before the Storm, because everyone's getting a little bit of extra juice here. And the beautiful part about this is that you are basically 1 point away from lethal on the board that you're representing. So you're going to have to start cleaning up here. But you're talking about the chip damage earlier, and frankly, it did come into play. That Kitty Hawk that did the extra 2 damage to bring Zilda to 14, and the subsequent buffs of that board, lethal. That was lethal. So if there was nothing Zilda could do to that board, he would have lost. So chip damage is important here. You'd think that, 1 point here, 1 point there at this juncture in the game may not be important, but in a quick, swift turn, you're suddenly under the gun.
Oh boy, this is big draws from Zilda as well. Birdo setting up for next turn with the Mosquito on that Empire Strikes, recognizing the tempo thing, but this is a lot of damage that's coming in here from Zilda's side.
How do you get through there? That 7-6 is in fact a fighter. It's not going to care about your opposing fighter, but hey, why not? Let's just go and put you down to 1. You got to clear up everything here.
Yeah, that's not doable. Zilda going to take game 1, and I just do feel like this was momentum pressure early on. Birdo had some nice timing on some cards that were, I'd say, getting active, but just really not enough, I'd say, to fight through this entirely. The game's not entirely over yet. Birdo does still have a fighter in play versus bombers, so there is still damage that Zilda has to do. However, sitting at 1 health is not the spot you want to be at in Birdo's side. That means any point of damage that can connect will connect and win the game.
So this is a way to stay alive. Again, you're going to go ahead and kill the 4-3 bomber. That other bomber in the back row has no access to the HQ.
That'll do.
That'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do.
Empire Strike's a very powerful card, and demonstrating why it's so important in this matchup. Birdo going to lose game 1. Zilda just able to deliver enough damage to make a difference here. And Birdo just, I feel like that, making great use of the options that they had. However, the options felt limited. And that really, I think, was the spot that lost in the game. They just didn't have enough options, really, to take advantage of things. And as a result, ended up taking some pretty big hits on a couple turns.
Yeah, there was certain turns where it was just like there's a lot of dead cards in Zilda's hand. The Monty wasn't connecting on anything. The Sexton wasn't really connecting with anything. But again, at the end of the day, they're still bodies, and that puts you that much more ahead. Also worth noting, Zilda's emote game on point today. Not shy, not pretty trigger happy with those emotes there. A little Cheerio here, a little I'm out to get you there. So loving the spice. Zilda making taking advantage of the spotlight here and really making it close. As Birdo now under the gun, down 1-0 to Zilda in the semifinals of the OCC. Birdo is going to be relying on the British airless Zilda on that Alpine list. You've seen it, you know it, you love it. These 2 decks have been very prominent in this tournament, but I'm feeling like this is Birdo's game to lose. With this hand that he's got there, you've got the Empire Strikes, you've got a couple of bombers, a Kitty Hawk ready to go. Is this, I think the only detriment here is Birdo's going second, and he's got to hope that Zilda just maybe whiffs on a 1-drop.
This feels like a pretty strong hand on Birdo's side. 1-drop whiffed on Zilda's side. And the 2-drop here, not going to be looking super hot, I would say, in this spot. These are not the 2-drops you want early. They're not really 2 drops. They are 2 credit units. But those want you to have the front line. And in this spot, Birdo now getting to cash in on Albacores, just in terms of a value and a tempo play. And that is where things get super dangerous. Zilda is going to have to answer this stuff and then find ways to get back into this game. The bombers, you can't leave in play when you're infantry.
Those are going to be nightmares to deal with, but it seems like Birdo is just coming at you. Yeah, here's a 3-3.
Nightmare doesn't stop.
No, it absolutely doesn't. Because even if Zilda just kind of whiffs on this entire turn, Birdo's got a 6 damage that he can just go ahead and deposit to face. This could be another Albacore potentially. Again, the detriment here, frankly, is the fact that these cards they sit in the back. They're infantry. They are not mobile. It takes work. It takes effort. It takes investment to get these to the front line. And yeah, they can be problematic, but Birdo is just sitting pretty. Everything he plays can attack the next turn, whereas Zilda is just fighting through this fog to get to these planes. But there's this incessant gunfire and removal. Birdo is looking real nice here.
Loading up on the bomber with the close air support. More close air support available as well. Yep, loaded up.
Might as well.
Birdo's got the right idea. Let's clear out this big guard unit. Let's Kitty Hawk down this 4-2. How on earth is Zilda clawing back?
Yeah, I mean, you want to load that bad boy up. The 7-8 bomber is now basically an instant answer for cheap cost for everything that's out there. You want removal, Admirable? Well, how about I have a constant removal on the board that's only going to cost me 1? Like, that's kind of how it is. Now, keep in mind, Pursuit does, in fact, answer that. And here comes the back and forth again, the ping pong match of emotes. They know the value of that. But again, at the same time, Zilda's kind of like, aha! I got you on this one instance, not the other, 19 times in this one game where you have absolutely had me. So, get the last laugh, but it seems like Birdo's going to come through here and again just continue to punish. As I don't know if Zilda has any sweepers really to just make hay of this back row that Birdo's developed.
It's really not the way that this deck was developed on Zilda's side. It's meant to snowball the board, and it did not seize that. Birdo took advantage of the board. It's kind of like the bombers are like artillery versus these infantry units. And so Zilda this isn't really a concede. This is just common sense at this point. You're not dead, but you're not getting there. And so we're going to game 3 on this one. Just a very, very strong opening from Birdo Burrito's side. Having bombers plus the buffs and then being able to just completely wipe out each Alpine unit that's going to touch the board. That's the nightmare for Zilda's side. And so we're going to an Alpine mirror match to see who's going to be moving on to the finals here, to see if they can make J King bleed.
It's very dramatic. It's very, very dramatic. I like it though. I mean, it's not real bleeding. It's just it's
metaphorical.
Correct. Yeah. The best time. This seems great though. I mean, it's going to come down to the best decks as it usually does. And though there might be some fatigue of seeing Alpine mirrors and these Brit Air mirrors, these are established decks. They are very strong decks. These players are bringing the best of the best to this tournament. They have their intuitions, they have their insights into what this tournament meta might look like, and they've brought what they feel is awesome. And look at that. Birdo's got a pretty damn strong hand, if you ask me, and you're going first. If you're Birdo in this case, I mean, we cannot see what Zilda is hanging on to, but that looks pretty spicy too.
Wow.
Double Panzers. It's going to be fireworks right away, baby.
This is savage. So Birdo on the opening has a 1 and 2 cost. Zilda has the Pioneer 95, which is going to give you the extra credit line. Who has the edge in a situation like that? I would say that with the Panzers, Zilda choosing to not play anything here. And so really fearing a Panzer 35T, fearing any sort of removal from Birdo's side. But I feel like if you just yield it and effectively give your opponent the removal, that doesn't necessarily work the way you want it to. So I'm a bit curious about this, because to me it looks like a Panzer 35T here is also extremely threatening. I feel like Zilda may have kind of hit like a fancy play syndrome line here.
Yeah.
Because your opponent's best line isn't to kill your stuff, it's to just play a bunch of your own big stuff.
I kind of feel like that as well. Like a lot of the times you just kind of overthink yourself, right? You too smart for your own good. You kind of get a little bit of these like, well, I'm gonna be so clever that I'm gonna fool myself, and that may have been what occurred over here. Taking these fancy passes or holding on to cards that otherwise are just insta drops. They're just insta establishment, and especially for decks that run Alpine, you want to go ahead and establish as many bodies on the board. Now, that's a good way to do it.
I do see the point here now, though. It's to get multiple things that your opponent wants to eliminate at the same time. So Zilda's idea here, I think, is very clear. But I don't know if this is going to work out the same way. Birdo just having a massive turn here because of the Nashub as well. Just being able to operate effectively with more credits in this turn and the following turn. And this looks like it's going to be a big problem for Zilda at this point. How do you claw back in a situation like this? Your opponent's got a 6-5 and a 5-4, and you have a 3-2.
Again, when it comes to mirror matches, it's incredibly important. Again, one of the most glaring discrepancies is who goes first and who goes second. That's the biggest difference. When decks are identical, that is the one thing that is always going to be different, is somebody has to go first and somebody has to go second. I've said this so often when I play this game on stream, is that it feels like going first with a 1-drop is almost you feel invincible at times when you can curve out properly. And it seems right now that Birdo is in that position, taking advantage of the fact that I'm going first, I've got my curve, and you've got to catch up. And that's a tough a tough hill to climb for Zilda here. Is you're already kind of starting off at a little bit of a deficit. You know, your opponent has already got their first pieces in place, and you're still struggling to open the box.
Yeah, kind of limited on time here. Zilda is going to go with the trade out to 6-5 in the front line. I think the correct call. For Birdo here, though, there's no shortage of things to do.
Moving forward, this is where it gets spicy, Admirable. That first taking of the front line is always crucial. You don't want to do it where it can just be flipped immediately. You want to make sure that you take it, you secure it. And that's what's happening here, as that is a lot of meat on that front line that Zilda's going to have to cut through. And yeah, that's one way to do it. But a 5-4 is still a 5-4, and waiting in the wings is his bigger brother.
Roberto's side here, I'm curious if there's anything other than just dropping your Eastern Front bound in this spot. Zilda going to say, you know what, I still need to favor tempo in this spot. Obice feels like it definitely is the play in this regard. There's the attack, get the Nashub buff, and that means you get to move this unit forward and attack as well. Or you can Eastern Front bound and ignore the damage side of things. Let's go ahead and buff the units and threaten the front line. Threatening the front line here feels like a little bit more than cashing in on damage right now. And Zilda, I think just that one movement is going to be enough to favor Birdo here. I think probably for the rest of the game. They don't have a clear answer to this Obice that's in the back line right now. You can pursue it, but that doesn't really solve the issue.
Oh, you're staring down. You're Zilda here, and you're staring down 17 damage. Your opponent picks up Panzer 35T. You're on the brink of death. I'm trying to think of what else can just kind of end the game here. There are some other options here to just kind of end it. Again, slamming out a guard isn't gonna. It's gonna postpone, but it's not really gonna do a whole lot. Because you're basically trading that in there. So I think what's gonna happen here is Birdo's just gonna keep going, and now the artillery can clean up.
Yeah, that's a savage draw there. Birdo here taking the draw rather than the Jag Bomber. Says the Jag Bomber's for when I am closing the game. Takes all the damage here, and Zilda does not have time to play for Leopold. I believe this closes it. And Birdo, I think, sitting up the way he did, is believing the same thing.
He's just kind of getting positioned for that victory, sprawl, arms in the air. But he's rocking back and forth because he's got Mojo working for him right now. He knows that his ticket to the finals is just right around the corner. And well played right there. Zilda just pulling the shoot on it. Birdo Burrito wins this one. It was never in doubt from the start of this match of Game 3. But boy, was it close in some of those other games. Birdo Burrito comes through 2-1, taking out Zilda and punching a ticket to that finals to face off against the Master, J King. It's going to be Master versus Apprentice in the finals here at the OCC. I am just absolutely hyped about this one. And I mean, I don't know why I'm so excited about this final, guys, but I gotta say that there's something inside me that's just so thrilled that these two gentlemen have made it to the finals.
I think it's the British air decks.
It's gonna be the British air deck.
That's the only obvious thing I could possibly think of right now when I look at Flake and the camera side of things. It's definitely nothing to do with two Canadian players sitting in the finals of this OCC month. Ollie, what do you think?
I mean, I think it's awesome. I think we get to see. I think we get to see a really intense matchup here because, as far as I know, these players basically have the same or very similar deck lists. They practice a lot against each other, and now they have to face each other for the championship and for the cash prize, and everything is on the line. And that's where the gloves come off, right? You're not messaging, your friend saying like, you maybe made a misplay by dropping that this early, when you're in competition. So it's gonna be a no gloves interesting match here between Birdo and J King in the finals. But let's take a look at how the bracket has shaped up then before we move on into the final part of this broadcast. There we can see it. J King 7 versus Birdo Burrito are slated to face off in the finals. They took out A1515 and Zilda in the semifinals, meaning that A1515 will take on Zilda for the third place and potentially scoring into into the cash prize places. Of course, we can see the quarterfinals there, all matches being a 2-0, apart from Silda versus Kolbasnik. Silda having to fight a little bit harder than most others through this bracket here today. Let's see if that continues on. But I am super, super excited for this. And we'll be starting off by looking at the third place match between Silda and A15-15, and then we'll go into the finals between Berto and JKing7. For anybody that needs a refresher, at this point in the tournament, this becomes a best of 5. So there are no more bans, which means we will see those third decks in play. And now the question becomes, in what order are people going to bring those decks? Are we going to see those third decks face off against each other, or will we see them face off into either Brit Air or into Alpine? Well, to find out, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the third place match and finals for this month's OCC right after this. Welcome back to the Officer Club Championship. I am Ollie, and with me are Flake and Admirable, and we are about to head on into the third place match and then the grand finals here. It all comes down to this. This is what is going to determine who comes in first, second, third, and who leaves empty-handed in fourth. So the first matchup we're going to be looking at is the third place matchup between Silda and A1515. Admirable, going into this matchup, now that it's a best out of 5, all decks are going to be played. Who do you think has the edge there?
Well, this is going to be coming down to that third deck, which is now open for arrival. There is no bans that's coming into this third, fourth place match or the finals match that's taking place here. And so the third deck is really the one I have my eye on. It's US. That's going to be on the side for A1515 here. And it's going to be this Katyusha ATK from Zilda's side here, which I do feel like probably has the edge when you take a look at these matchups side by side. This deck is very much focused around the idea of just simply delaying your opponent from being able to attack you. Whether they're on the ground or in that back line doesn't really matter that much. Mostly if they're having to move to that front line is where this deck really has its advantage here. And then it kills you in one turn using Katyusha. It buffs this thing to death and murders you. So when I'm looking at these decks side by side, I really feel like I have to favor this combo deck because with the other decks from Zilda's side, or I'm sorry, from A15 side, they're pretty much focused on the board. I would say that like British Air maybe is a deck that can kind of close this one out a little bit quicker, but there's plenty of dead cards that are in this matchup from the British Air side, and so I just have my eye on this Katyusha. Can it close the job?
So Flake, if you're either Silda or A1515, do you bring that third deck into the first game, or do you start off with something that you know is more secure and might even be favored into the third deck from your opponent, like Brit Air or Alpine?
So this is an important decision to make, of course, because you have to win with all your decks. I am always of the ilk that you go in with your strongest, and if you can go up 2-0, you've got three swings of the bat with your weakest deck. Yeah. You always go in with your strongest stuff first, because in those 3 opportunities with your weakest deck, again, hypothetically, there might be a situation where even though you're not favored, your opponent might draw poorly, you might draw exceptionally well, you might just curve out the way you want to. Give yourself the most reps with your weakest option. If your strongest decks are going to get through anyways, you don't want to waste time, just running in place with your weakest decks and then digging yourself a hole later on. You want to be able to convert on the stuff that you're going to convert with and give yourself the most opportunities with your weakest option down the road.
Yeah, I think that makes a whole lot of sense. And then you kind of got to question what is it that either both Silda and A1515 consider their strongest deck. And I feel like we've been seeing people lead a lot with Brit Air, so I kind of expect that to be our first 2 deck lists here. But we're basically ready to head on into the match once the players are ready. So we'll just give them the green light that they can start whenever they feel free, whenever they feel like they are ready. I would really like to see kind of, because we're talking about the order in which you bring the decks in, I would love to kind of see these third decks go against one of the main decks, and if that is able to take a win off of one of those main decks, then you basically have 3 opportunities or 2 opportunities to then beat the standard quote-unquote decks from your opponent with your third deck. So I would kind of, I don't want to see just these OTK arty and then US mid-range just go head-to-head. I kind of want to see some mixed match here.
Well, I feel like that these decks have been getting banned pretty much the whole time, so I feel like them going against each other is a pretty natural thing. If you're going under Flake's perspective here of just queue your strongest deck, the deck that gets banned is probably your strongest one for the matchup anyway. That's the reason it's getting banned. But we don't have the bans in place anymore, and so really what I'm just looking forward to here is to see how players execute these third ones, because I imagine that with these third decks you probably have like the least experience with them, because again they're getting quite often banned in tournament play because they're decks that players they don't want to have to account for. You're accounting for British Air, you're accounting for Alpine, you're kind of refining your decks for that moment, and then you're banning the rest of the stuff when it comes into play. That's not the case anymore. And so how often have you been able to practice like this Katyusha OTK deck? It feels like it's not really a deck that you have too much practice with because it's a fairly recent introduction into the game in general. Like I'd say maybe 6 weeks is the first time I saw it. And then
so go ahead.
So just like the amount of reps you have on a deck is a very important thing, and it feels like a very important factor for all these players. You know, when we looked at all these players' cards side by side, they all had like at least 5,000 matches. 5,000 matches is a lot of matches, but how many of those came into play before this deck got introduced? Because you don't have 5,000 of them since 6 weeks ago, I can tell you that much.
No. You're absolutely correct there, and I think like you're also talking about an entirely different setting, right? You're talking about playing these decks on ladder into random decks where your opponent doesn't have your deck list, and that's where I really want to see these decks get tested. You know, when you bring the OTK Katusha deck, you know, and your opponent knows everything that you have in the deck, they know exactly what you're gonna do, what you want to do, and they get a chance to answer that in a tournament setting. I think that's what really kind of tests the mettle of these players as we are getting a slight delay on getting into game, it seems.
Yeah,
but
players get set up. We're not just talking for the sake of talking. I will say that I do agree with Zilda's name of the deck here, which is OCC Nerf Catty OTK. Flake, I'm kind of curious of what you're thinking. Like, if you've queued into this deck quite often, if you've played it at all, because I know that you said that I hated combo decks, which kind of demonstrated how much you hated combo decks and playing against them, because I personally love combo decks to death.
Well, combo decks are just kind of, I mean, I don't want to say it's like in every single card game that I've ever played, you know, with life totals and such, the combo decks are basically, it's just a lot of spinning your tires until you collect all the pieces. You're kind of on this treasure hunt where somewhere out there behind the Constitution is a map to the treasure, and you got to find that, and then you got to do this, and then Nick Cage gets involved, and it's not necessarily good Nick Cage, it's crazy off the wall Nick Cage, and then everything just goes off the rails, and at the end of the day, you're there left wondering what the hell happened, because now you got all your pieces, but the movie flopped. Anyways, my mind is just getting cross-pollinated here with all kinds of different rants, but still, at the end of the day, combo lists are very much a lot of just wait and wait and wait and then go. I feel like when I play against combo lists, I'm not playing against a player, I'm playing against a clock, and that's part of why I don't like playing against them.
There's two things that I'm going to change here on your perspective. Number one, if you're on a treasure hunt, Indiana Jones is definitely the one to reference there. And number two, there is no good Nick Cage. All right, so let's just settle it at that. Let's adjourn the conversation. We clearly, Flake also hates Nick Cage. All right, that's how much. That's how much I dislike the situation as well. We're seeing Soviet take on that Brit Air right away. A15. They're gonna have to spin their tires pretty fast here, Flake, because this Katusha OTK deck is not a joke.
No, and this is what we're talking about, is the fact that, well, it's time to see that deck in action. Zilda's going to have access to that Soviet list. He's playing it right now, naming it OCC Nerf Catty OTK. Like, the name of the list is an actual instruction to 1939 Studios. So, like, this is just in general something that they think Zilda's got a lot of you know, a lot of stock in this list, a lot of trust in it. The difference is that will A15 be able to punch through the defenses that are being put forth here? Because it's not easy, and you have to actually kill your opponent before they basically collect all the pieces of the treasure map. Before Zilda gets all the Triforces and faces Ganon, you got to make sure that gets snuffed out immediately.
Yeah, it's really tough to do as well. You know, Scorched Earth, I'd say, is probably one of the most crucial cards to this deck and the way it functions. Destroying all your opponent's units and increasing the operation cost of the units your opponent has by 3. This is a very unusual order card, but it's kind of really breaking a lot of the rules of stopping your opponent's play, which is it's usually, if you're suppressing your opponent, it's temporary. Scorched Earth, just instead of having that temporary rule to it, instead it comes with a fairly extreme cost, destroying all your units. Well, what is Zilda's deck built to do then? It's built to ignore units and just keep drawing cards, keep removing your opponent's board, keep stalling them out until you reach that critical point. So Scorched Earth's major cost is kind of being objected here and just ignored until you get to that point. Mobile Defense, I'd say, is really one of the key early cards in order to make this deck work. But for Zilda's perspective right now, I feel like they got to believe they are pretty safe in a spot like this. It doesn't feel like they're under a major threat, and it feels like A15 is not presenting major trouble here either. They are getting some damage in, but how much damage is it?
Yeah, dropping those tanks there into defense, in the defensive position there, I guess it's protecting your HQ. Not to mention, a lot of those little buzz-about airplanes are all within range for those tanks to die, to go ahead and trade with. I mean, those tanks are dying anyways, right? So the fact that you have to address them just to preserve your own board makes for you know, A15-15 expending too many credits just to keep his planes alive. And there's the Scorched Earth. That's what you're talking about. All right, you want to play ball? Here you go. You're going to have to pay through the ass for these planes to go through and actually convert on damage. And it's going to be tough, but...
well, that's the draw to do it, I'll tell you that much. Close air support on a blitz unit and 6 damage connecting here. Zilda has a lot of the pieces in hand right now, but doesn't have everything in order. And a 5-7 from the back line is not the thing you want to face in this spot. However, I will say a second final push getting drawn here now. So it's Katyusha, 2 final pushes, and the Panzer Grenadier are in hand right now. This is 18 damage and 19 if the Katyusha connects. So for Zilda here, this is possibility to end the game coming up quite soon.
So if I were to propose to you a card, Admirable, it said it's all right. It's a 1/3. Okay, that's pretty cool. It's an airplane. Yeah, that's amazing. Costs 7 to operate. That is a little bit much for my books, but
this is calm before the storm indeed. I mean, Zilda just has to go for it here. They're under the threat of lethal. They have to just go for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They have 7 credits in order to operate with. This isn't enough, is it? 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm looking at the previous turn. So should Zilda have used the Reichsbank here in order to get enough credits to attempt the 19? This is literally a 50-50 if they open the spot.
Well, there's no way out of this otherwise. You need to address those 2 other planes, the 8-8, the 4-4, anything that operates under that cap. I mean, you're going to come, A15 is going up to 8 credits. That's 2 swings if necessary. So how do you do it? Well, if the name of the game is to stay alive, here comes the final push. And unfortunately, you're going to have to use this to actually protect and attacks of the units. The problem is, Bomber goes through that, but there is a little bit of protection happening. That's not bad. So the HQ is protected here. The problem is that you're going to be paying out the wazoo to operate any of these planes. So basically, it's one swipe with one of these planes in order to go ahead and to pop some damage in here. It's a nasty little bit of truth, but it's just prolonging the inevitable. I feel as A15 is just continuously going through.
Wow, I'm kind of looking at this honestly. I'm curious if I think that Zilda needed to Reichsbank a turn earlier in order to be able to make this happen. This could have been a 50-50 for it, and instead it's looking like about a 0.
Yeah,
A15 able to capitalize on just buffing a unit and attacking, and this is the reason why the Brit Air has still felt like a matchup that I'm a little bit afraid of when I look at this map. When I look at this this Soviet OTK deck. Your opponent can just buff a unit really big. It's one of the few matchups in the game where your opponent actually just buffs a unit really big.
And it's not like it's a single unit or there's a specific unit you want to be buffing. It's frankly any one of those cheap units in the back row, right? It's not like, okay, I need to draw this unit, then I need to buff it up because that's my win condition, so to speak. It's not a situation where you play Blackwatch and maybe you use your Royal Research to go ahead and be able to double tap, you know, with the synthetic rubber, let's say, with the Fury. It's not that specific and precise of a combo. The combo where you're basically, all right, whatever's left, we're putting our eggs in that basket and we're going to face. So, you know, the opportunity will always be there as long as there's a body on the board for the most part. As A15 now is going to be going through here with 1 win under his belt, a little bit closer to that 3rd place finish and a little bit of that cash monies. And he's going to be using that USA list. And again, Zilda going to be leaning on that Soviet list. OTK again. Can A15 just, you know, close this out before that OTK becomes online?
We're going to find out. Spoils of war here. And again, spinning the tires extra fast. That's the goal for A15. I guess if you don't have tires, it's tough to spin them. You just kind of flew over the field at that point in the previous game. So for this one, A15 does have one of the strongest opening units I'd say you can have against this deck, which is this PIR here. It continues to buff, and your opponent doesn't really have removal in their deck as much. It's pretty much based on one particular card in order to actually remove things in this matchup, and it's creating a couple of tanks is what you're looking at here. The mobile defense, that's really the one thing that can answer this PIR. This thing moves to the front, and it just keeps cranking. This is dangerous for Zilda right now. Does have Scorched Earth in hand?
I mean, it depends how big that thing is. I mean, you want to pay for those units to go through? Sure. I mean, pay 4, deal 8. Feels all right to me.
Yeah, that's the whole key to this deck is understanding that fundamental part, and that's why the mobile defense here I think is so important. But A15 2 through the breaches in hand as well. Wants the additional unit. Don't blame him.
Yeah, let's keep going here. I mean, that defenses there was probably one of the scarier cards for A15 to deal with, given the fact that one of those tanks is just going to trade with your 507th anyways. But now take a look. Now he's just spreading the wealth a little bit, not getting so selfish. Now you got the 99th getting a little pat on the back. I think the important part here is that A15 needs to get to that front line, because if there's going to be attacks on the operating cost with these infantry, you need them already in position to attack. You don't want to pay 4 just to move up, or pay, whatever, just to move up. You want to be able to pay the 4 to actually convert on damage here. So see how this goes. Another Spoils of War, cycling through that deck, looking for the pieces. There's the Scorched Earth. But again, where are you paying the 4 here to deal 6? I think that you probably have to.
There is not a chance I am not dealing 6 here from A15 side. I guess there is a chance. It would just depend on what I drew. T70 showing that it destroys itself at the end of turn. A15 immediately paying the 4 as well, and I don't blame them. That is
helpful too. I mean, the 507 buffing itself has put him into range to just end the game. So now that's a card that needs to be answered.
Zilda does have the tools to answer this situation, though. And so that's really, I think, an important factor of this, is that you have the Scorched Earth and you have another mobile defense here. Go for the Errado. Oh, I see. A Mud gets drawn. Enemy ground units cannot attack next turn. That feels like a pretty strong draw at this point.
It's just wet dirt, Admirable. How can that be so effective?
Second Scorched Earth gets drawn as well. And you notice that Zilda does not want to use the Scorched Earth right away because there's not enough units in play that it's affecting.
Oh, boy.
Oh, Hellcat gets drawn. That is so close to being able to end.
Yeah, this might be... I mean, you have to hang on to that, don't you? You cannot show that now. You're not going to play that to put them to 2. You're going to play that to finish them off. So I think at this point, it might be a situation where you just load up. You get as many threats to the front as possible. You present as many options for lethal as possible. I mean, there's one more that you're playing here. I guess you're just... Yeah, let's just clean up. Eggs meat basket. Again, that would have been nicer on the 4-3 in the front line on the 99th. Just spread the wealth, create 2 instances of potential lethal. But at this point... I mean, the Hellcat is operating. It's a 5. It's going to cost you 5 to actually convert on damage, and you're not going to be able to kill them into 2-tap here. So, first order of business, answer the 507th, make that not a threat, and then after that, I mean, you're still not in lethal range.
Can you use this Arctic Convoy right now? Whoa, this feels quite dangerous to me.
You're playing with fire here. Okay.
So your opponent does need pretty specific, exact answers to this, which A15 does not have. But this was a risk that Zilda took here, which was, I think your opponent, I guess, like your opponent needs pretty much like specifically a pair of Panzer 35Ts through the breach.
Hold on. If he's going to move this forward, you have the 109th. I guess you're going for, you're going for some resilience here. And a second Hellcats.
So at 10 credits, A15 has the win. But are they going to find time to get to that point? Because now, from Zilda's side, this feels like a very winnable situation here. You have 2 Scorched Earths, which are going to increase the cost of your opponent's units by 6. And you have a Reichsbank to start enabling a situation like this. If you can draw pretty much any buff in the game, I feel like you can take advantage of this. But it's just, how do you get to that point? Because A15 is going to be threatening this the entire step of the way. So you trim off the biggest threat, the one card that can actually eliminate your entire side of the board. But you're still under threat here of some stuff. It's pretty tough, actually. So Katyusha here, I think, is coming in for some chip damage because you need to wear down that headquarter a bit.
Low roll
So
on that one.
A15 looks like... Oh, is that lethal? 3,
The
4,
verbal
5, 6,
bin.
7. Oh, you're missing 1 credit. You're missing 1 credit for lethal? No, the 4.
No, the
4
4 and the 4. There you go. The Hellcats, which we were so high on in that hand as presenting that surprise lethal, the blitz, the deploy, the blitz, the move, the damage, the whole package, actually never factored into this. There was just kind of that lovely little verbal wagon that comes in and actually converts it. But again, the Scorched Earth did not quite scorch it hard enough, as really there was just too many threats. And eventually, when you're playing these combo decks, Admirable, it kind of feels like, even though your opponent might feel that they're on the clock because they are basically trying to kill you before you put all the pieces together, you are also on a clock because they're basically rushing you down. And if you do not collect everything, there's only so much that you can let pass through and turn into damage against your HQ before you have to start responding, before you have to start spending credits and cards on removing those threats and actually diverting your entire game plan away from collecting pieces and establishing the OTK and just staying alive. And that's a dangerous balance that you got to play here, as Zilda's kind of got a hole that he's got to dig out from in this case, down 2-0 to A15-15.
Yeah, so Zilda gonna put the Soviet deck to rest for a bit here. Cue up some British air, and here we go. A15 needs 1 win with this Alpine deck, has 3 shots at it.
3 shots. I mean, you just got to convert once, and it's, I mean, easier said than done to a degree, but at the end of the day, you have 3 shots to just draw like a god, 3 shots for your opponent to have a miscue, 3 shots to just eliminate any potential mistakes. You've got leeway. That's a very good feeling. And especially when you're just drawing off the top like that, getting the cards you need. It's just a very, very good feeling when you're out there. But again, Brit Air into this list can be dangerous. This Alpine list needs time to not only develop, but actually to move it into a dangerous position. It wants that front line. It desperately needs that front line. Whereas Zilda is going to be able to just do damage from the back like that.
Interesting lines of play here from Zilda's side. I don't know if I agree with everything that's been done here. This feels like a pretty unusual take on how to fight this. It feels to me like the clear idea is to set up an Empire Strikes turn that is massive. However, the Monty might produce this, honestly. This is some pretty big spots that's going on here. Freezing your opponent's board, having the front line, and then drawing another unit to damage here. But you can spend your time how you need to on that one. It's going to be convoy to draw.
Yeah, keep in mind though that all of that, all the pin that has occurred from the Monty is in the support line, and there's only 1 free space. So you can attack. You can only really establish 1 unit. So you might be leaving some credits on the board. So freezing your opponent out with a fairly populated support line, it's helpful. But again, curious about moving the fighter to the front row. Sendai is going to go ahead, again, clear out a unit, and it's, again, back to the situation of just establishing units. But there's going to be a free trade coming up over here. That's going to be clean and clear, and then it's going to be another big body in the front line, a sudden strike, going to go ahead and take care of one of those bombers, and you could see just those green numbers pop out like fireworks on these cards that just give him so much extra reach. If you do not answer these as they appear, this is the consequence.
It's getting rough.
I believe the term is nasty, Admirable. It's getting nasty.
That's definitely the term here.
Like the doctor said when I was born, it's going to get ugly.
So when do you want to use Empire Strikes? It's going to be now. Clear out some of these Alpines, weaken the rest of them. Another through the breach. A15 has had an answer to every single bomber that's been hit in play. A15 feels like a very strong lead at the moment.
He's got it all systems go here. And again, just the sheer just bonuses that these cards are getting. It's nasty. This is a situation where you're just, it's like not even a carpet bomb rescues you out of this case, right? A card that you'd think that British decks would just always have a one of, just to fight against certain lists, but it seems completely lackluster, because as soon as that third unit comes out, it's out of reach of these reliable sweepers.
This is not good. Well, not good for Zilda. I mean, if you're looking at A15 spot, this is fantastic. Look at how much damage is going to be cranked. Look at how much development is getting cranked here. And is responsible enough to hedge the bets as well. Says, let's take out this unit so that nothing crazy can happen. It's a Fury unit, so if your opponent can buff the heck out of that, you can definitely lose the game. And so for Zilda's side here, I don't even know what could possibly come back at this point. This is way too much board.
Yeah, I think we're back to the meteor strategy of some sort of celestial intervention to come through and maybe just do something. But we do not. That's not what we're about here. We want fair and honest gameplay, not only from the players and the game developers, but from the gods as well. Please do not send a meteor on this. But boy, oh boy, it feels like that's exactly what's happening. If you're Zilda, it feels like just an asteroid has just dropped on your head when you're staring down this board, and you have nothing to do here.
Yeah, you just done got overwhelmed. Cheerio, indeed. A15 with a 3-0 to take the third place here. My gosh, this was just such a dominant match that took place here. Zilda having two very close games with the Katyusha OTK, but not able to close any of them out, and then just getting overwhelmed by Alpine here. A15, very clear demonstration of how they got to this third place spot.
Yeah, a huge performance there for A15-15, working his way all the way from ladder spot 36 into the third place of the Officer Club Championship, beating out Zilda to get there, taking home $200 and etching his name in the history books of Cards Competitive. So huge shout out for A15-15. I was extremely impressed. And do you know what? Like, I would like your thoughts of this. While I was watching the match, I was really thinking, why did Zilda go away from the Katyusha TK deck before Alpine? Because to me, that feels like the slowest deck, the deck that you might get the most value out of your Scorched Earths. You know, it's all ground units. There's no bombers, so you can trade the mobile defense units pretty easily. Was that potentially a misplay? Like, or
no?
Yeah,
there's no misplay at the end there. You got to win with all three of your decks. This is, if anything, this is a max play. You would queue up your weakest matchup because that's the one that's got to win. So you queue up your weakest one. You hope it wins, and if not, you save some time. Get to relax and you know, take the rest of your day. If you decide to drag that matchup to its longest length, what's the point? You got to win with the weakest deck anyway. You know, the Conquest matchup is so much more about metagame than it is about lineup order. And honestly, one of the strongest strategy you can have is just by, you know, kind of just putting the Nash Equilibrium into play and queuing up a random deck each time. You know, you don't give your opponent any chance to snipe out one of your matchups and have an edge. Queue the decks up at random. That's one of the strongest strategy options you can have, unless you feel like you are able to read into your opponent's line of play, which really only matters, I think, coming down to that first matchup. That first matchup is really the one that kind of dictates the pace on that. So the order of matchups, I think, in Conquest is much more of like just the variance thing than it is anything else. And that's why the metagame decision ends up mattering so much. It's one of the reasons why I love the Conquest lineup, is because it causes players to have to refine their lineups so much. If you're not working on your lineups and you're trying to do tech choices and matchup stuff and yada yada yada, what ends up happening is your deck gets weakened because you don't know what match you're going to queue into, and there's really not a predictable fashion to that. So I have liked it, because as we look at OCC and the way that it's developed, is that having to get a win with each of the decks you brought has caused players to have to focus on how do you actually build your decks. It has gotten them to a very, very particular motion, and it's one of the reasons I think we're seeing such powerful lineups.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really, really interesting perspective, and I hadn't really given it that thought before. I mean, why would you extend it for 2 more matches if I'm just going to lose with my, you know, weakest deck anyway? It's a very interesting one. But I want to turn our attention quickly to the Katyusha OTK deck that just did not work in this one. He was very, very close to having it trigger, but for me, it was very clear from the first turn, A15-15 knew that he was playing against that OTK Katyusha deck, and that kind of was able to deliver him when he played deliberately against that deck, was able to deliver him the victory. So I wonder, you know, are we seeing that the Katyusha OTK deck is maybe just not as effective in a tournament setting where you're not maybe playing against an opponent that makes some, you know, less than optimal plays against your deck because he doesn't know what deck you're bringing on ladder? Flake, what do you think?
Well, I think that open deck lists is certainly a situation where there's obviously no surprise. You go in, if you're on ladder, you queue in, you see what nation they're bringing, but there could usually be a little bit of leeway in terms of what you're up against, especially in the higher ranks. People will typically bring the same more or less decks within the particular nation that you're representing, but there's a situation in these types of games where all of that uncertainty is out the window. You go in knowing that this is what they're trying to accomplish, this is what I have to expect, this is what I have to play around or not play around. Especially early on, when you're thinking about what your opponent is playing and you know precisely what their game plan is, you know when to move your units forward and push damage, and you know when it's better to just sit back and develop based on what they're playing. So when that kind of, when those branches of the decision tree are pruned out, you have a cleaner line of victory, or a clearer path rather to victory, so you just stay on that path. You're not as distracted by all of the possible uncertainties, all of the potential cards to play around, and that's why some of these quote-unquote gimmick lists, I don't call it a gimmick list, it's a combo list, it wins obviously, but lists like this are sometimes not as effective because the surprise factor is not there. You're not necessarily creating a situation where your opponent may make decisions that they would otherwise make because they think you're playing something else. If they're suspecting combo or they're suspecting OTK, they're probably coming at you hot and heavy. They're making you spend your resources to get them out of a danger zone, or to keep them out of a danger zone, where in particular cases, eventually, as we saw in those previous matchups, there were situations where it's okay, here's another turn where you have a unit that you need to address, otherwise you lose. Okay, here's another situation where you have another unit that you need to. So you're delaying the kill shot on their side, but as you're doing it, you're inching closer to your own victory. And open deck lists like this, just like I said, it just prunes away all the uncertainty and makes for a clearer path to victory.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and I'm excited to see if we'll continue seeing the Katyusha OTK or other types of combo decks in the tournament setting. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Baby Combo. The deck that uses the 15 centimeter autocannon to basically deal 2 damage when you deploy a unit to OTK your opponent. That has been brought a couple of times in a tournament setting, but none of these decks have ever found any real success in the tournament setting. So I'm kind of curious as to kind of, are combo decks just in general good for a tournament setting? It's a question, at least in cards, that I think it's worth asking at this point.
It is. Flake made an excellent point, which is the open deck list thing, right? Your opponent knows what they're going against, and so they know exactly what their path to victory is. The other thing to go with that too is it ties into the point I made about a conquest meta and the format and how it refines the deck lists. How often do combo decks really get refined in this setting versus sort of the decks that eventually kind of turn into like a mid-range operation and decide whether they're a control or aggro based on the context that they're in. The combo decks are always defense. They're always defense because all of their momentum shifts in one single turn. They don't have like these context options where they can be like, well, maybe I can out-tempo my opponent. It's just not how the deck works. So those decks don't get played as much. They don't get refined as much, and they're going against decks that now know what they're playing against and are getting refined on top of that as well. It takes a lot of work to make these combo decks work, or it takes the combo deck just being broken as heck the entire time. I've been playing card games almost literally my entire life, and every single time a combo deck has shown up and been a staple, it's because it's overpowered. Mm-hmm. When they show up and they surprise everybody, it's a lot different. And again, coming from where I came from, for decades, open deck list was not even an idea. That was part of the appeal of card games, was the mystery of what you were playing against. You had no idea. Mm-hmm. These open deck list formats, I feel like it adds a bit more depth to it by taking away the complexity. The complexity that closed deck list has does add depth to it, but it adds the depth at the cost of complexity. We're now getting it towards the sake of simplicity and depth instead. And I think simplicity and depth is better because it gives a better introduction for players who want to step into the game, for people who want to watch the game, and then also just from the meta perspective. It makes the meta more complex, which is exactly the thing that we want to be complex. Not the game, the meta. And I love it. Oh, gosh, I love this.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to stop it there. We're going to turn our attention to the game of all games here today, and that is going to be the grand finals between J-King 7 and Birdo Burrito. Apprentice versus Master. the Star Wars battle for the ages. And again, there are going to be no decks, so our discussion is going to focus a lot on that third deck. Berto Burrito bringing artillery, J King bringing that USA frontline deck. Who has the edge with those third decks here, and who's a little bit behind? Flake, what do you think?
I mean, whenever it comes down to it, I mean, we don't even have to dig too deep into this. Who has the edge? It's J King. I mean, I know that I'm not saying this to sell Berto short. Berto has won tournaments before. Berto's an excellent player. Berto's in the finals. How am I going to sell either of these players short? They took different paths to get to where they are now. So they've gone through great players. They're where they are now because they're both awesome. The fact that these two are friends, the fact that they play together a lot, they test together, they practice together. There's not too many secrets left between these two. So it's going to come down to, situations of just who can just maintain the tempo, who can get that card where they need it, and that's just going to turn the tide here. Perhaps a little mind games of what you're going to queue into against something else. If you're queuing into something like if you're queuing into your opponent's Alpine, maybe you want your air deck, your Brit air deck to be going in there, going first, to establish, to start picking off units where it makes sense. There's a lot to digest here, and frankly, J King bringing in a USA Germany list, your standard Brit Air, your Germany Alpine list, as well as Berto coming in with, again, Brit Air, Germany Alpine, but he's got the Soviet. He's got the Soviet artillery list. That could change the tides here, because that is another option to potentially beat that Alpine deck.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the things that I really wanted to talk about. And artillery, if it gets established, extremely potent against Alpine. So Admirable, do you think we're gonna see Berto try and manipulate the kind of games in a way that he's bringing that RT into Alpine, or is he just gonna go RT all the way because he needs to win with it anyway?
It's kind of an interesting question on this one, and again, I feel like this is probably a queue 'em up at random situation here. I do feel like the artillery deck does have 2 points of weakness in this one, which I think the Brit Air deck can definitely take advantage of artillery, and I definitely think that the US deck can take advantage of it. However, the US deck is much more limited in its options to be able to do so. We're looking at Panzer 35T really being the one card that can influence the matchup, I'd say, in a very heavy, meaningful manner. First Marines can do some stuff as well. I think that's a card that's very important. That artillery matchup is like when you get to the mid stage of the game, you now suddenly get a front line, and your opponent can't just decide, I'm just going to push face and kill him.
Yeah.
All of those things end up mattering. But the thing I will say is that US is a ground deck, and that Alpine is a ground deck as well. Those are 2 major options for artillery here. So I think when it comes down to defeating artillery from J King's side, it's really going to boil down to having removal. If you have removal in those situations, looking fantastic. If you don't have removal there, it's going to be a little bit of trouble here. So I think on paper that Berto Burrito probably has a very, very slight edge in this one. I think from a player perspective, again, we're looking at, a very slight edge in favor of J King here. And it's hard for me to pick who I think is going to be favored in this matchup, and I think I would just based on the resume at that point, which it would have to be J King. But this is such a close matchup. Berto Burrito has clearly shown that this is a spot where they deserve to be in a spot like this. When I say deserve, what I mean is that you didn't get here by accident. Okay, nobody deserves to be in this spot. I'll put it that way. But if you're here, you didn't get here by accident at this point, especially with that resume lineup that both of these players have. So I'm going to favor artillery from paper, but, I'm going to favor J King in terms of just, it's J King.
All right, guys, I think we can give the players the green light to go ahead, and we can bring up the screen here where we see the flags, and it's going to make Flake so happy to see the 2 Canadian flags there side by side, waving in the wind, signaling the superiority of the Great North over cards. So it's gonna be an exciting grand finals series here. I believe both players are getting ready to queue on into the game. But before we head on into this, starting with you, Admirable, can I get your prediction? Who is gonna take this, and how is this gonna go?
J King 3-2.
What about you, Flake?
I think that it's going to be it's going to go the distance. It's going to go 5 games, and I do believe that the difference here is going to be that artillery list. So I do give this one to Berto.
So J King 3-2, Berto 3-2. Let's find out right now as we go into the grand finals of this month's Officer Club Championship.
I gotta say, we did not talk about one particular quote-unquote combo deck that you and I are particularly fond of, Admirable. I don't know if you remember it. You put me onto this list, and I brought it to the glory, to the glory lands, to the do you know what I'm talking about?
It's the deck is not so good anymore. So let's
I know, but
let's do the common some wealth and not talk about the Commonwealth.
all right, fine, I get
at this
it.
point, it's one day here. Berto Burrito opening up with the opposite of the cards you would want to see as their combo for artillery. I would say the Cuban Cossacks versus the Zhukov. It's the 4th Cuban that's been drawn here instead, but does open up with a 1-cost artillery. J King does have their own 1-drops as well, has a Panzer 35T and a Flampanzer in this situation. And I gotta say, Flake, this is going to be a pretty interesting match because the KV-1 also in hand for Berto, and that's a pretty powerful card in this matchup.
No, you're not wrong. This is a situation here where it's going to be a matter of Berto going first, finding the initial 1-drop, and though it is fairly weak, it only does 1 point of damage. Your initial problem is going to be these 2-1s that are going to be swarming the board. They're going to be just firing out of the deck onto the board and moving forward to own that front line so that when that Sherman does show up, it is going to draw cards. The difference now, however, is, they're going to have to go through a hailfire of damage here. As you see, the artillery is starting to swell up. So it's tough. You're just kind of running through a gauntlet if you're these 32nd infantry as they continue to pile on. But they're all going to sit in the back, and Berto's just basically in a situation now where, okay, I don't even need to kill them yet. I can kill one and maybe establish the Chaika and go from there. I don't think that there's any initial rush, but eventually you're going to have to kill these because I feel like if you're leaving them on the board and they're, you don't want one in the front line when J King rolls around and it's your 4th turn on 4 credits. You don't want them to draw cards off that Sherman. So I think that this was the right play. Next turn, you can go ahead, clean out the 2-1s times 2, and still have 2 credits to play with.
Yeah, I feel like for J King here, really the timing is going to be how do you get 2 units into the front line, and I feel like that's one of the important parts about the first the Marines here is that you can eventually get to that spot pretty simply. It's have something in the back line that lives, and then have 4 extra credits. So for Berto here, it is about, consistently wiping out this board pressure every single turn of the game. And so now we might see the first spot here. Nope, Berto going to sit in the back as well. I think that is exactly the play you're supposed to make. Get this unit established and start the threat. For Berto here, they are the control deck at the moment. It's make sure you can get to a spot where you overwhelm your opponent. And so for J King here, having that patrol to wipe out that little artillery there. That thing is ambush against tanks, and that's super important. For Berto here, things got a little bit ugly, but you have plenty of answers, I think, to fight back against this.
Yeah, you're going to trade your Chaika here. It's actually an upgrade, frankly. You're going to move to the front. You've got a whole bunch of stuff, and hey, it's our favorite card, man. There is the Greyhound, but the Greyhound doesn't need to do much right now. Because frankly, that 2-1 is not much of a threat, and you've got enough meat in the front row that you don't need to worry necessarily about them dying, so that 2-1 moves forward and that your opponent will draw cards with that Sherman. In this case, it's just a matter of I'm going to start, perhaps pushing a little bit of damage, doing a little bit of, song and dance here to see what I can get done. But again, the Greyhound, such an important card. It is such an integral part of this artillery strategy. The problem is that, well, Flampanzer, some decent trades, and it's all gone south.
Well, has it all gone south, or do you have a KV to back this up? Like, this is a pretty massive position, I think, that both players have gotten themselves in. J King has answered the board effectively, is not out of options. And for Berto here, you now have a 3/6 heavy armor in play that's starting to chip away 2 damage a turn. J King cannot ignore this, and they also cannot answer back right away. So this is one of the reasons why I feel like Berto was favored at the start of this game, was because of this KV being in hand. But you'll notice J King here still getting a lot of stuff in play. So can Berto answer this back properly?
Very good question, because the trades do not look all that clean right now. Perhaps you got the KV again. That's a very important piece here, because every turn that goes through here, not to mention the opponent is the HQ is smokescreen. You're not hitting it with your 3/2 flyer. You're Your fighter is not going to get any reach back there. Perhaps this is a situation where you trade. Your anti-tank gun can be important as well. But the KV right now, it seems like your most crucial piece. 5-year plan seems like a nice situation right here. Again, you're taking 5 damage to the HQ, but again, you're just getting everything back in droves. But with only 2 credits left to play with, you're going to have to make a decision here, because there's a good chance here that if you're going to work on establishing more units on the board, you're going to eat some damage here.
Yeah, big worry, I think, for Berto here is going to be we can do it, but you didn't have, I think, a sufficient counter to the option. And so now it's how can J-King capitalize on the board that they have established here. And again, this KV is not making it easy. It feels like that, making a giant push here is the way to get back into this game. But how do you make the giant push? It feels like 109th is helping that. It feels like a pair of Panzers is helping that. But you have to worry about your own damage as well. Like, you are at 15 and you're taking 2 a turn on the draw. So how can you answer this properly is really the question. Do you answer it or do you make your push? J-King here is faced with that option this turn because there's not really a big capitalize on this board situation here, and Berto just drew 5 cards. If you don't threaten Berto here or answer back, the game's just going to slip away. So that's how J-King is looking at this turn.
A little extra help there. 109th in the back row. Trades come through. The first infantry taking out the artillery. Berto still hasn't found a Katyusha and doesn't own the front line, so that Greyhound is looking pretty lackluster at this point. But again, pushing damage, I like this. J-King is just not wasting time. I own the front line. You've got to come to me, buddy. So that's where it goes. Even though that K2 is gonna, the KV is gonna be doing some damage there over time, it's gonna have to eventually be used to actually make some trades here. It's gonna have to get into the fight. It's gonna have to start throwing punches because the 2 damage it's doing is not enough. But there's the Ura.
Yeah, this is a big turn from Berto's side. I mean, this is a lot of damage you're getting to push back. I like that J-King has pushed this turn by keeping the Panzers in hand because you have the 109th and backline to be able to threaten that. There's a chance J-King can win this game from that spot as well. Everything needs to be wiped here. Looking at Berto's side, and I'm not sure everything gets wiped here. It goes down to 8. And if they can't clear this 1-2, which they cannot given the situation, J-King has held on to this damage from hand, squeezed out just enough to be able to secure this as well. Very well played by J-King, understanding that damage from hand does matter a lot. Berto here going to get wiped out in game number 1. J-King, 1-0 lead.
Incredible. And again, the fact that those Panzer 35Ts were just held on there. The 109th dropped in, stayed in the back line. Again, the value, like you said, of just storing that damage in hand that they cannot access, something that doesn't necessarily need to be developed. It just needs to have the right lane to actually convert. And in that case, it's like, all right, I've got a plan. You can clear me out. You can put me down to 1, but I got you next turn. If you do not own this front line, it's over for you. So very, very well done there. Well executed by J-King. But again, I said this is going to 5. So someone's got to win the first game. Someone's got to lose the first game. And in this case, it's J-King up 1-0 on Berto Burrito. The Battle of Canada is underway, friends. We're going to game number 2, and we're going to see what both players are taking to the party, as it looks like J-King is going to be leaning on that German list, and it's Brit Air for Berto Burrito.
Love when Flake goes into the John Madden mode.
John Madden mode.
Oh, you got to be winning games to get the match.
Well, if Berto lost the game, that means that J-King won it, and the series is now 1-0.
So here we go. Brit Air on the side for Berto here. Notice how much value is on the tempo value side for Berto. When you get both of them, that's the satisfying part about these decks, I will say, Flake, is when you get both tempo and value simultaneously. Oh, it's a deck after my heart.
It's like finding a 7th McNugget in your 6-piece. It's just the best day of your life. I get it. I know that feeling. It is hard. It's a fleeting sensation that I chase my whole life. But yeah, I get it. And as you can see here, Berto just down 1 game, but up on life here, as he's just not only tossing damage at J-King, but emotes as well, making this one a little personal. And a 3-3 with Fury, a 2-3 sitting there nice and pretty as well. It looks like J-King's going to have to start, feeding some more to the fish here. But again, you got to do something. You got to do something.
Wow. Is this powerful? I am very worried for J King. They do have Through the Breach in hand, so this does answer back to this kind of nicely.
I like how this is going, though. I mean, Birdo's in the driver's seat, and J King is just, you could see the expressions are completely different here. It is both ends of the spectrum, just razor focused by J King, even though he's up by 1. Birdo here, just kind of cool, calm, collective, tossing those emotes here, feeling kind of casual. But this game can change at any moment. You know, once those planes get wiped out, it's hard to get them back established. But again, J King does need to start actually changing the path here and establishing his own threats, because those planes, when left to their own devices, are nasty. But look at Birdo's hand here. Birdo's got the Sendai Regiment, nothing to capture. You've got a Sexton, nothing to pin down. You do have a Convoy, but are you giving up this turn, the tempo away from this turn without establishing a threat? Is this a turn perhaps where you just drop a Sexton free and clear?
It's still a 3-4 artillery. Like, I mean, pinning down a unit does not sound as appealing to me as a 3-4 artillery. It's, again, when you combine those two. When you get the value and you get the tempo, that's when you capture my heart. When you get a 3-4 artillery in play, when your opponent's removal options are typically like Through the Breach and Flampanzer, this feels great. I'm for J King's side. It's the Jag Bomber is really the one thing that kind of counters this kind of option. But then you're just applying the pin down from the Sexton at that point. Is that something you're willing to do? Nope. Push a little bit of damage on it. Try to figure out a way to check this, because it's going to be difficult.
Time to draw some cards here. Convoy's going to be looking for some answers here for Birdo, but it's looking pretty decent right now. Again, you probably want to use those 2 credits off of the Sexton. Get rid of some threats. You don't want those to come back to haunt you. I mean, this could be a situation where perhaps you're dropping the Swordfish, and killing the 3-2 in the back row there. Again, the artillery is such an important piece here. Again, dropping it, even though you do not get the deploy effect, that constant pin. He's thinking about it, though. He's not
This was a weird turn. I don't know if the Convoy was the correct play here. Either way, Birdo's going to be floating credits, I think, when you apply this turn. Because this is Sexton attacks for 2, and these are both units you want to wipe out. You want to wipe out the 3-2 for tempo value. You want to wipe out the Bomber for a number of reasons, but the main reason, I think, is going to be from the perspective of it's chipping away at your Sexton. It's making it vulnerable to Panzer 35T. There's all sorts of stuff that's happening if you don't check the Bomber in this situation. But if you don't check the other unit, stuff like this happens as well. I think Birdo there drawing cards could have perhaps opened up an opportunity for J King in this spot. They still do have air superiority to fight against this, but my gosh, you could have had that last turn.
Body count continuing to climb here. We're going to go ahead and steal it. There's the Sendai Regiment. Finally found somebody. 1 credit floating. Nothing necessarily to do. We're just going to go ahead and invest those in low-risk mutual funds. We'll see those back later. As it's balls in J King's court here. Seems like everything he's tossing out there is just getting scrubbed out. But again, we've seen what he can do. There's the Yank Bomber. Bouncing the Sendai, bringing back the units, and in one foul swoop there, we have a complete change of pace. A Wrath Lightning off the top, though, can get this switched up a bit here, but I don't know when the opportune time is for the Wrath Lightning. Wrath Lightning, these bounce effects.
Whoa. Order. Birdo with a critical mistake. Did not play the Wrath Lightning first, and air superiority is not very superior when you don't have air. Another opportunity for J King.
I have to say here, and this is, as you can tell, if we rewind 2 turns, the complexion is completely different. You could see Birdo almost trying to burrow his face and hide, a little bit of embarrassment perhaps there. When you're overconfident in those situations, that's when you make mistakes. J King, under the gun, never really faltered. There was no change in his demeanor. It was just, all right, get to work. We have to win. We've got a thing to do. Birdo Burrito over here just kind of, again, when you're freewheeling like that, your confidence can sometimes just create these shortcuts where you're like, do this, do this, do this. I don't care about the order. I know what I'm doing in my head. But when push comes to shove and you got to actually push the buttons, sometimes the ordering matters. And in this case, Birdo got caught. There could be just a situation where overconfidence led for just a misordering of how he wanted to handle that turn. And like you said, Admirable, that could be the door that J King needs to now creep through to get back into this game.
It could have been. I will say that the draws from Birdo's side have been massive, though. The Monty kind of capitalizing on things here. Birdo, you can see that they're clearly quite upset about this. This should be a stronger board position that they have. Because what's happening now is J King has an opportunity to just get a huge board and really try to make something happen here. It's going to be difficult, but it is possible. And so through the breach, going to wipe out this this Fury unit. And then now we have a big artillery that's in play. Shelling looking like it's going to be close to mandatory at this point. And J King holding on to a Jag Bomber plus 2 Panzers in hand. So ways to even, deliver damage from hand as well. So Berto here, it's going to be another Fury. The Shelling comes out and delivering more damage. I feel like the one thing that's happened here is that maybe Berto has committed a bit too much to one particular line and is having to deviate away from that. So the deviation, I think, is really what's potentially costly here. But the Shelling and the Monty back-to-back might be enough to keep J King in this game. And you'll notice that J King paying a lot of attention to this Fury unit and paying it about as much respect as you can possibly pay it. Get it away.
A lot happened there in that previous turn. Lots of cleanup. Lots of boom that occurred. The Sendai looking what it wants to scoop up. That artillery can become gross. I will say that. That's the one card that you certainly want off the board, but there's no clean way to do it. I mean, the Sendai has 2 options that it may want to actually take away. We're going to go ahead and grab that artillery. And I guess we're going to slow play it into there. I mean, that is one way to go ahead and do it. The Illustrious is going to come through. The Blitz is going to finish off that threat in the back row. And as it stands now, well, frankly, board is on Berto's side, but could have been a completely different complexion. The draws are happening here. J King is still razor focused, looks very stoic in how he's evaluating this, but he is under the gun here.
It's a pretty tough matchup, and I think that this is at least demonstrating why the matchup is so difficult from the Alpine side, is that if your opponent is able to wipe out your board turn after turn after turn, it's just going to be tough to win. The air deck is very good at doing that. And you'll notice that Berto here, despite the fact that they have made, very clearly by their reaction, some critical errors, it just wasn't enough. Monty and Shelling were enough to put this back into play. And for J King here, it's playing your cards and hoping they work out. At this point, though, there's very few options left for J King.
Yeah,
part of stuff and hope it works.
Part of the beauty of being in those strong positions is that you can afford to make errors. You can afford to have these errors that are not going to, it's not like you're necessarily completely neck and neck where you've just basically cost yourself the game. When you're in that sort of position of power, an error, a trip up like that gives your opponent a chance to catch up, but it doesn't necessarily put them ahead of you. So Berto did have a decent response, but again, these are errors that you could probably be sure Berto will not make in game 3. These are errors that he is going to just make sure is just cataloged, say, I'm not doing that again. I'm not going to be that overconfident, that overcocky. I'm just going to make sure that it happens once. It'll happen to players in these types of positions all the time. But the true pros are the ones that just don't allow them to happen twice. You learn from it, you move on. And it seems like Berto is now just, he's in the driver's seat. There's no way I think that J King can come back from this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not happening. There's not like a big board sweep here. This was the attrition battle. Berto won it. The Empire has indeed stricken.
Let's go. And that is a game over here. It all tied up. J King, Berto Burrito, 1 game apiece. I say all tied up. I mean, you know what I mean.
This is a bit of a blessing here from Berto's side. I mean, look, I'll tell you what. If you're going to make errors, this was the matchup to make them in because you win this one. And so for Berto here, getting to game 3 after this, it's just, take a deep breath, cool yourself down. You're in a big matchup.
I mean,
but you know what? You didn't get here by accident, and you didn't get here by making those mistakes. So take a deep breath. You don't make mistakes like that typically. Keep yourself into it.
So I'm just curious what Berto's trying to do here. I mean, he's still got 2 options to attack. And he's just sitting on the clock now.
You're taking your time. Seeing if you could fatigue J King out of the game.
It's possible. Mind games are very important here. I'm curious.
Wow. Oh, maybe there's something going on. I'm going to ask admins to see if there's something going on here. But this is a bit unusual.
Wondering if there's perhaps a technical difficulty that's occurring over here.
Yes.
I mean, the internet does have to go to space, Admirable. That's
true story.
That's far away, so it may have gotten lost on the along the way here. But
True, technology is the vehicle by which these events are driven, and sometimes that vehicle stalls a little bit.
I do see the cursor floating through the screen. I mean, these are clues. But, I mean, at the end of the day, there's a gladiator, there's a swordfish, and they both have one. They have not been operated. You got plenty of credits left, 2 health. It's basically in the bag. This game is over. Birdo Burrito is going to be tying up this game. This might be that celestial intervention we're talking about, Admirable. Perhaps there has just been some sort of fairy dust sprinkled on this game in favor of J King, but I mean, the writing's on the wall in this case, and once again, Alpine in the face of these this onslaught of the British fleet. They start out small, but by golly, they get nasty.
All right.
And
my assumption is that this match has ended and that we are having a technical issue of things, and I'm going to blame that cup of coffee just to tick Ollie off. Birdo here gets the win. British Air takes a win in the situation. Soviet and Germany left for Birdo Burrito. Germany and Britain left for J King's side. And so we're going to get our match, or game 3, excuse me, underway for this matchup very soon here. But my gosh, spectator froze. Apologies for that one.
It's all good. Now, the tough part about this, frankly, for that Alpine list is, again, we've talked about this before, is the fact that those air units, if they can establish early, they just get mowed down as they're being established. And Alpine wants bodies on the board to just continuously to compound on each additional unit that comes through. As we're already knee-deep into this matchup right now, as we see here, it's 1-1 Birdo Burrito versus J King. J King is going to be playing Germany, and man, war production. Getting rid of supply chain, man, that's a blast from the past that we haven't seen in a while.
That is a huge draw for Birdo's side. War production here, giving you the extra credits to work with and 2 supply chains in hand. And by the way, you have the board lead as well. So I think for Birdo's side here, this is just insane. And I feel like J King is in an absolutely difficult spot, down to 8. We're sorry we couldn't get the start of this matchup, but you're getting an idea of what happened here. Artillery wiped out some Alpine stuff, and then suddenly J King was in trouble.
It's tough. I mean, that's the difficulty of this Alpine list, is that they kind of bank on the fact that maybe your opponent's playing a little bit slower than normal, and it looks like it's just over and done with immediately. J King wants no part of this. Birdo Burrito's artillery list against that Alpine list has just dominated in 6 turns. It was all she wrote. Again, like Admirable said, I wish we could have given you the whole story there, but I mean, the final frame of that cinema, it pretty much tells the whole story. It was artillery. It was just, a timely war production, supply chain, and a lot of boom that happened. It's really tough to establish your Alpine bros when they're getting mowed down by either artillery or British air units. There's no love for that archetype right now. So we'll see how this one goes, as Birdo Burrito is up 2-1 against J King. The apprentice slowly creeping up there. It's getting there. We're getting there. J King, the king of cards, is back against the wall.
Going into Brit Air here. Has to win back-to-back games if J King's going to take this one. Berto has 2 shots with Alpine to get the win. So we saw how tough it was from J King's side when they were on Alpine. How tough is it going to be from Berto's side here that they're on Alpine?
It's going to be difficult. I mean, again, if you can establish early, J King having gone first here, and already you have a bomber, you have a fighter, and you're already peppering damage on this board. It's the follow-up that's going to matter. There is, I believe, is that the mosquito that's in hand? I might be.
No, looks to me like the hurricane unit.
Sorry, the hurricane. That's my bad. I was thinking Kitty Hawk, not even mosquito. That's my bad. But these are units that are going to get. Some of these are just literally out there to feed these planes. They're not necessarily going to get a whole lot of mileage, but the whole point here is that Birdo needs to present a board that is just overwhelming, that J King is going to have to take time to get rid of, but an air superiority and a bomber and just excessive amounts of damage coming through makes it incredibly hard to establish a board and put it into a threatening position against your opponent.
Close air support this early as well. Just timing here for J King is fantastic, and without a Flampanzer here, I think Berto has perhaps found themselves in the Okay, well, I think you maybe got me, Spot. It is deploy some Alpine and hope you find it. Flampanzer shows up.
Massive, massive pull, and that's where that tech card comes in. Flampanzer in certain other metas, maybe not as great. In a meta where you're having these gigantic one-drops, pretty damn good.
Now, here's a spot for J King that I'm really curious about. And when I'm looking at the list from Berto's side, Pursuit and Jag Bomber are really the only things that can counter this option. For J King here, it is play the Fury unit and then look for the close air support on the follow-up turn. So for Berto now, it's Flampanzer. You can shift a 4-4 to the front. And so J King now going to be faced with the option. Do you go in? I will say the Swordfish does make it feel like you might. But this is potential for 10 damage, and you could force your opponent's entire turn of trades.
That's right. That's absolutely right. You're presenting lethal to a degree, and you're forcing a situation where your opponent cannot cleanly get rid of it. It's going to cost them turns and units to do so.
J King looks like they're going to hedge their bets here. Take the close air support to wipe out the Alpine units. And I think that battling for value here means that running into a Pursuit or running into a Jag Bomber doesn't mean you pretty much lose the game. So that's really what J King is thinking about there, is what can cost him so much if he goes that route. And the answer is Pursuit or Jag Bomber. I think you quite literally might lose the match if that situation takes place. And so instead he goes, you know what, I have a Sexton in hand. I can battle the attrition. I can win on the tempo side of things. Why don't I do that?
It's a situation where Birdo's, your objective number one, establish units, allow them to survive a turn. Objective number two, get to the front line, pose a threat. He got to step 2 and just got immediately slapped back. That's the benefit of having units that can just sit in the back row and be threatening. Infantryman, they are just sluggish. They're slow. They're difficult. They need this kind of Alpine status, this boost, this slow play from your opponent's side as well. That they thrive in certain metas against certain decks, but man, when your opponent can just drop and drain like that, it's pretty nasty. It's pretty nasty because you feel so helpless constantly. Because every turn is it's a 3-step process: deploy, move, attack, and you cannot do them all in one turn with these cards.
You know what? Effective play here from Birdo's side. Stay alive for another turn. Encirclement on this please stay in the back and draw cards unit in order to try to get there. J King is so close to victory in this spot.
Anytime one of those units is actually trading from the front line, it's like you're digging towards your like 3rd or 4th string quarterback. It's like, all right, you're up, slugger. Like, it's like, what, me? I'm happy to just sit on the bench, but I like this. We're just going in, creating 2 threats for lethal. Now Birdo needs to address both of these units.
Okay, so wow, Jag Bomber gets drawn as well.
That's big. That's quite big.
You got to be able to answer everything, and you kind of can. Return the Sexton to hand. Use the research. Get rid of this 4-2 plane. Because your frontline unit was pinned down, and suddenly J King is finding themselves in a relatively close spot. Birdo is at 2, though. There are options that win the game. And this could be one of them. Plane and shelling. Pin everything down. Birdo has to find an answer. Does not. Or we're going to game 5.
Well played. A little bit of a class act. We're going to do the damage anyways. Through the breach. Doesn't get the job done quite, but you know what? Birdo's going to say, look at all of these toys I had to play with. Unfortunately, you kept throwing them off the table. I couldn't even get these played. So J King coming through and just kill shot, and it's over. J King again, even though Birdo did actually kind of come, I don't want to say kind of come back into this one, but prolong the game to a degree where it became a situation where, you know what, I'm in this, and if you have a misstep, if you have a miscue, if you allow me an inch, I might take a mile. But that wasn't the case. J King had the answers there. figured out what was necessary, couldn't answer the cards that were presented there, and that's the end of the game. We're going to the 5th and deciding game. Both you and I, Admirable, were right spot on that this one was going to go to 5. It is going to be Alpine versus Alpine, and I am all about the slight advantage of going first. If you are going first in this mirror match and you have that 1, 2, 3 that you may want, like look at Birdo's hand right now. That's a 1. That's a 2. That's 2 2s, and that's a pretty decent 3. He's going to toss back a couple of those, but the Nauschab and the Panzer 35T are pretty decent to go ahead and start off with, because, I mean, that Panzer on turn 2 might address the 1 2 that your opponent drops.
There is very, very slight differences in these lists as well. Very slight. And so I'm not really even going to highlight them. I think the difference quite literally is 2 Flame Panzers and a Sudden Strike versus 1 Flame Panzer and 2 Sudden Strikes? Or 0 Sudden Strikes, excuse me. So it'd be the Eastern bound fronts. I think that maybe is the difference here. No? Golly, it's hard to even spot what this final difference is. The point is, it's a 2-card difference that's in these lists. And so the start is a big difference here. J King staring down a Nauschab plus a Panzer 35T. How and when do you get to capitalize back on a situation like this? Birdo's hand is not looking hot at the moment, and J King is going to play a 3-2, and suddenly Birdo draws something that can be of a very real relevance here.
Yeah, get rid of some of those Alpine units, clear out the board, establish the bigger pieces before your opponent can, is very important here.
2 credits. Not what you want to see.
No, that's a tough thing.
Side.
Especially when those 2 credits can have easily been converted into something decent, like another Alpine unit, let's say. J King is getting the information off this too. It's the fact that, okay, Birdo just floated 2 credits. He's got nothing. He's got no units to play. This Flampanzer, I think, is better off just sticking around. I think you just hang on to that.
It does kill Alpine units, which is a very important part. In a lot of matchups, I would say go for the tempo. In this matchup, though, killing an Alpine unit can be the difference between winning and losing the game. And so from J King's side, a little bit of an I don't want to do this kind of face, it looked like. Kind of interesting, though. Turn feels pretty powerful to me.
All right, they're coming in.
That one feels powerful.
That's not bad. Through the Breach is going to go ahead and deal with 1, but you can't do both here. You can't Yag Bomber. Oh, you can. Again, Nauschab just comes in and, again, adds a little bit of extra juice.
It's not a unit I'm happy to put back in hand because it does fetch another card, and this does feel like a very big attrition matchup if you don't have the overwhelming effect take place. And so for J King here, first Flame Panzer, go ahead and pick something up, and then start playing some units that eventually feel like they're real threats. Second Flame Panzer for Birdo shows up, and it's not providing too much help here. And you'll notice that Birdo instantaneously looking at destroying units. And that kind of tells you how important the attrition battle is in this matchup. Jag Bomber bought the tempo. It's now buying some value.
And that is
capitalize.
That's one sad artillery. That is not what you want to see for playing that card. That is supposed to be a 3-4, a 4-5.
At least a 2-3.
At the very least, a 2-3. Unfortunately, it just didn't quite work out, and those Flampanzers not finding the targets that you want. Do the Alpines just seem to be not finding each other? They are not holding hands in that deck. They're not coming out the way you want them to. Typically, J King has found all the luck when it comes to just being able to chain these units one after another and develop a board that quickly snowballs out of control, whereas Birdo is this piecemealing together these units for sub value, be it the Obiche, that the artillery that came out as a 1-2 that doesn't want to come out as a 1-2, throwing out a Flampanzer without a deploy effect, an Alpine unit that doesn't get a boost. It has just been difficult for Birdo to piece this one together.
I feel like for J King here, you have a number of options that take place, and I feel like, again, the value is a real side of this. You've been seeing how Birdo's been reacting here. Heinkel gets drawn, and Heinkel gives you some more options now as well, where because you have the Nauschab in play, it means that this 2-1 tank can actually wipe out an Alpine unit, or it can wipe out the threat of that tank being able to fight back against your bomber here. J King says take your pick about which one you want to kill. It's going to take your whole turn if you want to do it.
The nice card to have, though.
Drawn.
Yeah, that's pretty big. That will give you some answers, give you some options with 4 more credits to play with. Birdo opting here, you know what? I'd rather have 4 cards than the 3. So I'm going to give you these, but that's a great card to kill. We're going to get rid of the Now Shop in the back row. And now Enigma fills my hand up. 4 more cards. Maybe one of those is a 1-drop that I can go ahead and drop on the board here. We'll see. Yeah, plenty of them. Only 1-drops almost.
Well, this is still a difficult spot for Birdo because he's facing down some Alpines that have already been established. And J-King, this is where the snowball tends to happen. Because look at this. The Obice. It's coming down. And Birdo is in trouble in a spot like this.
Big, big trouble. To quote somebody I know, Trub Trub is the term that we like to use.
Trub Trub, indeed, because Birdo has an encirclement in hand and a bunch of 1-drops, and I think you're going to need a little bit more than that to win. An Obice of their own. Is this enough to fight back?
Well, if you're looking at it, you're looking at your opponent's a J-King's 3-4 artillery, and how yours came out just looking pretty lackluster. This is a little bit more robust. It is going to actually be able to fight back. Now, Birdo is still leading on the fact that, you know what, I still have all of my defense. All of my HQ is still up and running, but man, that 35T is going to look pretty nasty. Especially, yeah, Birdo's got nothing.
Obice lived. There's a 4-1 to check the front line already. You're getting to wipe out a card for value, and you're left with an encirclement in hand. Birdo, I don't think, has a single way to come back in this game. It's way too large of a board on J-King's side.
Well, every turn that you're surviving means that there's more threats coming around the curve, man. There's a 7-6, a 5-4. You got bombers, artillery. Everything's going wrong. J-King wins this one 3-2 over his apprentice. The master still reigns. The Dark Lord of the Canadian Sith reigns supreme once again at the OCC.
My gosh, how many times can you win the OCC? It's like, how many wins could a J-King win if a J-King could win wins? I don't know. It doesn't have the same like charm to it that the woodchuck that the woodchuck rhyme has to it.
I
It's
guess
not quite the same. J-King just
I
keeps winning. How does he do this every single time? It feels like he's always getting like slightly a step ahead at some point.
Yeah,
How?
I believe he might be robotic. Is my I think that might be part of it. But I mean, even Data was bad at poker in Star Trek. So there's possibilities here that even if you are plugged into the Matrix as deeply as J-King is, that you could possibly not win all the time.
I mean, I know that J-King is a extremely meticulous player in the way that he plays, and I mean, it just shows. I believe he has an Excel sheet where he has tracked every single game that he's played of cards, and what he was playing against and what he was playing and so on. So this is not just, luck of the draw or anything for J-King. This is hours and hours and hours of extremely hard work that are paying dividends here on the big stage as he takes down his apprentice, Burrito. And with that, J-King becomes, tied with the most OCC titles in history with Hoi Hoi, 4 apiece. So the upcoming OCC next month, maybe he's going to be another decider. Who knows?
You got to make it back still at this point too. It's not getting easier to make it to the OCC for Hoi Hoi's perspective. It's for nobody's perspective, really. I mean, like the game is it's growing. The community is getting tougher. Players are taking it more seriously. We're getting close to that world championship spot, which I know makes people tournament hungry. It's making myself tournament hungry. I legitimately thought about entering a cards tournament, despite the fact that I have so many real life responsibilities that I just don't really have time to have fun with cards anymore. It's always work that I'm doing with it. Thankfully, I find the work fun as well. The point is, there's so many things that I've wanted to do with this game, and I haven't had personally just enough time themselves. I'm like playing a couple games, and then I'm like, all right, I gotta do other stuff now. And then I'm like, but play a couple games. And I gotta do other stuff now. I just can't wait till this game lets me draft while I'm laying in bed, just looking at my phone. That's what I'm waiting for here, Ollie. When is it happening?
This is why you always have us all hang out after each broadcast so we can play cards with you, because that's the only time you have to play. So it's just like, all right, guys, don't go anywhere yet. We're gonna sit here. We're gonna play cards for at least 2 hours because I blocked the afternoon for this. Finally, I get the chance.
That's one of the reasons I do that. Yes. It's true.
Well, let's take a look at the final standing of the bracket before we say goodnight here. What an awesome day today. This has been such a fun atmosphere in the casting booth and just on the desk today. Been an absolute pleasure being here with you guys today. JKing7 being our champion, Berto Burrito taking second, and the newcomer A1515 battling himself all the way from spot 36 on the ladder to take third place at $200 here in his first ever Officer Club Championship. All in all, an absolutely fantastic day of tournaments. Before we sign off here, Admirable, do you have any final words?
I just want to say just congratulations to all the players who made it to this point. I mean, my gosh, I was very impressed with this week's play. I'm extremely impressed with this week's lineups. I think it's safe to say the meta has settled a bit, Flake. I think that could be the case. What do you think?
Well, I mean, when it's Alpine, Brit Air, and luggage, I think that's kind of how it that's a good indicator of the fact that, yeah, perhaps things are kind of getting figured out a little bit, but there's always more content around the corner, right? So it's a settled meta for now, perhaps, but people might eventually evolve to counter these metas. You want to not see Alpine so much, start building anti-Alpine decks. You want to not see all the Brit Air lists, start countering Brit Air. I mean, there's ways to do it. You just might not feel comfortable doing it all the time because these are already established decks that are strong, and maybe you want to play those. But still, fact remains, man. Meta seems pretty locked down right now.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Great games today. Thank you to everyone for joining us. It has been an absolute pleasure casting and hosting here today. We'll be back with the next tournament broadcast on October 31st as we round out the knockout stage of the World Championship. What is going to be waiting for you there are going to be 4 best out of 5 series, each series deciding who advances on to the grand finals in Iceland. So those are going to be some of the highest stakes cards series we've ever played, because on the line is basically a trip to Iceland plus $1,000 guaranteed by getting 4th in the World Championship. So we can't wait for October 31st. Thank you to all who tuned in. We can't wait to see you next time.